Chapter 1196. Everyone's gazes landed on Yang Zhong. Among those present, Yang Zhong was the only one who was on par with Xueqi and Qin Shi. I've come from afar. Since everyone is so happy today, let's have a battle to liven things up. I think this brother named Yang Zhong is not bad. Why? Do you have the guts to compete with me, Long Chen? Let me see the standard of the Yang clan's disciples. Are they as bad as I imagined? Since the other party wanted to do this, Long Chen's words wouldn't give them any face. Each sentence was more unpleasant than the previous one. When the disciples heard this, they were enraged. Yang Zhong was even angrier. From the moment he saw Long Chen, he wanted to beat Long Chen up. He didn't expect that Long Chen would actually come looking for him. Heaven was really helping him. Yang Zhong immediately roared, "If you are a man, then follow me to the outside of Chongli Palace Hall. If I don't beat your intestines out today, then my name isn't Yang Zhong." Yang Zhong's words stirred the crowd. He's just at the 4th level of the divine martial realm. He hasn't even passed the minor 3 tribulations. What qualifications does he have to compete with our genius disciples? I think he's here to embarrass himself. This kind of trash doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Only by beating him up will he be obvious. Big brother Yang Zhong, I'll beat him up too. I'm getting angry just by looking at him. For a moment, Chongli Palace was in an uproar. Moreover, the elders of the Yang clan didn't stop them. In fact, even Yang Dingtian wanted to try and guess Long Chen's identity from Long Chen's actions. He didn't see how Long Chen defeated Qin Shi and Xueqi. A group of people headed out of Chongli Palace in a grandiose manner. Yang Dingtian and the rest exchanged glances and smiled knowingly, as though their plan had succeeded. This kid really knows how to slap people's faces. The 3 of us have never been humiliated like today. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Motherfucker, if he wasn't from the true martial emperor palace, I would have beaten him up. Yang Batian said coldly. Do you guys think Yang Zhong has a chance of winning? Yang Motian, who had been silent at the side, asked. Of course, Yang Zhong is a disciple that I have personally taught. His cultivation is not bad, and he is expected to break through to the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm in the future and become the pillar of my family. That boy named Long Chen, who has the mysterious Een devil body, is only at the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm, Yang Batian said. Not necessarily. Let's just wait and see. After all, he did defeat Xueqi and Qin Shi. I just don't know how he did it. With his background, it's normal for him to have some life-saving means, Yang Dingtian said calmly. As they spoke, they walked out of Long Chen Hall. Below them, Long Chen and Yang Zhong were already facing each other in the encirclement of the disciples. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were not far from Long Chen. Of course, they admired Long Chen. Since Long Chen had issued a challenge, there was no reason for him to lose. It was just another slap in Yang Dingtian's face. At this time, Yang Dingtian came out, and everyone looked at him. The real battle had to wait for Yang Dingtian to start. Yang Dingtian was not as angry as everyone thought he would be. He smiled and said, Anyway, you have the blood of the Yang family in you, so you can be considered as members of the Yang family. This is a fight between disciples of the Yang family. You two should control your strength well, otherwise, I won't be polite. Everyone was a little uncomfortable when they heard this. Long Chen was not a disciple of the Yang family at all. Yang Dingtian was afraid of Long Chen's background. If he did not fight Long Chen, the disciples of the Yang family would fight him. Of course, this was Yang Dingtian's purpose. After Long Chen's words, Yang Zhong had long been blinded by hatred. At this time, it could be said that he carried the anger of too many people. He had to beat Long Chen hard so that everyone would feel comfortable. With so many people's hopes on his back, Yang Zhong did not feel any pressure. Instead, he was already burning with anger. Everyone dispersed, leaving enough space for Long Chen and Yang Zhong to fight. Huff! Black smoke rose from Yang Zhong's body. This smoke condensed the phantom of the dragon sacrificial continent behind him. Most of it was blurry, and the 3 emperor domains seemed to be just a small part of it. When the earthly Dharma idol appeared, the will of the world descended on Yang Zhong's body, making him look like a giant between heaven and earth. Some martial artists whose cultivation had not reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm felt an incomparably huge pressure. They retreated one after another and operated their divine origin to resist this terrifying willpower. In their eyes, Long Chen, who bore the brunt of this willpower, should be stunned by this willpower, and there would be no need for him to fight. However, to their surprise, not only did Long Chen not retreat, but he also had a relaxed smile on his face. His aura instantly changed from weak to disdainful. The invincible will of the dragon was not much weaker than the power of Yang Zhong's fusion with the will of the world. The pressure of the god martial soul had no effect on Long Chen. At the same time, an incomparably domineering scarlet blood desolation appeared in Long Chen's hand. The sharp halberd was pointed at Yang Zhong, and Long Chen's eyes were full of contempt. "I only need one move to finish you off." Immediately after, Long Chen said something that made everyone feel that he was simply insanely arrogant. Yang Zhong roared. His blood was once again ignited by Long Chen's words. Looking at Long Chen's weapon, Yang Dingtian and the others frowned. "It's definitely a weapon that surpasses the 8th grade divine grade. What kind of status does this kid have in the Emperor Palace? He's able to wield a weapon of this level at such a young age." The 3 overlords of the Yang family were a little shocked at this moment. At this moment, Yang Zhong couldn't bear it anymore, and the battle was about to start. Heaven and Earth demonic formation. Infinite strangulation. He threw out a punch, which turned out to be a complex black formation, which instantly hovered above Long Chen. In an instant, countless black airflows gushed down and turned into cold venomous snakes, which densely packed and dashed towards Long Chen. The will of heaven and earth was contained in this attack. Generally, martial artists below the 7th level of the divine martial realm would definitely be defeated by such an attack. But for Long Chen, it was simply a piece of cake. Using this level of attack to deal with me. With a chuckle, Long Chen moved his feet, and with a speed that was equivalent to that of a martial artist at the 8th level of the divine martial realm, he instantly escaped from his opponent's heaven-earth demon formation. To deal with Yang Zhong, he had to end the battle quickly, so that he could take the disciples of the Yang family down a notch. Long Chen was already looking forward to seeing their dull eyes. At this moment, Long Chen, who had just escaped from Yang Zhong's heaven-earth demon formation, raised the scarlet blood desolation high in the air. He had just studied the 3rd level of the 9 dragon scripture for a whole night, and at this moment, he displayed it without hesitation. Mysterious blue fire dragon. A blue dragon shadow, burning with towering flames, appeared on Long Chen's body. Ice armor azure sea dragon. A blue dragon shadow shrouded in a blue icy mist swirled together with the mysterious sky jade fire dragon. 9 heavens wind dragon. Finally, a green dragon silhouette appeared behind Long Chen, shrouded in formless gales. It was impossible to see it at all. The scarlet blood desolation, which was condensed with the power of 3 divine dragons, suddenly slashed down. The power of the divine dragons converged in the 3rd level of the 9 dragon scripture, and a terrifying power suddenly burst out, instantly exceeding the limit that a martial artist who had just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm could display. Moreover, in the 3rd level of the 9 dragon scripture, there was another new thing, and that was Long Chen's will of dragon. The will of dragon, combined with the 9 dragon scripture, created a double attack of physical and will power, which was the most powerful move that Long Chen had ever displayed. How is this possible? It could be said that Yang Zhong was petrified. His first move was a killing move, and it was so terrifying. When he saw the unavoidable halberd and the attacks of the 3 divine dragons coming towards him, the only thing he could do was to use his strongest move as well. However, under the 3rd stage of the 9 dragon scripture, although his moves were similar to those of Xueqi and the others, they were instantly destroyed by the 9 dragon scripture. No! Yang Zhong screamed in pain, stunned. At the last moment, Long Chen reversed the halberd, and the power of the 9 dragon scripture shifted, directly destroying a hall that was the size of one of the 3 people from Chongli Hall. It turned into smoke and dust, and fell to the ground with a rumble. At this moment, the scarlet blood desolation was only 10 centimeters away from the tip of Yang Zhong's nose. Long Chen retrieved the scarlet blood eternal desolation. He had not expected that he would be able to execute the 3rd tier so soon. As his strength increased, so did the might of the 9 dragon scripture. Although it was only the 3rd tier, when executed, even an ordinary grade 8 divine skill would not be able to block it. From the start to the end of the battle, it took less than 10 breaths of time. When Long Chen put away the scarlet blood desolation sword, everyone was still looking at the stunned and pale Yang Zhong. Their minds went blank. "Thank you for letting me win, genius of the Yang clan." Long Chen chuckled and waved at Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai. In a short time, the 3 of them disappeared from the crowd's sight, returning to the Wisteria Park. After they left, there was an uproar among the crowd. The expression on everyone's face could only be described as twisted. I must have seen wrongly just now. Am I dreaming? How can this Long Chen be so strong? Originally, they wanted to beat up Long Chen to vent their anger, but Long Chen had used a tyrannical method to defeat Yang Zhong in an instant, so they did not dare to vent their anger. For a moment, everyone felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Yang Zhong, who was in the crowd, collapsed to the ground with his hands powerlessly. Then, he knelt on the ground with a miserable expression. Just now, he was indeed at the brink of death. Yang Dingtian and the other two looked at Long Chen's disappearing figure with gloomy eyes. Such a terrifying combat skill is obviously not simple. It might even be higher than 8th grade. Who exactly is this Long Chen's father? Yang Dingtian's mind was in a mess. The two people beside him were also shocked, asking the same question. Chapter 1197. Yang Dingtian nodded, and then he said in a clear voice, "Victory and defeat are common in battles, and there's always someone stronger than you. Even though our Yang clan is the #1 clan in the Dark Een Devil territory, it's precisely because of this that everyone can't slack off. On the path of cultivation, one who doesn't advance will fall behind. Everyone has seen the lesson today, so everyone must work even harder, and let me, Yang Dingtian, see the day when all of you can hold your heads high." These words stirred the hearts of the heroes. That's right. The disciples of the Yang family were living too comfortably. Therefore, Yang Dingtian took this opportunity to wake them up. Everyone has to wash away their humiliation by themselves. Don't expect the clan to do anything for you. Do you understand? Yang Dingtian added. Understood. Everyone regained their fighting spirit and were eager to try. With Yang Dingtian's words, those people who wanted to wash away their humiliation would definitely make Long Chen's life very difficult in the future. Yang Zhong, who was usually surrounded by people, was now kneeling on the ground. Nobody cared about him. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, he called for the crowd to disperse. The three overlords returned to the empty Chongli Palace and started to discuss. Yang Batian was the first to ask, "Big brother, these three fellows are so arrogant. Although that kid called Long Chen definitely has an extraordinary identity, are we really going to let them continue to be so arrogant? Our Grand Yang family actually doesn't even have the ability to restrain them?" Yang Dingtian's eyes were gloomy. "I have to consider more than you guys. The battle for the World King position is about to start. If that kid knows about Yang Lingqing, he won't let it go. It'll be troublesome if his clansmen are attracted. So we can only let him cause trouble here." Yang Motian said unhappily, "To be honest, I really can't control myself today." Yang Dingtian said, "Bear with it." Who asked him to have 2 experts at the 9th level of the divine martial realm as his subordinates? The three were helpless. Heavenly Ancestor was able to successfully fuse with the great Een Devil physique. This matter is too important to our Yang clan. We absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes. Now that the Li clan is dead, no one can interfere with this matter. For now, we have to endure as much as we can. When Heavenly Ancestor becomes the World Emperor again, even the true Martial Emperor Palace won't be able to stop him. The three looked at each other and made a decision. Dingtian. Suddenly, a voice rang in their ears. Ancestor Luan. The three of them hurriedly bowed respectfully. Although the other party did not come, his voice could be heard by the three of them. His identity was self-evident. They were called Patriarchs Luan. The person who spoke was one of the 2 Nirvana Tribulation youths of the Yang family. That young man does indeed have the bloodline of my Yang clan. However, it was devoured by another bloodline. Today, I saw him using a halberd. In my impression, that halberd was used by the Dragon Martial Emperor Palace. Moreover, from the aura he was concealing, I think that this young man might be a true Martial Emperor Palace's Dragon Martial expert, Dragon Warrior. Yang Dingtian and the other 2 were dumbfounded. They understood what it meant to be a dragon martial artist. If Long Chen was really a dragon martial artist, then the reason why he had such a high status in the Imperial Palace was obvious. Only dragon martial artists could enjoy such treatment. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has Wang Chen, who is the pride of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This Long Chen is still young and may become someone like Wang Chen in the future. The Emperor Palace will definitely treat him as a treasure. So, no matter what, don't provoke him. Let him cause trouble. Ancestor Luan said. What if he disturbs Heavenly Ancestor's plan? Yang Dingtian asked. From their conversation, the so-called Heavenly Ancestor should be the Yang clan's recently deceased world emperor. No matter how great his potential is, he's still just a youth. Let him do as he pleases. What trouble can he cause? After the Heavenly Ancestor succeeds, I'll send them back to the true martial emperor palace. You guys can just close one eye. Yes, Ancestor Luan. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Dragon martial artist. Almost every dragon martial artist was a proud son of heaven. Although it was only Ancestor Luan's guess, if it was true, this Long Chen really couldn't be offended unless Heavenly Ancestor used the Great Een Devil Body to return to his previous state. The Yang clan's peak lineup was a world emperor and 2 world kings. Long Chen and the others didn't know that there was such a conversation in Chongli Hall. At this time, he had already returned to the Wisteria court. Nangong Lai stretched and looked at Long Chen approvingly. Today was really cool. That's right, this is how it should be. Only then will this bunch of grandsons be convinced. Han Yunxing's expression wasn't relaxed. He frowned and said, if I'm not wrong, your sister Yang Lingqing is close to being hit by the Soul Fusion Dao. Moreover, the other party's identity is obvious. He is the Yang clan's world emperor who was killed by the Nirvana Tribulation. The so-called Nirvana Tribulation is only a rumor. I think he abandoned his body in advance and then used the Soul Fusion Dao to succeed. It's actually him. Long Chen wasn't relaxed either. Han Yunxing's analysis was correct. Yang Dingtian was so protective of Yang Lingqing, and even used a genius physique in the family as a host. Only the former world emperor could make the higher-ups of the Yang clan abandon Yang Lingqing. In other words, if the world emperor's old ancestor was as strong as Yang Lingqing's body, in addition to his terrifying martial arts comprehension, the supreme Een demon realm would probably give birth to an expert comparable to the world lord in a few thousand years. In this way it would be even more difficult to deal with. Long Chen could only stay here and bully the young disciples of the Yang clan. In reality, he had no clue at all. There was a very important question that he didn't know yet. So he asked, you too. Is there any solution to the Soul Fusion Dao to drive that person away from my sister's body? This question was difficult for Han Yunxing to answer. He shook his head and said, we don't know anything about this at the moment. Basically, we haven't heard of any way to save her. But don't be discouraged. There must be a solution. There is a lot of information in my divine kingdom. I'll look through it these few days to see if there are any successful examples. Nangong Lai also said, the success rate of the Soul Fusion Dao isn't high. Even if it succeeds, no one can save her or think of a way to save her. So there shouldn't be any method that has been circulated so far, but let old Han look for it first. Is it that troublesome? Long Chen frowned deeply. No matter what, his sister was. Long Chen clenched his fists. No matter what, he would make the Yang clan pay the price. Thinking of Yang Lingqing, this tenacious girl, her body could only be hers. If someone else took it, it would be so unfair and miserable for her. Long Chen definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. At this moment, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai looked at each other. Han Yunxing said, looking at the situation today, we will have to fight with the experts of the Yang clan sooner or later. Maybe your father predicted that we would meet you. You gave us a very magical thing. What is it? Long Chen's eyes lit up when he heard the news. Because they were in the Yang clan, Han Yunxing didn't take out the thing he had mentioned publicly. Instead, he let Nangong Lai and Long Chen enter his divine kingdom. In Han Yunxing's divine kingdom, the sky was filled with bright stars and there was only a quiet wooden hut on the empty ground. At this moment, Long Chen, Nangong Lai, and Han Yunxing's phantoms were standing in this wooden hut. Long Chen had been here before. Han Yunxing said, I can only say that this thing is beyond common sense. It's close to the means of a god. As he spoke, he took out a triangular jade pendant out of nowhere. It was a blood-red jade pendant that looked a little strange. There was a small hole in each triangle. Placing it in Long Chen's hands, Han Yunxing said, your father is magical and omnipotent. He told us that this is called the soul-revolving Saint Jade. What does it do? Long Chen excitedly caressed the cold object. Although it was a cold jade pendant, to Long Chen, it was incomparably warm. This was something that his father had once held. Long Chen had no idea what kind of person that man was or what his identity was. However, he was eager to know. Nangong Lai said strangely, actually, we haven't tried it either. We also find it incredible. Your father said that if you get the soul-revolving Saint Jade, as long as we are within 50 kilometers of you, we will come to your side as long as you summon us. Of course, this is just a small function. Another more magical function is that the soul-revolving Saint Jade can transfer my and Old Han's power to you. Simply put, you will magically have the combined power and domain of Old Han and me, as well as the combat skills we are familiar with. At that time, your fighting capacity will exceed the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm, and you can even fight against warriors of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. What? How is that possible? If Nangong Lai hadn't said it in a sincere tone, Long Chen would have thought that he was joking. What he said was too incredible. Nangong is right. When we heard your father say that, we also thought that he was joking. After all, no magic treasure can do something that defies common sense. However, I feel that your father would not lie to us. As for whether it's true or not, you can give it a try. See if you can summon Nangong and me to your side, said Han Yunqing. That was a good idea. In any case, if Long Chen didn't try it himself, it would be hard for him to believe that such a magical thing existed. Physical body, martial arts, divine spirit, comprehension, combat skills, and so on could all be combined through this soul-revolving Saint Jade. How heaven-defying would that be? Chapter 1198. Long Chen nodded. He did not know how to use the soul-revolving Sage Jade. At this moment, he silently stroked the cold jade pendant. Did the triangle represent the three of them? In the end, the three of them would fuse into Long Chen's body. This meant that Long Qinglan's item was actually prepared for Long Chen. As he stroked the item, a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Suddenly feeling a stabbing pain in his palm, Long Chen hurriedly opened his palm. The soul-revolving Sage Jade actually fused into his palm, forming a blood-colored triangular jade pattern on it. At this moment, the jade was emitting a red magical light. In Long Chen's mind, some vague information appeared. According to this information, he used his spirit essence to stimulate the soul-revolving Saint Jade. Unexpectedly, a mystical thing happened. When his palm lit up, a blood-colored halo of an array formation also appeared on Nangong Lai's body. With a flash, Nangong Lai appeared on Long Chen's right hand. The three of them gasped. It really works. What a magical item. I've lived for thousands of years, but I still don't understand why such a thing exists. Han Yunqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. As long as it works. If this thing is used well, it may become our final trump card. Remember not to use it under normal circumstances. Nangong Lai warned. I understand. Long Chen looked calm, but he was extremely excited inside. Other than the mysterious dragon jade and the ancient blood spiritual dragon's inheritance essence blood, the soul-revolving Sage Jade should be the third gift from Long Qinglan. Long Chen stroked the pattern on his palm, feeling touched. A good man should do something. Father, I won't let you down. I know that when I become truly strong, you will tell me where you came from and why you did all this. This was also a huge motivation for Long Chen's cultivation. Han Yunqing said, let's put the matter of the soul-revolving Sage Jade aside for now. There is one more thing that we need to pay attention to. What? Long Chen retracted his palm and asked. Han Yunqing said, your 9-dragon scripture is indeed a rare divine skill. As your level increases, it will become more and more powerful. In the end, it will surpass the level 9 divine skill. However, this combat skill will make others suspect that you are a dragon warrior. For the time being, it is not very beneficial to you. In the future, it is better to use this 9-dragon scripture less and treat it as a trump card. But other than the 9-dragon scripture, the other battle skills. As Long Chen spoke to that point, Nangong Lai smiled. He patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, are you afraid of lacking battle skills by our side? Even if you can learn a grade 9 god skill, you won't have enough divine energy to use. However, we have quite a few grade 8 god skills here. Before coming here, I've already specially prepared one for you. When your cultivation reaches the extremity of martial arts, I'll give it to you. Long Chen smiled. He knew that Nangong Lai had prepared it for him. It was definitely a combat skill that was very suitable for Long Chen. After a while, Nangong Lai took out a white jade slip and said, basically, All the battle skills of the Martial Emperor Palace are in this jade slip. As long as you hold this and immerse your mind into it, you will be able to see the contents of the jade slip. However, let me explain this 8th grade battle skill to you first. This is Nangong Lai's trump card. He has studied it for dozens of years. With him teaching you and your comprehension, it will be easy for you to master it, Han Yunqing said casually. Yes. Long Chen nodded. He also knew that he was indeed lacking a battle skill. His speed and physical body had already reached the 8th level of the divine martial realm. The only shortcoming was that the battle skill was too monotonous. There were no changes, only the 9 dragons scripture. At this time, Nangong Lai solemnly said, "The name of this 8th grade divine skill is the 24 War Spear." The name sounds a bit monotonous and old-fashioned, but in the true martial imperial domain, it's actually very famous because it's the essence of close combat skills. 24 War Spear. Long Chen fell into deep thought. The so-called battle skill was similar to the killing skill. This is what old Han is good at. Nangong love close combat techniques the most. This is the most exciting and craziest kind of battle. In close combat, the stronger one's body and the more tenacious one's spirit will win. Your body is also strong, and the 9 dragon scripture is already the pinnacle of long-distance combat techniques. Therefore, you lack an indomitable fighting technique. This kind of close combat technique is very risky, but it is also the most frightening to the enemy. Nangong Shao smiled and said, "That's right. It's the 9 dragon scripture. The essence of the 24 War Spear is the word war. There are a total of 24 moves, one after another until the enemy is completely killed. The 24 moves are like a tidal wave, one wave after another. Each move can be used to the maximum, and each move is a perfect sneak attack. The stronger a martial artist is, the more terrifying the might of the 24 War Spear will be. I cultivate the War Dao, and this 24 War Spear will allow you to comprehend the true meaning of battle." After listening to Nangong Lai's explanation in one breath, Long Chen almost had an idea in his mind. Long Chen was determined to learn the 24 War Spear. Indeed, the 24 War Spear was a combat skill that Long Chen desperately needed now. With his physical strength and terrifying speed, if he used it well, he might be able to surpass the power of the 9 dragon scripture. This 24 War Spear was created by a martial Dao master tens of thousands of years ago, a Nirvana tribulation powerhouse, Yi Zhanye. Each move is full of fighting spirit, and it can even subdue the enemy without fighting. The specific extent to which you can use it depends on your temperament. Long Chen noted down everything he said. The 24 War Spear's moves are stronger than the one before. They are the broken wrist, cut throat, sweeping hull, stabbing heart, cutting waist, dismembering corpse, storm, shower, sky thunder and so on. There are a total of 24 moves. First, of course, you should start with the broken wrist. Take some time to look at the previous contents, and then I will show you one by one. Long Chen nodded, sat cross-legged, and began to ponder the contents of the 24 War Spear. Time passed quickly. In the following time, it was obvious that Yang Lingqing would not come out so soon. Long Chen devoted himself to the practice of the 24 War Spear. With Nangong Lai's guidance, the 24 War Spear was not a problem. However, a truly mature combat skill still needed to be tested in battle. What Long Chen needed was a real battle, not Nangong Lai's sparring partner. Although Nangong Lai's sparring partner could let him hone a lot, he always felt that something was missing. It had to be said that Nangong Lai picked out the 24 War Spear for Long Chen because this thing was too suitable for him. An 8th grade divine skill had very high requirements for speed and physical strength. It required a huge explosive force, and the explosive force of the physical body was faster than the divine essence. And these conditions were just right for Long Chen. Any battle skill had a will that belonged to it. For example, the battle will of the 24 War Spear. It was unyielding and unforgiving. It would not rest until it killed its opponent. Long Chen's will was a perfect match for this battle will. In the wisteria garden, Long Chen closed his eyes, and the 24 War Spear was displayed in his hands one by one. Stabbing heart, storm spear, every move was a killing move. It looked simple, but there was a hidden killing move within the killing move, and it was closely linked until it killed the opponent. Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai stood at the side and watched Long Chen display it. They kept nodding. Because they were in Sun Moon City, Long Chen did not use a lot of strength to display it. But with the existence of that will, when he truly displayed it, it could be considered to be a small success. To truly make this 24 war spear his own combat skill, he still needs a period of practice. Only then can it be considered to have reached the great accomplishment, Han Yunqing said. Nan Gonglai also said, yes, his true Tao is the Tao of massacre. It is more ruthless and cold. I believe that if the 24 war spear is displayed using his Tao, it will have an even more exciting performance. Both of them were very impressed by Long Chen's talent. Now, it could be said that in the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, there was basically no one who could compare to Long Chen in terms of talent and physique, unless it was Wang Chen, who was also a dragon warrior, or Lingxi. For some reason, Lingxi's cultivation had increased explosively. After about 10 days or so, Long Chen stopped cultivating. Sparring partners cannot give you the feeling that they are truly going to kill you. If you want to master this combat technique, you will need to fight them for real. We have been keeping a low profile for 10 days now. It's time for us to go out and look for some trouble, Nan Gonglai said with a smile. While Long Chen and the others were thinking about this, a pair of young people returned to the Yang family. Yang Zhong, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately found them. Looking at the man who looked similar to him, Yang Zhong immediately told him everything that had happened during this time. Big brother, sister-in-law, you can't imagine how arrogant this kid is. He doesn't even give face to the family leader. During this time, we have been secretly plotting how to teach this kid a lesson. Unfortunately, he has 2 experts by his side. Although they are experts, they are just prisoners of the Yang family. The man's eyes were as sharp as a sword. He looked at his sexy and charming wife next to him and said, there is actually such a person. Although he is Ling Qing's brother, he can't be so arrogant in the Yang family. If we don't teach him a lesson, where will the face of the Yang family's disciples go? The woman next to him rolled her eyes and said, husband, I have a way to make you get into big trouble. Make him become a street rat and everyone will curse him. Make him unable to stay in the Yang family, and even make him die. Looking at his seductive wife, the man was very satisfied and said, quickly tell us what you want to do. We will do our best to cooperate with you. The woman smiled sweetly and said, please listen to me. Chapter 1199. Because he was completely immersed in practicing and familiarizing himself with the 24 war spear, Long Chen basically didn't go out during this time. With Nan Gonglai's guidance, he naturally improved by leaps and bounds. What he lacked now was the tempering of actual combat. Only by tempering himself in actual combat with opponents time and time again would he be able to truly develop a combat skill that belonged to him and display even more terrifying combat power. Once he reached the extreme realm of martial arts, he would begin to form his own combat style. Right now, Long Chen was very famous in the Yang family. On one hand, it was because of his high-ranking identity and his 2 abnormally strong subordinates. On the other hand, although he was young, his combat power was amazing. Among the younger generation, other than Yang Lingqing, the strongest disciple, Yang Zhong, had lost to Long Chen without any suspense. Moreover, Long Chen's arrogance had provoked the anger of the Yang family disciples. Long Chen knew this very well. Every day, when he was practicing in the wisteria garden, there would be countless disciples of the Yang family secretly observing Long Chen's movements. Everyone's face was filled with eagerness, as if they couldn't wait to rush in and kill Long Chen on the spot. Of course, because of the existence of wine addict and martial addict, they didn't dare. Defeating Long Chen and washing away the shame of the Yang family disciples had become something that every disciple of the Yang family wished to do. They were born in a family that they were proud of, and they couldn't allow others to bully them. Coincidentally, when he was practicing the 24 war spear to the final stage, Long Chen needed actual combat, the kind where his opponent would fight with all their might. When he fought with Nan Gonglai, he was very familiar with the 24 war spear, and he knew which move Long Chen used. Therefore, on Nan Gonglai, Long Chen temporarily couldn't find the carefree and courageous spirit to use the 24 war spear. Finally, on this day, Yang Zhong came to find him. Loser, you're here to embarrass yourself again. Long Chen put away the halberd in his hand and smiled at Yang Zhong, who had a cold expression on his face. At this time, he was practicing the 24 war spear in the courtyard of the wisteria garden. Yang Zhong was furious, but he quickly concealed it. He tried his best to calm himself down and said, "My brother wants to see you. Don't worry, he just wants to discuss martial arts with you. Do you dare to go?" As he spoke, he looked at Long Chen provocatively. "I'm a guest. If he wants to see me, ask him to roll over here. Long Chen spread his hands and said with a smile. Yang Zhong's expression turned ugly as he looked at Long Chen with disdain and said, I thought you had a lot of courage, but it turns out you're just a coward. The person my Yang family's disciples want to defeat is actually a coward. How ridiculous can this be? After saying that, he really turned around and left. Wait. Long Chen stopped him. When Yang Zhong turned around, Long Chen smiled brightly and said, Who said I'm a coward? Your brother, right? If you, Yang Zhong, are like this, it seems that your brother is just as. Since he wants to see me and is acting like a big shot in front of me, then I'll let him see me. This kid finally took the bait. Yang Zhong was delighted and felt proud of his cleverness. Long Chen had nothing to worry about. With the soul-revolving sacred jade, he could summon Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing to his side when there was real danger. In this way, he followed Yang Zhong and circled around the huge Yang family. With the soul eye technique, he could see the movements of the people within 2 to 3 miles. Many Yang family disciples were following him. This time, what trick does Yang Zhong want to use to deal with me? Long Chen was very curious. Following him around in circles, Yang Kai soon entered one of the courtyards. This area should be the residence of the Yang family's younger generation cultivators, and to be able to have such an independent courtyard, it was obvious that their status in the Yang family was not low. From the moment Long Chen walked in, many people were peeping at him. Yang Zhong led Long Chen into a magnificent hall. The hall was empty. He randomly found a place for Long Chen to sit down and said, You sit here, I'll go inform my elder brother. He'll be here in a while. After saying that, he actually left Long Chen here and swaggered away. After waiting for him to leave, Long Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sarcastic smile. I'd like to see what trick he's going to use to deal with me. What Long Chen was best at was beating people at their own game. Less than 10 breaths after Yang Zhong left, within the range of Long Chen's soul pupil technique, a woman came in from the back door of the hall and met with Long Chen. Long Chen looked up and saw a petite but seductive woman. Her chest was towering, her waist was very slender, and her buttocks were big and perky. Her pair of watery eyes were looking at Long Chen, and her pink tongue was gently licking her lips, causing one's imagination to run wild. Such a woman was really a seductress. Perhaps just a glance at her would be enough to arouse the reaction of a normal man. In particular, at this time, she was wearing revealing clothes. Her body seemed to be only covered with a layer of black gauze. Her pink skin was exposed under the black gauze, especially the outline of her chest, which was almost exposed in front of Long Chen's eyes. It could only be described as tender and delicious. A pair of fair and round legs, not covered by any clothes, swayed in front of Long Chen, exuding an astonishing temptation. Such a woman looked at Long Chen with a teasing look, swaying her devilish figure as she gently walked in front of Long Chen. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance of a young married woman assailed his nose. This woman clearly wasn't a young girl, but she had an unimaginable smell. Of course, this didn't affect Long Chen at all. He was pondering what this woman's trap was. Now that he saw it, he suddenly understood that it was beauty. You're Yang Chen, right? I've heard of you. A great character from the true martial emperor palace with extraordinary strength. You're also the elder brother of my Yang clan's genius disciple, Yang Lingqing. The woman licked her lips and swayed in front of Long Chen, swaying gracefully. She had completely displayed the curves and softness of a woman in front of Long Chen. Long Chen laughed and gently pushed her away. He had already sensed that there were many people surrounding the hall, waiting for Long Chen to fall into the trap. Is that your goal? First, you'll seduce me, and then when I'm tempted, I'll make a move on you. Then the people outside will rush in and use me as an excuse to teach me a lesson in this grand hall, so that I won't be able to say anything. Hearing Long Chen's words, the woman was startled at first, but then she reacted. She, who was still seducing Long Chen, had a drastic change in her expression. Coldness climbed up her cheeks, replacing her previous seductive and gentle expression. She didn't expect Long Chen to be so smart. At this moment she coldly said, "So what if you know? You still fell into the trap." After saying that, she actually stripped off her clothes and prepared to scream. Even if Long Chen didn't touch her, she could create the illusion that Long Chen had already violated her. At this moment, with lightning speed, Long Chen instantly pulled her amazing figure into his arms, stretched out his Lushan claws, and pinched her erect jade peaks before she could react. It was soft and surprisingly elastic. He squeezed hard, causing her beautiful face to pale in pain. Your figure is not bad. You want me to suffer in silence? Dream on. No matter what, I have to take advantage of you. Long Chen laughed loudly, his hands directly reaching into the depths of the woman's clothes. The domineering force made the woman who was about to resist blush and moan endlessly. Let me go. The woman was finally afraid of Long Chen. Seeing that everything was under Long Chen's control, she suddenly felt that there was a possibility of failure today. At this moment, a group of people outside was rushing in. At a glance, they saw Long Chen's hand moving casually on the woman's chest. In an instant, the leader's eyes turned red. He had asked his wife to seduce Long Chen, but at most, it was just a fake seduction. Who would have thought that Long Chen would actually make a move on her? The place that originally belonged to him was now in the hands of another man. Even his wife was weak and didn't resist. The leader, who was also Yang Zhong's brother, suddenly felt his mind go blank. Long Chen wasn't interested in this woman. He just wanted to get back what he had lost. At this time, he pushed the woman in his arms away and fiercely spanked her perky buttocks. With a pop sound, everyone heard the indecent sound. The woman let out a hearty cry of pain and fell into the arms of the leader. At this time, Long Chen had already stood up. His whole body's aura changed from the frivolous debauchee of a moment ago to a cold and murderous aura. You! The leader was confused at first. Things were a little different from what he had imagined, but the result was the same. That was, they saw with their own eyes that Long Chen had molested his wife. Good Yang Chen, I, Yang Tong, thought you were a man, so I invited you to come here to exchange martial arts. I didn't expect you to be such a wretched villain. While I was away, you even molested my wife. Such a cruel and unscrupulous pervert. I, Yang Tong, will take your life today. As soon as Yang Tong spoke, the others followed the lines they had memorized and insulted him. Yes, I saw him as a gentleman, but I didn't expect him to be so insane. He turned out to be a pervert who dared to touch our sister-in-law. He really doesn't want to live anymore. You, Yang Chen, have a strong background. No matter how arrogant you are, we will tolerate you. But today, you actually dared to touch a woman of our Yang family. If we hadn't appeared in time, it would have been a tragedy. The woman of our Yang family would have been defiled by you. Brothers, we must never let this pervert go. For a time, the curses were overwhelming. Chapter 1200. This man called Yang Tong was already over 100 years old. His cultivation was the same as his younger brother, just at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. However, even if they were in the same realm, there was still a difference in strength. At this time, among the people present, the strongest was Yang Tong, as well as Yang Zhong, who was leading the way for Long Chen. The reason why Long Chen was able to suppress Yang Zhong so quickly was mainly because the 3rd layer of the 9 dragon scripture was too powerful, but at the same time, it also consumed a lot of energy. Basically, after using one move, Long Chen couldn't continue using it anymore, so he needed to quickly hone the 24 war spear. Lasting and powerful fighting power was the way of the king. For now, it was enough to use the 9 dragon scripture as a killing move. Long Chen's previous contemptuous words made Yang Tong and the others even angrier. They were originally planning to put on a show, and then the two brothers would seize this opportunity to besiege Long Chen and teach him a lesson. But now the situation was a bit different, because Long Chen had already seen through their plot and really went to molest Yang Tong's wife. At this time the woman in Long Chen's embrace ran to Yang Tong's side, crying, her face twisted, she cried, Yang Tong, he touched me, and even talked nonsense, ruining my reputation. If you don't teach him a lesson, then you are not a man. Yang Tong suddenly felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He shielded his wife behind him, exchanged glances with Yang Zhong, and then approached Long Chen. The pressure formed by their siege was similar to when Xueqi and Qin Shi joined hands to deal with Long Chen. Undoubtedly, it gave Long Chen a huge pressure. However, the current Long Chen was different from before, because not only did he cultivate the 3rd layer of the 9 dragon scripture, he also cultivated the 24 war spear. The opportunity that Long Chen was looking forward to hone the 24 war spear had finally arrived. He clearly knew that this was the opponent's trap, but he still fell for it. It was purely because he wanted to use a real battle to hone the 24 war spear. When Yang Tong and Long Chen surrounded Xiao Chen, the others scattered and watched nervously. At this moment, A scarlet blood eternal desolation appeared in Long Chen's hand. Although it was a spear, Long Chen did not transform it into a spear. This was because he found that using the 24 war spears or halberds was more suitable. At the same time, because of the halberd, Long Chen was able to grasp his own flavor from the 24 war spears. Rip! The scarlet blood heavenly desolation cut through the air and appeared before the two. The three of them looked at each other coldly and instantly made their move. Big Brother, the innate fiend demon imprisoning array. When they first attacked, Yang Zhong gave Yang Tong a meaningful glance. They had already guessed how to deal with Long Chen, so they immediately used their killer moves. In front of our Yang clan's two-person joint attack technique, the demon imprisoning formation, Yang Chen's combat power will definitely be greatly reduced. Under the restraint of the demon imprisoning formation, the two brothers are really smart to know how to deal with this kid. Our Yang clan's famous demon imprisoning formation is even more powerful than ordinary domains. Vaguely, Long Chen could hear the discussions of the disciples. He had no choice but to be vigilant against this two-person joint attack technique. Sure enough, these two disciples of the Yang clan were not easy to deal with. Being able to cultivate to this level meant that they were not weaklings. The last time Yang Zhong lost to Long Chen, it was purely because Long Chen's sudden eruption of the third level of the Nine Dragon Scripture was too powerful, and Yang Zhong was still underestimating Long Chen. One on the left and one on the right. The two quickly surrounded Long Chen. With the release of their hands, a dark green formation actually appeared in the middle of the encirclement. This formation had countless twisting snake-like black air currents. Under the control of the two, the snake-like black air currents twisted and turned. A total of thousands of them rushed out of the formation and swayed in the sky. Demon imprisoning formation. Bind. Yang Tong and Yang Zhong's eyes were cold as they made the same hand gesture. After a few changes, they controlled the output of divine energy. The demon imprisoning formation actually shrunk the encirclement, and countless vines moved towards Long Chen to bind him. Many people were directly bound by this demon imprisoning formation, which directly caused them to lose their combat power. This speed. Long Chen smiled in his heart. The tip of his foot stomped heavily, and his entire body suddenly shot out, turning into a golden lightning. Although the vines extended towards him, they still couldn't outrun his speed, allowing him to escape from the range of the demon imprisoning formation. In the face of absolute speed, although this kind of binding attack would cause a terrifying effect, it would be useless if it couldn't catch the target. So fast. Yang Zhong and Yang Tong were shocked, but they didn't panic. They instantly removed the demon imprisoning formation and moved towards Long Chen, one on the left and one on the right. Dark Ean's sword finger. The two joined together and instantly rushed in front of Long Chen, one on the left and one on the right. Countless sword lights erupted from their fingertips, and it was watertight, sealing off any possible escape route for Long Chen. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could only face them head-on. Of course, this was also what he was looking forward to. He had pondered over the 24 war spear countless times, and at this moment, he finally brandished it in his hands. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have changed. From a dodging sheep, he instantly turned into a wild wolf filled with murderous intent. The war spear was filled with ferocity and battle intent. Throat-cutting style. When the real battle started, Long Chen's indomitable momentum instantly broke the situation of the two joining forces. Under such circumstances, if he continued to fight with the two of them, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Therefore, Long Chen first targeted one person, and that was Yang Zhong, who he had defeated before. I think he still has a shadow in his heart. That throat-cutting style swept across Yang Zhong's neck, almost splitting him into two. Yang Zhong was shocked and quickly retreated. The dark Ean sword finger in his hand was still being used, trying to avoid Long Chen. However, it was useless. Long Chen seemed to completely ignore his attack, and similarly ignored Yang Tong's attack. He pressed forward with indomitable will. The question of life and death was no longer a consideration. When the real battle started, Long Chen was completely immersed in the true meaning of the 24 war spear. There was no defeat, only victory. Under the crazy attack of Long Chen, Yang Zhong retreated step by step. The dark Ean sword finger was dealt with by Long Chen, and Yang Tong, who was behind him, couldn't keep up with Long Chen's speed. Wrist-cutting style. Heart-stabbing style. Waist-cutting style. The 24 war spear strikes were continuous, and each strike was able to connect with the next, creating an endless cycle. At this moment, Long Chen was unleashing one strike after another. They were all close-range attacks, and they were incredibly ferocious. Yang Zhong was not proficient in close-range combat, so for a short period of time, he was in a sorry state. Law of Earth. In a panic, he could only use the Law of Earth to block Long Chen. But how could he know that the Law of Earth was useless against Long Chen? Big brother. At this critical moment, he could only call for Yang Tong, asking him to help. At this moment, Yang Tong was already behind Long Chen. Courting death. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't defending against him, Yang Tong excitedly rushed forward. Hundreds of Dark Een sword finger were aimed at Long Chen's back. If he was hit, Long Chen would be turned into a hornet's nest. At the last moment, Long Chen turned around and stabbed the halberd in his hand at a curved angle towards Yang Tong. At the same time, he evaded the countless Dark Een sword finger. His real target was Yang Tong at this moment. The back thrust was very fast. In this kind of close combat situation, it swept past Yang Tong's arm in an instant, chopping off one of his arms. When everyone saw blood splattering in the air, they were dumbfounded. Big brother. Yang Zhong's face turned pale. He originally wanted Yang Tong to help, but he didn't expect that he would fall into Long Chen's trap. In close combat, countless changes could happen in an instant. For Long Chen, this was reasonable. After chopping off one of Yang Tong's arms, Long Chen didn't hesitate and directly attacked Yang Tong, who was still in a daze. Storm style. Sky thunder style. Shower style. After 3 consecutive moves, under Long Chen's surging battle intent, Yang Zhong retreated step by step. In the end, Long Chen's halberd directly pierced into his lower abdomen. Immediately, blood spurted out. Long Chen pulled his hand back and Yang Zhong screamed and fell to the ground. A piece of his belly had been torn off by the halberd. Fortunately, both of them had the supreme golden body, so they could recover. However, with such injuries, they had obviously lost their fighting capacity. From the beginning of the battle to the end, not even 20 breaths of time had passed. In such a short period of time, 2 experts who had just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm had been injured. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They looked at the indifferent youngster who slowly put away his halberd. Next to him, 2 men were screaming in pain. Yang Tong. Brother Yang Tong. Brother Yang Zhong. The others came to their senses and surrounded them one after another. A warrior with the law of heaven and earth was the strongest, which represented the will of heaven and earth. However, in front of Long Chen's dragon will, the will of the law of earth could no longer be effective against him. Perhaps, only a warrior with the law of heaven could completely suppress him. The others could only help him hone the 24 war spear in the thrilling moments. The taste of battle was very refreshing. No wonder Nan Gonglai liked this feeling. He found that he also liked the feeling of being tense in close combat. Perhaps this was what a real warrior should be like. The 24 war spear was extremely mysterious. What Long Chen knew now was only a little bit. After all, every 8th grade divine skill was a wonderful thing. Looking back at the 2 defeated opponents who were looking at him with grief and indignation, Long Chen sneered, "If you have the guts to cause me trouble in the future, come to the Wisteria Park openly. I will take you on. Don't play any tricks. Don't suffer a double loss." After saying that, he turned around and left. "You hurt someone. You can't leave." The other Yang family little brothers angrily surrounded Long Chen, but when Long Chen looked back, they all retreated in fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. "So be it." Long Chen snapped his fingers and said, "I will set up an arena in the Wisteria Park. Anyone in the Yang family who has just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm can challenge me. I would like to see if there is anyone in the Yang family who has reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm can be my opponent, or if they are all idiots like you." After saying that, Long Chen left with a smile. His letter of challenge was spread throughout the Sun Moon City through the mouths of these disciples. The storm is coming. I have been away for half a year and I have caught a cold. I haven't been online these days. I have been taking medicine and injections. I think I have gastroenteritis. I have gone to the toilet 5 times today. I really can't write anymore. I hope you can understand. Although today is Chinese Valentine's Day, it is also the summer vacation. My wife and I are not together. Don't worry. Crazy went to celebrate Valentine's Day. I just have a stomachache, so I can only lie down and masturbate. I owe you 2 chapters today. I will pay you back in a few days when I get better. Some people may scold me. Most of them read free books, but I believe there will always be people who understand me. Chapter 1201. For Long Chen, there were so many experts in the Yang clan, so he had to make use of them. That was why he issued such a challenge. This kind of news spread very quickly in Sun Moon City. Not long after Long Chen returned, before he could speak to Han Yunxing and the others, there was already a commotion behind him. A group of people rushed into the wisteria garden. Uncle Han, can you help me guard the gate? Only those who have just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm can come in, one at a time, Long Chen said with a smile. Okay, Han Yunxing nodded and said. I didn't expect you to be able to think of such a method. Indeed, fighting with different people is very beneficial to your martial arts domain. At the same time, it can also completely integrate the 24 war spear into your martial arts, forming your own style and will, Nan Gonglai said with a sigh. As they spoke, they had already blocked in front of the crowd. The dozens of people in front of them were the young people who came after hearing Long Chen's provocation. None of them had reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm, so Han Yunxing waved his hand and drove them away. At the same time, he announced indifferently, only those who have just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm are qualified to enter, and only one at a time. If you are not convinced, find all the people at this level from the Yang clan. You are not qualified yet. Nan Gonglai said, You little brats, go home and drink milk. With your little strength, you are not even enough to clean up the mess of my young master. As long as the disciples of the Yang clan heard Long Chen's arrogant provocation, they all wanted to go in and teach Long Chen a lesson, but these two warriors were too strong. They couldn't do anything. Brothers and sisters, this Yang Chen is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. He can defeat Brother Yang Tong and Brother Yang Zhong, but there are hundreds of people at this level in the Yang clan, and there are many elders who are at the same level but have been practicing for many years. One of them can teach this guy a lesson. Yes, let's go find them. I remember the Eastern Demon Sword, Uncle Yang Kong. His Eastern Demon Sword technique is extremely terrifying. He once defeated 3 opponents of the same level as him. His comprehension of the way of the sword is at the 4th level. He's much stronger than a youngster like Big Brother Yang Zhong. Hurry and find him. That's right. There's also Uncle Yang Qian, who cultivates the sky-shattering seal. He's also very powerful. He has been training in the true martial imperial domain for thousands of years and has only recently returned to the clan. I heard that he has been fighting in the true martial imperial palace for many years. The number of people he has defeated in the same realm as him can't even be counted with 2 hands. Hearing this, most of the people dispersed in an uproar, waiting to teach Long Chen a lesson. Long Chen's provocation from their mouths gradually set off waves in the still Sun Moon City. Long Chen reckoned that those important people had already known about this matter, but they were unable to stop it, because the more they tried to stop it, the more they would lose face. Soon, an opponent of the same level arrived. There was no age limit for Long Chen's opponents this time. The strongest within 100 years of age was Yang Zhong and Su Zhe, who had already been killed by Long Chen. The people who came now were all above that age, and some had even cultivated for thousands of years. The first person to appear was someone of the same age as Yang Zhong's uncle. Han Yunxing and Su Zhe did not say much and directly let him in. The middle-aged martial artist was furious. As soon as he saw Long Chen, he flashed his fist. Brat, you're really brave. You think that no one in the Yang clan who has condensed the Earth Dharma body is your match? You're wrong. We, the elders, have cultivated martial arts and battle techniques over the years. You'll soon understand how ridiculous you are. Cut the crap. Make your move. Long Chen took out the scarlet blood sky desolation and pointed it at his opponent. His disdainful and decisive gaze made his opponent very angry. I'm reminding you out of goodwill. Dang. As he made his move, the battle was about to begin. Long Chen closed his eyes. Everything around him disappeared. The only thing left was the scarlet blood sky desolation in his hand and his opponent. He was completely immersed in the fighting spirit of the 24 war spear. He brandished the 24 war spear to its fullest. His attacks left his opponent with no room to fight back. About 15 minutes later, Long Chen slapped his opponent's waist with the cutting waist style. His opponent's chi and blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, The scarlet blood sky desolation in Long Chen's hand was already in front of his opponent's eyes. If Long Chen wanted to, he could have crushed his opponent's face just now. You've lost. Change to the next one, Long Chen said indifferently as he put away the scarlet blood sky desolation. There were already thousands of people in front of the Wisteria court. When they saw that their elder had been defeated, they started to make a ruckus. Everyone's expression was very ugly. Impossible. He was defeated so quickly. How could Yang Chen be so strong? The cultivator who was fighting with Long Chen struggled to look at Long Chen, but he still lowered his head helplessly. Long Chen was right. He had indeed been defeated. There was no use in struggling. Don't be too proud. I'm just an insignificant one in the Yang clan. You've established such a battlefield. The number of challenges you will face will frighten you. Don't look down on the Yang clan. Although you also have part of the Yang clan's blood flowing in your veins. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving an arrogant back to Long Chen. Next, Long Chen said expressionlessly. That arrogant attitude made the people outside turn red again. Most of the people who had not reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm were angry, but they could only swallow their anger. Who can go in and kill the bastard inside? The crowd started to clamor. The crowd was furious. I'll do it. Among the crowd, a skinny middle-aged man walked in. So it's Uncle Yang Kong, the East Devil Sword. He once defeated 3 cultivators at the same level as him. He can definitely deal with this guy. I didn't expect that he would be alarmed by this matter. With him here, I'll be absolutely relieved. At this time, Long Chen had already seen this middle-aged man. He indeed had a sharp aura of a sword cultivator, cold and bloodthirsty, which was similar to Long Chen's temperament. As soon as he walked in, a cold aura appeared in the Wisteria garden. A black long sword appeared in his hand. On the long sword, demonic chi rose, and a shrill sound came from it, disturbing people's minds. Obviously, this cultivator was indeed a strong one among the cultivators at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen had already heard the conversation of the people outside. You once defeated 3 opponents at the same level as you, but I only defeated 2. It seems that as long as I defeat you, I can break my own record. Long Chen was not frightened. Instead, he said in an extremely relaxed manner. Cut the crap. Watch my sword. Yang Kong attacked. This was a pure killing sword that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It didn't cost anything and only existed to kill people. It was indeed very good. Long Chen had already fully opened the true martial emperor spirit, because he had a hunch that this middle-aged man would be of great help to him. Martial arts and the 24 war spear were both things that Long Chen had to hone through a lot of battles. For a moment, the two of them were fighting crazily. The entire Wisteria garden was surrounded by a thick black fog and a blood-red fog. The people outside could not see what was happening at all. They only knew that the battle was very fierce. Every time the weapons clashed, there would be a tearing sound that made everyone's scalp go numb. Who on earth won and who lost? I don't know. But I can see that Uncle Yang Kang's momentum has already surpassed his opponent. It's absolutely no problem for him to fight. What's the use of momentum? This battle lasted for a full hour, showing just how intense it was. This was truly one of Long Chen's most intense battles to date. This Eastern Demon Sword truly did have the right to be arrogant. His every move was simple and ruthless, and he had already formed his own unique battle style. Long Chen had deliberately slowed down the speed of his battle with him, and from this, he had learned many things from him. Many of the areas that had been blocked up in the past suddenly became clear. The 24 war spear was also used from start to finish several times. Finally, in the end, Long Chen used his advantage in physical strength to directly crush his opponent and obtain the final victory. His body was strong, and his physical strength was still a huge advantage. At that time Yang Kong, who was in the devouring world of blood, would have exhausted his divine yuan. You let me win. Long Chen defeated Yang Kong in one move and put away his weapon. In terms of fighting, you did not beat me. You only beat me in terms of your body, Yang Kong said with some reluctance. As long as I win, that's fine. Even if my body is strong, I can still take your life, Long Chen said indifferently. Yang Kong coldly snorted and left the place. Seeing that even the Eastern Devil Sword had been defeated, the others all began to shout. Long Chen had defeated 2 people in a row. The Yang family's reputation had fallen to the extreme. The crowd could no longer restrain themselves. Next, Long Chen said, still expressionless. He fought with Uncle Yang Kong for so long, he must be exhausted by now. Just one more person will be able to finish him off. Who's next? I'll go. Instantly, a large group of people rushed forward. They were all in agreement with Long Chen's request. Don't be impatient, one at a time. Nan Gonglai laughed. He randomly grabbed a man and threw him over to Long Chen. Little Chen, you have to speed up. Otherwise, with so many people, how long will this fight last? Long Chen nodded. These words provoked the crowd even more. Those who had not entered the arena could not wait any longer. Just like that, Long Chen once again began to fight. He defeated more and more people, and the news of this arena battle spread throughout Sun Moon City. The spectators outside grew larger and larger, and the disappointed and noisy people also increased. After a day, Long Chen had defeated a total of more than 10 people. But he still did not show any signs of fatigue. We'll continue tomorrow, Long Chen said when night fell. Chapter 1202. A storm swept through the Sun Moon City. Long Chen had become a household name in the Sun Moon City. Regarding Long Chen, this youngster who had suddenly appeared, many young family members basically didn't have the opportunity to acknowledge him, because he was too arrogant, but at the same time, he had the strength of a real expert. Day after day, more and more people were attracted by the challenge that Long Chen had set up. More and more people participated in it. They didn't believe that no one who had just entered the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm could defeat Long Chen. Thus, the challengers came one after another. However, they all ended up humiliating themselves. In fact, many people challenged Long Chen again and again. However, they soon discovered that even though they had the same level of strength, the amount of time that Long Chen could last after he was injured was much shorter. Although the 24 War Spear only had 24 moves, it could derive endless changes. Many people summed up their experience, and after some research, they thought that they could defeat Long Chen, but they were defeated by the same moves of Long Chen. Heart-piercing move, wrist-breaking move, waist-cutting move, and violent storm. Every move was an absolute killing move. There was no room for mercy. This was the result of Long Chen's slight modification of the 24 War Spear. The essence of the 24 War Spear was the word fight, but during the process of Long Chen's tempering, the essence had become the word kill. Long Chen's will of the dragon also had the existence of the will of the kill. 10 days later, in the Sun Moon City, basically all the warriors whose strength had just entered the 7th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm had been defeated by Long Chen. There were many people at this level in the Yang family, but most of them were in charge of the Yang family's businesses and law enforcement team in the Xianin Demon region. Only a few elite disciples were in the Sun Moon City, and this part of the elite disciples had almost been defeated. Later on, Long Chen's opponents increased from 1 to 2, then to 3, until he had to deal with 5 people at the same time, and still no one was his match. Within 10 days, Long Chen had almost earned the title of the Invincible God of War. Many people thought that he couldn't do it, but he did it, and he did it perfectly. For example, in Long Chen's last challenge, he directly challenged 5 people and then kicked all 5 of them out of the wisteria garden, one by one, heavily injured. At this moment, the thousands of people watching from the outside had to admit that Long Chen was a monster. They had to admit that among the warriors who had just condensed the Earth Dharma, no one was a match for Long Chen. In this realm, he was almost invincible. Even Long Chen's realm was still a mystery. After defeating 5 people in a row, dusk fell. Normally, Long Chen would ask Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai to close the door and announce that they would fight again the next day. Although there were people who were not convinced and forced their way in, they were quickly thrown out with their faces covered in dirt. They did not even get to see Long Chen's face. But today, Long Chen walked out of the door. For many of the onlookers, this was the first time they had seen this youth with an indifferent expression and a calm aura. In their minds, Long Chen should have been a fiendish image, but they didn't expect it to be the opposite. This caught them off guard. Just this kind appearance alone was enough to make the anger and hatred in their hearts dissipate a little. What is he doing out here? Are you trying to show off? Defeating 5 warriors who have just entered the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm is indeed not easy. He is almost invincible among the Earth Dharma. But it is really unbearable for him to be so arrogant in the Yang clan. If it weren't for the protection of those 2 experts, this arrogant Yang Chen would have been killed by the experts of the Yang clan. Yes, Brother Yang Ding has been standing here for many days. Among the young disciples under 1,000 years old, Brother Yang Ding can be ranked top 3 in the Yang clan. 10 years ago, he had condensed the Dharma of heaven. His future is limitless. If it weren't for the two experts, Brother Yang Ding would have already gone in and beaten Yang Chen to the point that even his mother couldn't recognize him. Long Chen also knew the Yang Ding they were talking about. Every day, many warriors above the 7th level of the divine martial realm came here to watch, but he was the one who appeared the most. Through the soul eyes, Long Chen had long noticed that he was always paying attention to himself. Long Chen was very clear about the hostility in his eyes. Yang Ding. Long Chen glanced at this warrior out of the corner of his eyes. It was true that heroes came from young people since ancient times. This young man named Yang Ding had dark skin, a strong figure, and strong muscles, full of explosive power. His sharp eyes were like that of a black leopard, staring at everything around him covetously. His vigilant and fierce eyes were almost like that of a beast. After Long Chen appeared, Yang Ding had been staring at him, like a cheetah staring at its prey. He didn't move, and he didn't even reveal any aura. But his eyes really made people's scalps numb. After Long Chen came out, Yang Ding was silent for a while, and then he walked over step by step. Seeing his fierce eyes, people all made way for him. What is Brother Yang Ding doing? He has already reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Even if he wants to teach Yang Chen a lesson, the two experts next to him won't let him. It's really annoying. I really want to see how Long Chen will look like when he is beaten up. A little girl of the Yang clan said with her mouth pouting. In the midst of the discussion, Yang Ding had already walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Long Chen. When Long Chen was about to speak, seeing that Yang Ding had already walked up to him, he closed his mouth and looked at this opponent with a smile, his eyes already squinting. The opponent he had been looking forward to finally appeared. Seeing the two young warriors standing together in a tit-for-tat manner, the scene was completely silent. In this quiet environment, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard, Yang Ding stared at Long Chen. This Yang Ding gave Long Chen the same feeling as Li Tianji of the Li clan. They were about the same age, and their cultivation was also similar. They were both in the 7th level of the divine martial realm and had condensed the Dharma Laksana. It was already very difficult to make progress when one's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm. To be able to condense the Dharma Laksana at this time, in addition to one's own intelligence, one also needed a lot of resources to cultivate such a young warrior. In the crowd's expectation, Yang Ding was the first to speak. He looked at Long Chen with gloomy eyes and said in a low voice, "You have defeated 5 people in a row. I think there is no need for you to bully the weak of the Yang clan and show off your power." What he meant was that Long Chen only dared to fight against those who had just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Fighting 1 or 2 was a show of strength, but defeating more than 70 people meant that he was bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Previously, several warriors who had surpassed the 7th level of the divine martial realm and had condensed the Dharma Laksana had rushed in, but they had all been thrown out by Han Yunqing and Nan Gonglai. "Continue." Long Chen stretched out his hand and said. Yang Ding sneered and continued, "If you are still a man and know that a man can only face people who are stronger than him, I will come to visit you tomorrow morning. It is already late now, and you have experienced several battles today. Tomorrow morning, let's have a fight. Do you have the guts?" As he spoke, he stared at Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. The others also held their breath. If this fight was successful, it would be a grand event in Sun Moon City, and it would also be the end of the huge farce created by Long Chen. Whether the Yang clan could turn the tables at the last moment and save their face depended on whether Yang Ding could live up to their expectations. If you don't even agree to this, it only proves that you, Yang Chen, are just a weakling who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You are not worth mentioning at all. The Wisteria Garden Arena is purely bullshit. Any warrior of the Dharma Laksana in the Yang clan can do better than you, Yang Ding said in a strange tone. Before he finished speaking, Long Chen raised his hand to stop him. He stared at Yang Ding and suddenly smiled. He said, "You came at the right time. I will let you end this fight. Let me see if the Yang clan only has a grandson. However, there is no need to wait until tomorrow morning. We can do it now." The crowd was in an uproar again. Long Chen had already fought for a day. Logically speaking, he should be exhausted. No one expected this guy to be so arrogant. Under such circumstances, he dared to say that he wanted to fight Yang Ding. He really did not know how high the sky was. You are willing, but I am not. I need to defeat you fair and square, Yang Ding said coldly. He turned around arrogantly and was about to leave. Wait. Long Chen did not care at all. He reminded, also, I am Long Chen. If you call your opponent's name wrongly again, I will not be able to look at your intelligence. Yang Ding squinted his eyes and did not say anything. He turned around and left. Immediately, a large group of people followed him and waited on him. Finally, someone was going to avenge the Yang clan. The enraged disciples of the Yang clan were boiling at this moment. After the people outside the wisteria garden showed off their strength to Long Chen, they all dispersed. However, Long Chen knew that 3 li away, there were still a few people watching. They were the 3 high-ranking members of the Yang clan. As for what they were talking about, Long Chen did not know. These 3 people had been paying attention to the situation here for the past few days. They were Yang Ding Tian, Yang Ma Tian and Yang Batian. Yeah, it's time to end this farce. This little guy is getting more and more excessive. If it was someone else who dared to humiliate my Yang family like this, I, Yang Batian, would have torn him into 2 pieces long ago. The muscular man said fiercely. Yang Ding Tian squinted his eyes and said, I was the one who suggested Yang Ding to provoke him. I thought that provocation would be useless against this little guy. But since he agreed, he must have some confidence. Looks like tomorrow will be more exciting. Yang Batian did not think much of it and said, he's just a hothead. These days, Yang Ding has been personally trained by Big Brother. His cultivation speed has increased by leaps and bounds. He is the future pillar of the Yang clan. He also has many hidden abilities. Based on my observation of Long Chen these days, his combat ability is far from being Yang Ding's match. That's because when the Dharma of heaven appears, the outline of the starry sky will appear. Under the power of this will, he was directly suppressed. Yang Ma Tian added, happy face carrot. Chapter 1203. Perfect LV7 of the Divine Martial Realm. You can do it. When they returned to the Wisteria Park, Han Yunxing asked. Long Chen said, the effectiveness of the previous opponents is getting lower and lower. My current situation, after experiencing over 70 battles and listening to the explanations of the 2 of you, has reached a bottleneck. Perhaps only an opponent like Yang Ding can bring me more excitement. This was the reason why he chose to challenge Yang Ding in the end. At the 7th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm, the higher the level, the larger the gap would be. Long Chen couldn't predict what the Dharma Laksana would be like, but he chose to challenge it without hesitation. He was familiar with the true martial emperor spirit and knew that only such a challenge could stimulate his nerves and give him the possibility of a breakthrough. If he could defeat Yang Ding, Long Chen would be ranked among all the young geniuses in the Supreme Demon Realm. With his current strength, he would be a dazzling figure when he returned to the Martial Emperor Palace. At least among the 3,000 palaces, the most powerful disciples were only at the LV8 of the Divine Martial Realm. Geniuses like Yang Lingqing and Li Xuanji would usually be recruited into the Martial God Palace. So, this is an opportunity for me to break through to the perfect LV4. I have to face it. If I don't face it, I'll lose a great opportunity. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai looked at each other and rolled their eyes when they heard Long Chen say that he was about to reach the great perfection of the extremity realm of martial arts. They had to admit that Long Chen's talent was rather terrifying, even without the martial imperial soul's nature-defying ability. It had only been 20 days since he had returned from the demon region of Joyo, and he was about to reach the great perfection of the extremity realm of martial arts. It would take others at least a few years. The higher one went, the longer it would take. With the comprehension and martial emperor spirit brought by his abnormal physique, as well as more than 70 high-intensity battles, Long Chen was able to find the breakthrough point of the perfect LV4 in 20 days, which was not fast for him. Originally, it was easy to break through from the initial stage to the peak stage, but it was more difficult to break through a small stage. The next big hurdle would be when he entered the 5th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm. At that time, he would have to pass the tribulation of Oblivion Wind. Only then could Long Chen enter the 5th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm. The tribulation of wind, fire, and thunder would not be easy. No wonder you're the son of our benefactor. You're even more abnormal than a monster. Watching you cultivate it feels like eating. People like you don't understand how much effort others have put in to achieve what they have today. Nangong Lai said with extreme jealousy. He's sacrificed a lot too. Han Yunxing knew Long Chen well. At the mention of his father, Long Qinglan, Long Chen smiled bitterly. He had indeed progressed very quickly. After 10 days of frenzied battles, he had successfully climbed to the peak once again. However, how far away was he from that figure? Where was he? Was he dead or alive? In the grand illusionary realm, the light around Li Xuanji had already faded quite a bit. The effects of the saint's fruit had completely fused with her body. She was probably going to wake up soon. Once she woke up, she would have to decide where she wanted to go in the future. Long Chen focused on the results of the day's battles. In his head, every battle clearly appeared. Because they were all high-level cultivators, they all had strong styles, and they were basically all different. What Long Chen needed to refer to was the part of each person's path of martial arts that belonged to him. Even though it was very little, it was still a lot. As for himself, he had actually gained a lot of his own comprehension during the battle. This part of his comprehension formed the framework of his martial arts. Then, he found the flesh and blood of others to fill in the gaps, which formed his flourishing martial arts. The peak of the martial will was the perfection that Long Chen pursued. However, what was slightly different was that his path was different from others. The martial will was his own, while his was the dragon's. When the dragons will reach the peak, what would it be like? It would still be the unyielding and proud defiance of the world. Even when he fought against 5 cultivators with the Dharma of the earth, Long Chen would not be able to find that feeling. As a result, he needed Yang Ding's forceful suppression. Yang Ding was also an opponent that Long Chen had confirmed after observing for a few days. He was a leading figure among the young disciples of the Yang family. He represented the dignity of the young disciples of the Yang family in the final battle, so he would place great importance on this battle. As a result, there would be a lot of tension and suspense. At the same time, Long Chen felt excited. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Before the sun rose, there was already a sea of people outside the Wisteria Park. What Long Chen had done in the past 10 days had spread throughout Sun Moon City. Everyone was furious. Today's matter was considered a grand event in Sun Moon City for no reason. Everyone came with a belly full of anger. This was related to the dignity of the Yang family. It was obvious that they couldn't enter the Wisteria Garden for this battle. Yang Ding walked to the Wisteria Garden early in the morning, surrounded by the crowd. He crossed his arms and looked at the gate that was entangled by purple vines. Although it was early in the morning, there was no obvious difference in the demon world. When the dark green moonlight poured down from the sky, the door of the Wisteria Park opened. Long Chen, Nangong Lai, and Han Yunxing walked out quietly. Instantly, thousands of people of the Yang family gathered together and there was a burst of discussion and noise. When Yang Ding raised his hand, the crowd quietened down. However, they still looked at Long Chen with unfriendly expressions. Those who could stay in Sun Moon City were basically not weak. The pressure formed by so many people was really terrifying. However, Long Chen was not frightened. Now, he had an unyielding will. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he would be. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai stopped in their tracks. Long Chen was silent. Under the cold gazes of thousands of people, he walked forward step by step until he stood in the center of the field. Looking at the Yang family members who were looking at him with hatred, Long Chen suddenly felt that it was funny. This feeling of being looked at with hatred was like when he was still in Baiyang town. Back then, it was also the Yang family. In this family before him, Long Chen had the same bloodline as them, but he did not feel any sense of belonging. He could clearly feel that these strange and hostile gazes did not belong to him. Perhaps only his father would silently watch over him. It was not until his father was gone that Long Chen realized that he had left such an important thing for him. They had the same bloodline, but they were from a strange family. Hatred, jealousy, unwillingness, disdain, all sorts of emotions surged towards Long Chen, making him feel disgusted and disgusted. There was a bit of anger in his heart, and this anger stimulated the arrogance in his heart. At this time, Long Chen stabbed the scarlet blood desolate war halberd into the ground. With his freakish physical body, just a slight shake would cause the ground to shake. Those people who hadn't been able to react began to stagger. A bunch of trash. Long Chen laughed. What? Everyone's faces turned green. They looked at Long Chen with extreme anger and all sorts of insults came out of their mouths. How can this kid be considered a member of the Yang family? I think he's just a fart. What's the point of calling him Yang Chen? I think he should be called Doggy Chen. Yes, he's a mad dog that bites anyone he sees. He doesn't have the bearing of a disciple of the Yang family. How can such a person be in our group? He does have some strength, but he provoked the young talents of the Yang family. He's just asking for trouble. I think you should go home and eat shit. Get out of my Yang family as soon as possible. I won't believe that this kind of person has any relationship with Yang Lingqing. Seeing that the crowd was getting fiercer and fiercer, Yang Ding felt refreshed. At this moment, he opened his arms and stopped the crowd. In a clear voice he said, "Everyone, stop talking. If you continue, won't you say that I, Yang Ding, fought with a beast? Isn't that lowering my status? As for this brother named Long Chen, he is not a member of the Yang family. He is an outsider. An outsider came to provoke us. Today, I will seek justice for those brothers who were carelessly defeated by him. I will let him understand what it means to be a big family." Yang Ding's words attracted a burst of cheers. At the same time, Yang Ding Tian and the others, as well as many people from the group of elders, were actually nearby. Yang Ding's words were very pleasing to the ears, but it was a loss of poise. Therefore, Yang Ding Tian and the others were not very satisfied. Yang Ding is a little anxious. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Yang Ding Tian was the person who was most familiar with Long Chen. He knew that Long Chen rarely did things that he was not confident in. What a joke. Yang Batian shrugged his shoulders. Yang Matian observed carefully, and said, "That guy called Long Chen has recently been cultivating a type of level 8 divine skill. I see that he has improved at a godly speed in the midst of battle tempering, and has now completely mastered it. Who exactly is this kid's child? I feel that his physique is similar to Ling Qing's lunar devil body. Don't say any more. Let's watch first." Yang Ding Tian interrupted. While they were talking, Yang Ding had already walked out of the crowd. Without saying anything, under the cheers of the crowd, he had already rushed towards Long Chen. From this person, Long Chen could feel a heavy majesty. It seemed that this Yang Ding had practiced a special body-refining battle skill, changing his body into a special form. If Long Chen's guess was right, this Yang Ding's physical strength was also very high. Can you feel it? At the beginning, Yang Ding did not attack immediately. He circled around Long Chen and said with a smile, "When I was young, I obtained a mysterious ancient cauldron. Using the mysterious method of the ancient cauldron, I can fuse the ancient cauldron into my body and cultivate 1,000 miles with a step. I am the cauldron, and the cauldron is me." As expected, after he finished speaking, strange characters appeared on his bronze-colored skin. They looked extremely ancient, and these characters revolved around his body like special runes. While protecting him, they also produced a tyrannical attack energy that exploded towards Long Chen. Happy face, carrot. Chapter 1204. It could be said that the stronger Yang Ding was, the more excited Long Chen was. Ancient cauldron. One had to admit that it was a mysterious secret technique that could actually reach such a level. Luck played a part in everyone's success, and Yang Ding was no exception. It was because of that mysterious cauldron that his combat prowess was so outstanding amongst his peers, and he was ranked highly amongst the younger generation of the Yang family. Apart from the special case of Yang Lingqing, Yang Ding was definitely in the top 3. Neither of them was a procrastinator, so the battle could start at any moment. Yang Ding, who was surrounded by cauldron runes, was shining brightly like a metal god. That cauldron had already fused into his body. How could he not be abnormal? In terms of physical strength, I was already very close to Long Chen's, and so was my speed. My divine essence surpassed Long Chen's by a large margin. Under normal circumstances, Long Chen wouldn't be my opponent. I heard that your physical body is strong, so I will play with you. I will let you see what is the strongest physical body. That is my heaven essence cauldron physique. The cauldron runes surrounded Yang Ding like a human-shaped bomb. His eyes were like a wild leopard's, cold and cruel. Buzz! The air reverberated as he punched, as if he was hitting a bronze cauldron. Under that black fist chi, the air started to explode. It was extremely distorted, as if it was about to be torn apart. Tearing apart heaven and earth. Only those in the 9th level of the divine martial realm could do that. Waist-cutting style. In the face of this terrifying punch, Long Chen swung the scarlet blood desolation in his hand. A series of schwa sounds rang out as the scarlet blood desolation left behind a blood-red afterimage in the air. An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. Long Chen felt as though he had been struck by a mountain, and the scarlet blood desolation in his hand nearly flew out. And Long Chen himself flew out. This was the first time they had fought. In fact, Long Chen's physical strength was stronger than his opponent's, but his opponent's divine essence was too strong, which was why he was able to suppress Long Chen. When they saw the arrogant Long Chen being sent flying in the first battle, a loud roar of laughter swept through the crowd. The expressions on everyone's faces relaxed. You bragged so much earlier on, but it turns out that you're only at this level. And you're still called Long Chen? Do you think that the surname of the Yang family is not worthy of you? I think you should just be called Dog Chen. A silver spear and a wax head. That's how it is. It can only show off in front of us, but when it comes to a true expert, it reveals its true colors and instantly becomes a coward. Generally speaking, the first exchange would determine the outcome of the battle. But what they didn't know was that Long Chen wasn't someone else. He had the true martial imperial soul and the undefeatable will. So, his first failure was an opportunity for him to improve. To Long Chen, this wasn't a battle at all. Instead, he was cultivating to break through to the paramount boundary of martial arts. Other people's breakthroughs relied on natural treasures, guidance from their elders, and meditation. With the true martial imperial soul, Long Chen only needed one battle. The purpose of fighting Yang Ding was to break through, nothing else. With the experience of breaking through to the paramount boundary of martial arts under the holy tree, Long Chen was certain that he could use the same method to succeed today. What he wanted to find, other than the will of the dragon that fought against the world, was a higher level of will. Perhaps under Yang Ding's frenzied attacks, Long Chen would understand. Heart-piercing stance. Storm stance. The 24 war spear crossed in Long Chen's hands. In close combat, Long Chen was much stronger than his opponent. In particular, his usage of the 24 war spear had reached the point of perfection. Although his divine energy was far inferior to his opponent's, Long Chen didn't choose to fight head-on like the first time. Every time he attacked, he found a gap that forced Yang Ding to turn around to defend. A heart-piercing stance stabbed at his opponent's heart from a tricky angle. The sharp halberd whistled and pierced through the air, but it was blocked by the barrier formed by the cauldron inscriptions. If not for the mysterious cauldron inscriptions, Long Chen's extremely sharp blood-red desolation was enough to pierce through his opponent. From the first complete defeat, after a while, Long Chen was able to use the sharpness and violence of the 24 war spear to forcefully withstand Yang Ding's attacks. This caused the jeering laughter of the crowd to gradually disappear, and their faces became slightly stiff. Especially those who could see through the trick. They knew that although Long Chen's overall quality was inferior to his opponent's, he was able to use a battle skill that had been honed to the pinnacle, a battle skill that belonged to Long Chen, to forcefully withstand Yang Ding's attacks. There were definitely not many people who could achieve this in battle skills, and an 8th grade battle skill at that. From the first move to the last move, Yang Ding's expression had already changed from complacency to anger. Coward, why don't you fight me fair and square? What's the point of showing off your battle skill? Yang Ding sneered. His body flickered, and in a short period of time, 7 or 8 phantoms appeared, charging at Long Chen at the same time. After 7 or 8 consecutive punches, even the air was compressed. Break! The blood-red wilderness suddenly turned into a blood-red dragon, coiling around Long Chen and spinning rapidly. The phantoms were all killed by Long Chen one by one, until finally Long Chen suddenly stabbed out. The halberd actually pierced through the fog, directly piercing towards Yang Ding's head. The sharp halberd almost cut off his nose. This made Yang Ding's nose crooked in anger. Bring out your power as a great perfection Dharma adept. Long Chen pursued relentlessly, and the crowd could not see his movements at all. They could only see a blood-red dragon dancing in his hand. It was precisely this dragon in his hand that Yang Ding's attacks could not even get close to him, and of course, he could not hurt Long Chen. I still want to play a little longer, but since you want to die. After attacking for a long time without success, Yang Ding had already lost his patience. He was looking forward to the cheers of the crowd when they first fought. Indeed, from the start of the battle until now, Yang Ding had basically not used any battle techniques. He was purely using the power of the ancient cauldron to fight Long Chen. Yang Ding rose into the air and floated above Long Chen. His aura changed, and suddenly, from a mortal to a celestial being. The opportunity that Long Chen had been waiting for to break through had finally arrived. What was the second half of the dragon's will? What was the answer he had been waiting for? Heavenly Dharma. Everyone knew what Yang Ding was going to do. Many people would never be able to see what the true heavenly Dharma looked like in their lifetime. Long Chen's eyes also lit up. What he needed was the enemy's suppression, the feeling that he was about to die. Even Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai could not give him this kind of feeling. And Yang Ding's sinister eyes, like those of a wild leopard, gave Long Chen this opportunity. In front of a strong enemy, he actually had no fear, only excitement. When Yang Ding Tian and the rest saw the look in Long Chen's eyes, they all felt like they had seen a monster. He seems to be very excited. Yang Batian said speechlessly. There must be something fishy about this. The ominous feeling in Yang Dingtian's heart intensified. In Long Chen's eyes, Yang Ding was like a god, hanging high in the sky. The world was in his hands, and a resplendent starry picture scroll unfolded behind him. The resplendent starlight dazzled Long Chen's eyes immediately. At this moment, Long Chen actually felt like he was struck by lightning. This was the heavenly Dharma, which was also known as the sky. It was a boundless starry sky with no end. Every resplendent star was as vast as the sun. Countless celestial bodies moved in the chaos, and the power in the starry sky was endless. Countless stars formed a clear network, and it was this network that made Long Chen feel sluggish. This network of stars, every star was like an acupoint. The billions of stars were like the countless acupoints in the human body. This made Long Chen realize that this starry sky was like a human body. The flow of star power was the flow of divine energy. This person whose body had transformed into a universe or something else, Long Chen always felt that such a thing existed. Perhaps it was the sky. The earthly Dharma was just a dragon's sacrificial continent. As for the heavenly Dharma, it was a resplendent starry picture scroll. It might contain billions of dragon sacrificial continents, or it might be the only dragon sacrificial continent. This was just a fleeting thought in Long Chen's mind. When this thought disappeared, the starry picture scroll flickered in front of Long Chen's eyes. That vast pressure of heaven and earth didn't suppress Long Chen, but it made Long Chen have an urge to kneel. Perhaps this was the difference between the earthly Dharma and the heavenly Dharma. The earthly Dharma was suppressive, while the heavenly Dharma's vastness could make the opponent give up. In front of Long Chen, everything disappeared. He gave up resisting and was only fascinated by the starry sky in front of him. He discovered that the surrounding land had also disappeared. He was in the middle of a vast starry sky. Stars rotated, rivers of stars flowed, and countless energies flowed in an orderly manner. Any one of them could take Long Chen's life. This world of stars was an incomparably vast world. It was different from the shattered star sea. The world in this starry picture scroll was billions of times bigger than the shattered star sea. In Long Chen's mind, it was as if a wall had suddenly collapsed. He felt as if he had suddenly opened his eyes and clearly saw this vast and boundless world. This world had no end. When the earthly Dharma descended, the first thing that came to Long Chen's mind was to resist. When the heavenly Dharma descended, there was only one word in Long Chen's mind, and that was curiosity. An incomparably explosive curiosity that wanted him to understand this world. He wanted to explore this world. Those endless places were like a drug addiction that attracted him forward, making him forget everything. Perhaps the next level after the dragon's will is exploration. From rebelling to becoming stronger, until the world couldn't suppress him anymore. Without an opponent, he would definitely be lonely. After that, he would explore this vast world. It was possible that those ancient divine dragons had also embarked on this path. After some enlightenment, Long Chen closed his eyes. The starry sea retreated from his world, and his god-martial soul was rapidly transforming. Yang Ding was originally laughing when he saw that Long Chen had completely lost his will. However, after a certain moment, the prey in front of him had actually grown into a natural enemy. Happy face. Chapter 1205. It was like a candle flame had transformed into a sun in front of his heavenly Dharma. The intense light made Yang Ding close his eyes subconsciously. In front of the heavenly Dharma idol, Long Chen's will had only been a small beast at the start. However, it had grown at an alarming rate, and now, it had become a gigantic beast that covered the sky. In the eyes of this gigantic beast, perhaps the heavenly Dharma idol was no longer terrifying. Instead, He was looking at his own heavenly Dharma with a burning gaze. He actually broke through. What level has he reached? Yang Ding clearly saw Long Chen's blazing gaze. It was a gaze filled with aggression, so much so that Yang Ding couldn't help but tremble. How strong was Long Chen? Everyone assumed he had an Earth Dharma idol, but up until now, he had never revealed it. Instead, he was using a strange willpower to fight Yang Ding. It was similar to the demon folk. Rank 7 demon immortals all had wills of their own. That was their own Tao, and they could also use their wills to fight back against the will of heaven and earth from the humans. The Emperor's spiritual chi formed a vortex that surged towards Long Chen and was absorbed by him. His cultivation was increasing rapidly. With that level of enlightenment, he had successfully broken through the barrier between the initial stage and the completion stage. Yang Ding immediately understood that he had to stop him. Originally, Long Chen was already very strong and could fight with him with battle techniques. If he became stronger, Yang Ding would not stand a chance. Thinking of this, Yang Ding integrated the power of the heavenly Dharma into his fist, combining it with the power of the ancient cauldron. His fist opened up into a palm, and he slammed it down towards Long Chen. Great shattering palm. The cloud surged, and with Yang Ding's palm, countless dark green clouds gathered in the sky, forming a huge palm that covered Long Chen. In an instant, the wind and clouds danced, and sand flew wildly. All the disciples retreated, their clothes fluttering. Long Chen, who was at the most important moment, seemed to have been drowned by the palm wind. The heaven will seem gentle at first, but when it really activated its power, the stars exploded and the stars reversed. Its power was much more terrifying than the will of the earthly Dharma. Hula! Long Chen was completely drowned. You want to break through in front of me? You're just looking for death. Go to hell. You want to humiliate my Yang family's disciple? Don't talk about the door. You don't even have a window. Outside the gale, Yang Ding laughed. In this battle, he represented almost all of the Yang family's disciples. Only victory was acceptable. Yang Ding didn't believe that Long Chen would be able to successfully break through in the midst of such turbulence. Of course, he wouldn't give up just like that. I'll add fuel to the fire. When he breaks through, I'll kill him first. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Yang Ding let out a maniacal laugh. Once he said he would do it, he shot up into the air above Long Chen. The countless stars in his heavenly Dharma idol began to rotate around him. At the same time, Yang Ding's body began to rotate as well. As he did, an illusory bronze cauldron appeared in his original position, with ink-green symbols swirling around him. Ancient cauldron shakes the mountains and rivers. An attack infused with the heavenly Dharma idol descended from the sky at this moment. The huge bronze cauldron contained a terrifying power, and Long Chen was still trapped in the storm of the great shattering palm. Everyone's eyes lit up. Big brother Yang Ding finally used his ultimate move. With the foreshadowing of the previous battles, he'll seize the opportunity to use this move when his opponent is breaking through. He'll definitely be able to smash this kid to pieces. That's for sure. How many people can withstand the power of the ancient cauldron shakes the mountains and rivers? An uproar could be heard from the mouths of the crowd. It was a grand scene. As the crowd retreated, they also looked in the direction of Long Chen with pitiful eyes. At this moment, the huge cauldron was already rotating above his head. The great shattering palm is enough to kill this brat. Nephew Yang Ding's ultimate move will probably be able to destroy that brat to the point where not even his dregs remain. This is the result of provoking our Yang family. That's not right. If that's the case, the two prisoners imprisoned by Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo will probably make a move. With Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo suppressing them, they wouldn't dare. The group of slightly older people roared with laughter one after another. Under the ancient cauldron, the mountains and rivers break, and the universe trembles. Indeed, under the ancient cauldron, the space trembled again and again. If this kind of twisting power was used on a human body, it would be able to twist the human body and the space. Below, Long Chen's figure had already been destroyed by the great shattering palm until it could no longer be seen. Fighting in front of me is purely courting death. Yang Ding laughed, and the ancient cauldron came crashing down. At this moment, there was a sudden gust of wind below, and the clouds changed. A roar that belonged to a beast actually sounded at this moment. That was a shocking power. When the crowd heard it, they retreated again. They were acutely aware that it seemed that Long Chen was not killed. If Yang Ding was heaven and earth, Then Long Chen had already grown to the extent that even heaven and earth could not restrain him. In the wind and clouds, the ancient cauldron descended, giving Long Chen the final blow. At this moment, there was an explosion. The crowd could not see the blood-red spear dancing, and it pierced through the misty clouds. Then there were 3 violent beast roars, and 3 incomparably huge divine dragons directly rushed to the clouds, and from 3 directions, they bit towards the ancient cauldron. First, the body was wrapped in azure flames, mighty and domineering. Second, the body was shrouded in blue icy mist, cold and cruel. Third, there was no trace of it. The wind surged, and its speed was the fastest. These 3 divine dragons that blotted out the sky and covered the earth with the power of the 9 dragon scripture's 3rd layer. Long Chen's divine Yuan soared again, and at this moment, he could easily control the 9 dragon scripture's 3rd layer. Wang. What is this? From the moment the 3 divine dragons broke through the clouds below, Yang Ding was already stunned. Although he had unleashed his strongest power, he could only watch helplessly as all the mystical dragons surrounded him. The combination of the 3 powers formed a terrifying attack that surrounded him. This gave Yang Ding the illusion that he was prey in the eyes of the 3 mystical dragons. Hiss! I'll go all out. Yang Ding braced himself, and clashed with Long Chen, who could still counterattack before his death. But what shocked him was that Long Chen's power was even stronger than before. It was so strong that the ancient cauldron's power was shaken. The 3 divine dragons wrapped around the ancient cauldron, and the originally high-speed rotation of the ancient cauldron actually stopped just like that. Shatter! Under Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation, the ancient cauldron's phantom suddenly shattered. Beheading style. When the ancient cauldron's power was destroyed, Yang Ding was completely stunned. He was about to resist, but a blood-red figure suddenly came from afar, and was in front of him in an instant. By the time he reacted, an incomparably sharp weapon was already on his neck. The blade of the halberd had already cut into a quarter of his neck, and a large amount of blood was already spurting out. If Long Chen used a little more strength, his head would be separated from his body. Under the intense pain, Yang Ding's senses became blurry. He could only stare at the incomparably cold youth in front of him with wide eyes. You've lost. Long Chen grinned, and soared into the sky. With a kick, Yang Ding's body was like a cannonball, smashing into the ground with a loud bang, more than 3 meters into the ground. A huge pit was formed, and in the pit, only 2 legs were exposed. When they saw the 2 swaying legs, there was no need to mention how interesting the expressions on the faces of the crowd were. Long Chen landed steadily, without a speck of dust on his body, and his aura was much stronger than before. Even his gaze was more terrifying. Clap, 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 clap. While the Yang family's expressions were extremely ugly, the 2 guards next to Long Chen, Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing, applauded each other. Of course, they knew that the purpose of Long Chen's battle with Yang Ding was to break through. Obviously, he had succeeded. On the path of martial arts, he had taken another step forward. From now on, as long as he worked hard, he would not be much worse than the others. The scene was dead silent. Long Chen did not want to provoke anyone. He had defeated Yang Ding, and this was the greatest proof of himself. Those who had said that he could not make it before should have been slapped in the face now. Since I was young, there have been billions of people who said that I, Long Chen, could not make it this way, could not make it that 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 way, but in the end, their expressions were all the same as yours. In the incomparably calm atmosphere, Long Chen said indifferently. Then, he turned around and walked into the wisteria court with Nangong Lai and the others, leaving a group of people looking at each other in dismay. Even the people at the level of the elders group could not help but start discussing. Standing in front of the crowd, Yang Ding Tian and the other 2 did not look good. Especially Yang Ding Tian. It could be said that Yang Ding was personally trained by him, but he did not expect that he would lose to Long Chen. Big brother, don't think too much. Today's defeat is good for Yang Ding. It can let him understand that there are always people better than him, Yang Batian said while rubbing his head. Ah, I can only comfort myself like this. After saying that, Yang Ding Tian turned around and left. When he turned around, Yang Ding climbed up from the ground with swaying legs. When he saw the pale faces of the crowd, his face also turned pale. Where's that bastard? I haven't lost yet. Let's fight again. Looking around, Yang Ding said angrily. The crowd looked at him numbly, as if they were watching a monkey. Then, thousands of people left dejectedly. Today, Even Yang Ding was suppressed by Long Chen. Among the disciples of the Yang clan, basically no one could raise their heads in front of Long Chen. How could this be? Yang Ding knelt on the ground. Let's go. One of the elders walked up and forcefully dragged him away. The wisteria garden, which had been bustling with noise, became extremely quiet. After entering the wisteria court, Long Chen was chatting with the people from the Taishu realm. Since I was young, there have been billions of people saying that I, Long Chen, can't do this, can't do that, 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 can't do that. But in the end, their expressions were the same as yours. This sentence, among those billions of people, I was also one of them. Back then, I already said that you can't walk out of the myriad kingdom's domain. Happy face carrot, because there was no manuscript, it was impossible to write 3 chapters in the morning. He first updated the chapter that he wrote in the morning. If nothing went wrong, there would be another update at 6 p.m., and another update at around 10 p.m. Chapter 1206. This was what Li Xuanji had said. When the words rang out from the void realm, the white cocoon of light in the gray mist gradually dimmed. Afterwards, like an eggshell, a web-like crack appeared in the middle. With a ripping sound, the crack split open, and a figure was clearly revealed before Long Chen. Of course, it was only a glimpse. The black veil rolled up, and Li Xuanji's slender figure was already enveloped by her elegant, black dress. Only her arms and face could be seen. A cold presence radiated from her body. Her long, dark green hair flowed down like a waterfall, filled with luster. After being modified and nourished by the saint's fruit, not only had she recovered her previous appearance, but her body was even more perfect than before. The damage to her 9-yin absolute meridian had completely healed as well, and it had even improved. The current Li Xuanji was completely unimaginable. She had actually aged in the past. It could be said that all of this was because of Long Chen. The woman surrounded by darkness possessed a strange enchanting aura that was like a whirlpool. She attracted the attention of others. She was like a princess of the night. She was indifferent, and her dark green eyes were calm. However, they were filled with gentleness towards Long Chen. When he was with Li Xuanji, Long Chen only needed to look into her eyes to feel peaceful inside. This was a strange phenomenon. The violet veil covered her black dress. All women love to look beautiful, and Li Xuanji was no different. She spun around before Long Chen, causing her dress to flutter. She was like a beautiful rose in the night. Lingxi, on the other hand, was like a pure white lotus. She was just as quiet, but she was lovable. Compared to Lingxi, Li Xuanji had a few thorns. These thorns made her seem very cold, but only people who had truly entered her heart would be able to make her retract her thorns. She was currently familiarizing herself with her current appearance. However, compared to her previous aging and yellowing appearance, she was now like a completely different person. She had never imagined that she would actually have the chance to be reborn, and all of this was bestowed upon her by Long Chen. She understood the stubborn youth beside her, so she did not say any words of gratitude. Instead, she turned around and looked sweetly at Long Chen. She pursed her delicate pink lips and softly said, "I was also someone who looked down on you in the past." Seeing that she had fully recovered, Long Chen felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his heart. He looked at Li Xuanji for a while. After recovering her strength, she seemed to be shrouded in countless mysteries, and he could not see through her clearly. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Those are words to intimidate others, not to you." Li Xuanji looked around. Under Long Chen's will, she could also see the scene outside the Great Void Realm. The environment here made Li Xuanji frown slightly. She said with some displeasure, "This should be the Yang family." Long Chen knew that she vaguely knew what was happening outside, but she was not too clear about it. As such, he told her everything that had happened recently. As Yang Lingqing's fate was currently unknown, Long Chen stayed here. "We'll think about it a little more. There will always be a way. She's my younger sister. No matter what, no one can have their way with her, unless I, Long Chen, lose my life." Long Chen clenched his fists slightly as he said that. It seemed like he was boasting, but Li Xuanji knew that Long Chen had the right to say such bold words. There was no reason why he had the right. That was why he had even obtained the saint's fruit for Li Xuanji, and then faced the combined attacks of Suja and Qin Shi. "Yes, with you as her brother, she'll definitely be fine," Li Xuanji said. She suddenly thought of when Li Xuanji had taken Yang Lingqing away in Baiyang village. Back then, she would never have thought that a young girl from such a small place would be able to climb to such a position. If that was the case, was there anything that was impossible? You've already woken up. What do you plan to do next? The Yang family is extremely dangerous for you, so I'll find a chance to send you out. As for revenge, you already know that you're not the opponent of the Yang family no matter what. I'll send you out first. It's best if you leave the demon world of shadow. Long Chen put aside the matter of Yang Lingqing for now and said to the mysterious beauty. Her eyes turned, and her face was pale to the extreme. Although there was no color, it did not affect her beauty. At this moment, she did not hesitate, as if she had already made up her mind. Now she blurted out, I'll stay and help you. Okay. This was not Long Chen's plan. It would only be more dangerous for her to stay here. After all, the Yang family had even sent out Yang Dingtian to kill him. Their greatest enemies this time were the two ancestors of the Yang family, who were already Nirvana tribulation experts. An additional Li Xuanji would not be of much use. Forget it. There's no need to die in vain. I'll send you out first. Long Chen decided and said. Long Chen. Li Xuanji stared at him with a sincere gaze. What's wrong? Her bold gaze made Long Chen a little confused. Long Chen could not explain the relationship between him and Li Xuanji. He always felt that it was a little strange, but he did not want to change it. So let it be like this for now. Li Xuanji said word by word. You've said it before. We're friends, so we should go through thick and thin together. You've helped me before, so I naturally can't retreat this time. Otherwise, you'll look down on me. Besides, you definitely need me. No one can save Yang Lingqing other than me. This is the real reason why the Yang family didn't hesitate to spend so much effort to kill me. Looking at this peerless beauty being so serious, Long Chen was a little helpless at first. He did not want her to take the risk. After all, it wasn't easy for him to save her. However, Xiao Chen's final words allowed the depressed Long Chen to see a glimmer of hope. What? Long Chen looked at Li Xuanji excitedly. His eyes lit up and said, You said, only you can save her. You have a way. Long Chen's reaction made her very satisfied. From his excited look, Li Xuanji knew that she did not misjudge him. The most important thing for a man was not his appearance, or even his strength, but his responsibility. No matter how strong he was, without responsibility, he was trash. Long Chen could not see the gap between him and the Yang family. He only saw that Yang Lingqing was his sister. He must save her. This was his responsibility. For him, Li Xuanji certainly would not neglect. She smiled, which was rare. In the dark night, she had a soul-stirring beauty. Li Xuanji became serious and said, In fact, this is a secret of my Li family. Not many people know about it. Of course, the Yang family has been in contact with my Li family for many years, so they know about it. As far as I know, it seems that in the 3 regions and 9 realms, the only way to separate 2 divine martial realms that have merged together should be the secret magic of my Li family. Maybe you have guessed it. Speaking of this, a word indeed came to Long Chen's mind. He laughed and said excitedly, It turned out to be the spirit-devouring demon pupil. It must be the ultimate soul-devouring technique. He had been thinking hard about the method, but he did not expect that the method was on him. Li Xuanji nodded and said, It is the soul-devouring technique. Long Chen thought for a while and said, Doesn't that mean, if there is a chance, maybe I can solve this matter by myself? Not only Li Xuanji knew the soul-devouring technique, but Long Chen had also practiced it, but he had never used it. Unexpectedly at this time, Li Xuanji shook her head and said, It is not as simple as you think. The opponent is a divine martial realm warrior of the Nirvana tribulation realm. That is a god martial soul that has resisted the Nirvana tribulation. It is so easy to separate and kill them. Because the opponent is not occupying his original body, the degree of compatibility is not high. That is why the soul-devouring technique has the opportunity to separate their souls. But you better be mentally prepared. Tell me more details. Long Chen held his breath. This was his only hope. Li Xuanji looked solemn and said, First, for the soul fusion technique, as long as it is not completely successful, there will be competition between the 2. If Ling Qing can devour the opponent's god martial soul, it will be the best, but this is basically impossible. The only possibility is that after a period of time, Ling Qing will be completely assimilated by her and become a part of her god martial soul. This was the worst result, which meant that young Ling Qing had basically disappeared from this world. Long Chen did not speak and responded in silence. And before the opponent succeeds, the two will use the body interchangeably. Presumably, at this time, Ling Qing will not have the advantage. Our soul-devouring technique can only be used when the opponent controls the body. Otherwise, it is very likely that Ling Qing's soul will also be devoured. This is the first danger. Saying these words, Li Xuanji was also not relaxed, because it was a blow to Long Chen's hope. However, she had to make it clear. This was fate, he had to resist, but the hope was slim. The elegant woman in front of him gently stared into Long Chen's eyes. This was a force of encouragement. Continue, I remember it all. Long Chen squeezed out a smile and said reluctantly. Li Xuanji understood him. Her eyes were mixed with a trace of sadness, heartache, and other complicated emotions. After a moment of silence, she continued. Second, there is also a risk of failure. If I fail, there will be a few results. Maybe I will be fine, maybe my eyes will be injured, or maybe the opponent's two god martial souls will be devoured by me, or maybe Ling Qing will be gone. All these can happen. In short, even if they used the soul-devouring technique, it would be very troublesome. But this is really the only method I know. Li Xuanji closed her eyes, then slowly opened them. She did not dare to face Long Chen, who was upset at this time. Chapter 1207. From this sentence, it could be seen that no matter when, he had a strong confidence in himself. This was a belief that persisted in not giving up. Such a man was indeed trustworthy. Li Xuanji shook her head, tossing aside those inexplicable thoughts in her mind, and said, although you've cultivated the soul-devouring technique, it's better for me to deal with a Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist. At least I've been familiar with the soul-devouring technique for countless years, and if I use it, my chances of success will be much higher than yours. We only have one chance at most, and we can't waste it. This is the reason why I'm staying by your side. I want to help you. These words revealed a lot of her inner thoughts. The two looked at each other for a while. Long Chen had seen many women, but this Li Xuanji was probably the calmest and least expressive person. Her determined eyes told Long Chen that even if Long Chen kicked her away, she wouldn't back down. Also, with my situation, I only have less than a 10% chance of success. However, our luck is pretty good. One day in the future, I'll be able to increase my chance of success by more than 70%. Less than 10% confidence was simply too low. It was even lower than the success of others in the great Tao of soul fusion. Fortunately, Li Xuanji mentioned another hope. She continued, 15 days later, it will be the annual grand event of the Great Een Demon Realm. At that time, the Mo moon will split into 3 and form 3 Mo moons. That is when the Een Qi in the world is the heaviest. If we use soul-devouring technique on that day, our power will increase many times. So, we need to start planning now and execute it on that day. There's actually a time like this. Long Chen finally rejoiced. There was actually a time like this. This meant that even the heavens were helping him. He definitely had to succeed on that day. This isn't a coincidence. 15 days later, it will be the time of the Realm Emperor battle. At that time, Mo moon will split into 3 and a Realm Emperor stage will descend from the sky. Among the martial artists under 1,000 years old, whoever can defeat everyone and be the first to stand on the stage and receive the recognition of the stage can become the new Realm Emperor. On that day, they will definitely send Ling Qing to the stage. 15 days later, Mo moon will split into 3, Realm Emperor stage. All these things happened on the same day. This meant that that day was Long Chen's only chance. We can only succeed if we take action on that day. However, we still need to discuss the specific plan slowly. The 2 seniors beside you are more courageous and knowledgeable. We can discuss it with them. Li Xuanji suggested. Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai already knew that Li Xuanji had woken up. I can't stay in the Yang family like this. We can discuss it. Long Chen nodded. His solemn face brightened up due to Li Xuanji's appearance. She found a way out for Long Chen. Although he didn't know if it was a cliff or a sea of fire, at least there was a way out. He didn't have to watch young Ling Qing fall into the abyss. The news Li Xuanji brought Nan Gonglai and Han Yunxing were very surprised and joyful. It's very dangerous, but it's the only way out. Han Yunxing said decisively. Nan Gonglai also said, "You're right, it seems it's going to be a tough battle." On that day, Yang Lingqing will definitely be heavily protected by the Yang family. There's only one time that we might have a chance, and that is when she's going to defeat everyone and charge onto the Realm Emperor stage. Han Yunxing's thoughts were the same as Nan Gonglai's. Nangong is right. That might be our only chance. Lady Li can just use the soul-devouring demon eye with all her might. The three of us will be in charge of holding off the Yang family army. We won't let anyone disturb you even if we die. Don't worry, our little Chen has the determination to hold on. Our little Chen. Long Chen smiled helplessly. The two of them were still too optimistic. The Yang clan had two great Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists, which was related to the rebirth of their previous generation's world emperor. When the time came, they would definitely be present. With just Long Chen and the other two, how could they stop them? Han Yunxing wasn't afraid. He said, "Firstly, we are from the Wushan Palace. If those two old fellows really want to kill us, they have to consider the wrath of the Wushan Palace. Secondly, we have this," as he spoke. He looked at the soul rotation sage jade on Long Chen's chest. "What is this?" Li Xuanji asked in surprise. "You'll know when the time comes. Let's do this for now. We'll observe, gather information, perfect the plan and strive for the final victory." Long Chen straightened his back. If he was alone, he might not succeed. But now, he wasn't afraid. He had three experts helping him. With their encouragement and support, even though it was just a glimmer of hope, Long Chen would grab it even if he had to risk his life. The few of us will probably cause a stir in the Shadow Devil world. Nan Gonglai smiled and patted Long Chen's shoulder. He said, "No matter what, I Nan Gong admire you. If the three of us die here, it will be my and old Han's honor. As a man, there is nothing to be afraid of. It is truly terrifying to be a coward and swallow his anger. When it's time to fight, we must fight. Even if the other party is the emperor, when he falls under our fists, he is just a pile of shit." "Yes, I still have diarrhea." Long Chen smiled. The originally serious atmosphere actually relaxed after a round of jokes. Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen and the two middle-aged men joking around. Seeing that he was the core of these two experts, she felt her heart palpitate. Her lips curled up into a knowing smile. Perhaps this kind of life was interesting. It's a pity that I'm not a man. I can't get too close to him and know what he is thinking deep in his heart. Li Xuanji thought in distress. Today was a good day. It was the time for a turning point. Not only had his strength reached the 4th level of the paramount martial realm, his divine energy had greatly increased, and his combat strength had also greatly increased. The 2nd level of the dragon's will was comparable to the heavenly Dharma idol. The explosive increase in divine energy meant that Long Chen could already cultivate the 4th level of the 9 dragon scripture. Long Chen had also decided on the 4th level of the dragon scale. It was the ancient azure wood dragon. The ancient azure wood dragon was of the wood attribute. Wood represented the power of life, vigorous and vast. Of course, it also had powerful offensive power. It was said that in ancient times, there were countless towering ancient trees on the draconic sacrificial continent that could hold up the sun, moon, and stars. Those towering ancient trees were formed by the ancient azure wood dragon. When the dragon was enraged, it would transform into its dragon form, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The ancient azure wood dragon had a long lifespan and was almost an undying dragon. Instilling the power of wood into the wind, fire, and water would definitely create a new collision. As Long Chen's strength increased, the sure kill ability of the 9 dragon scripture also increased. However, just as Long Chen was preparing to calm down and finish cultivating the 4th level of the 9 dragon scripture within 15 days, a person suddenly came to the Wisteria court. It was an old man at the peak of the 8th level of the divine martial realm. His white hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were like an eagle's, full of sharp power. This person should be a member of the Yang clan's Doyan group. Long Chen opened the door of the Wisteria court and asked, "What's the matter?" The old man had seen Long Chen's battle in the morning. He did not look down on Long Chen and said directly, "The clan head invites you to Guiyin Mountain. Yang Lingqing will come out of seclusion tonight. Just follow me." After saying that, he turned around and left. Nan Gonglai and Han Yunxing were standing behind Long Chen. "Go ahead." Nan Gonglai pushed Long Chen out of the door. he found that Long Chen's body was a little stiff. At this time, Long Chen was indeed struggling, but he clenched his teeth. He still had to face what he had to face. Although they had not seen each other for almost 8 years, it was indeed an exciting thing to see each other today. But apart from Yang Lingqing's accident, Long Chen did not know how to face him. "It's not certain if the person you saw is your sister, so," Han Yunxing said softly. Long Chen understood, and then he felt at ease. He had also thought about what would happen when he met Yang Lingqing. But now he was not prepared. But what was there to prepare for? After calming himself down, Long Chen began to think about why the Yang clan would let Yang Lingqing come out of seclusion at this time. He had originally estimated that even if Yang Lingqing wanted to come out of seclusion, it would be before the day that was 15 days later. Maybe the Yang clan wants to chase us away first. In the Great Void Realm, Li Xuanji said in a low voice. Everything she had was destroyed by the Yang clan. So when she saw the Yang clan, she was very unhappy. Long Chen felt that what Li Xuanji said made sense. There was nothing to be afraid of. There was nothing to be afraid of. The old man who led the way did not speak at all. From the main city of Sun Moon City, they arrived at the back mountain of the Yang clan. This was the real training ground for the disciples of the Yang clan. It was huge and everyone could find a quiet place to train and fight. The Guayin mountain where Yang Lingqing went into seclusion was almost a forbidden area of the Yang clan. Only people above the level of founding elders could enter Guayin mountain freely. It was said that this was the place where the patriarchs cultivated in seclusion. Warriors in the Nirvana Tribulation realm had to train hard. Otherwise, when the time limit of 1,000 years was up, they would either level up or die. Heaven and earth were always the most ruthless. After walking into the back mountain, Long Chen was surrounded by many disciples of the Yang clan. However, no one dared to provoke him. After defeating Yang Ding, Long Chen had established enough prestige in the eyes of the disciples of the Yang clan. After walking for a long time in the back mountain, they finally arrived at Guayin mountain. Yang Dingtian and the other experts had been waiting there for a long time. Yang Matian, Yang Batian, and dozens of elders of the Yang family were also waiting there. As soon as Long Chen arrived, countless hostile eyes were cast on him. Chapter 1208. Fortunately, Long Chen still had half of the Yang family's blood running through his veins. To outsiders, no matter how big the trouble was, it was still the Yang family beating up the Yang family. If Long Chen was an outsider and had caused the Yang family to lose face, he would have been torn apart by the Yang family long ago. Even so, the majority of the people still disliked Long Chen, especially those who knew about Yang Lingqing's secret. At this time, the 5 experts of the Yang family, the 3 Yang brothers Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, who were standing next to Yang Dingtian, were standing under a short black mountain. Although this Guayin mountain was short, it was shrouded in thick fog, so it was hard to see what was inside. Long Chen looked up and could only see a bronze gate at the foot of the mountain. Little Qing is inside there. It had been many years since he had seen that little girl. Although they were born on the same year and day, Long Chen had always treated her as his younger sister. Although he hated many people in the Yang family when he was young, he only doted on this cousin of his. When she was taken away by Li Xuanji, although Long Chen was very reluctant, for her future, Long Chen had no other choice. He could only choose that way. Fate would not give the weak a chance to choose. Finally, he could meet her today and let her see how powerful her brother was. But the situation was no longer like that. The person living in her body was no longer that tough and stubborn little girl. The more he thought about it, the more anger burned in Long Chen's body, making his blood boil. He found that there was a flame hidden in his chest, and at this time, he could not help but explode like a volcano. It had been a long time since he had been so angry. If it was him who was being bullied, Long Chen might have tolerated it. But when he thought of how he was alone and had no one to rely on, how his little sister who had come to this strange place, was actually used by someone and had her body taken by someone else. How pitiful she was, but she had no one to rely on, and Long Chen, as her brother, was not by her side. To think that I once told you that no matter what difficulties you faced as your brother, I would stand in front of you to protect you. But this time, little Qing, I broke my promise. Long Chen bit his lip and stared at the bronze door. He swore that he was so angry that he almost couldn't help but kill all the Yang family members around him. Yang family, what a Yang family! In this family, Long Chen only saw ugliness and the sanctimonious Yang Dingtian in them. He didn't see any warmth that a family could bring. However, his power wasn't enough, so he could only endure. Breathe a sigh of relief. I know you're very excited. I understand your feelings. Wait for 15 days, which is the Great Een Demon Realms MOU festival. Li Xuanji looked worriedly at Long Chen. In the Great Void Realm, she could feel the changes in Long Chen's emotions. Hearing this, Long Chen took a deep breath. The anger and worry in his heart finally eased a little. Perhaps this was the only way he could recover. Calm down. Yang Chen, come over. Seeing Long Chen come, Yang Dingtian waved at him expressionlessly until Long Chen came next to him. Meanwhile, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei blocked Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. You two old bastards. You dare to stop me? If it weren't for the appearance of two even older bastards last time, I would have killed these two old bastards long ago. Nangong Lai said fiercely. But he didn't charge over and just stood on the side like Han Yunxing. As long as Long Chen was willing, he could use the soul turnover Saint Jade and they could instantly come to Long Chen's side. Plus, Yang Dingtian wouldn't attack Long Chen at this moment. Nangong Lai was very cocky and the Yang family couldn't resist mocking him, but no one dared to attack. A bunch of bastards. Nangong Lai laughed and crossed his arms. He scanned the Yang family people coldly. Other than the 5 masters of the Yang family, everyone else felt their scalp tingle. Yang Dingtian didn't give them any orders, so they could only swallow Nangong Lai's provocation. They knew that Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing were from the true Martial Emperor Palace. The Martial God Palace was full of lunatics and they weren't sure of their identities. If the Yang clan really killed them, they might draw out a stronger old ghost from the Martial God Palace and the Yang clan would be in big trouble. Otherwise, if the Yang clan didn't have any backing, Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo would have killed Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing already. Of course, they weren't to be trifled with. After calling Long Chen to his side, Yang Dingtian acted like a kind elder and said to Long Chen, Yang Chen, didn't you say you wanted to see your sister? Ling Qing came out of seclusion today, so I called you here. Wait here for a while and you'll see him. Thank you, Long Chen said coldly. Yang Dingtian was a little displeased. This kid said that he had a part of his bloodline, but he acted as if it had nothing to do with him. He didn't even respect Yang Dingtian. However, Ancestor Luan had said that this guy was likely to be a dragon martial cultivator, and was someone that the true Martial Emperor Palace needed to nurture in the future. His status in the true Martial Emperor Palace was definitely higher than Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. No matter how Yang Dingtian threatened him, he wouldn't dare to kill Long Chen. In order to avoid trouble, he could only use today's method to chase him away. It wasn't time yet and Yang Lingqing hadn't appeared yet. Yang Dingtian chatted with Long Chen like an elder. He rambled on and on. Long Chen couldn't wait to tear his mouth apart. Naturally, he wouldn't listen to him. A cold light flashed in Yang Dingtian's eyes when he saw this cold youth. He was the one who personally planned the destruction of the Li clan. His courage and other aspects were extraordinary. That was why he could become the Yang clan head. How could his methods be ordinary? There wasn't any night in the supreme Shadow Devil world. Time passed quickly. Seeing that the bronze gate was moving, Long Chen held his breath. He was actually a little nervous. Li Xuanji could also feel Long Chen's emotions in the Great Void Realm. Calm down. This is Yang Dingtian's plan. I know. However, I still have to thank him for letting me take a look at Ling Qing. Long Chen said to Li Xuanji in the Great Void Realm. No one else knew what he was talking about. The Yang clan was bustling with smiles on their faces. At least on the surface, the young prodigy Yang Lingqing was the pride of the Yang clan. Long Chen glanced at Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. They gave Long Chen looks of encouragement. Long Chen held his breath and faced everything calmly. Today isn't the time. I can't be too agitated. Long Chen warned himself. Just as his emotions were fluctuating the most, under everyone's expectant gazes, the bronze gate was blasted open with a loud bang. A cloud of dust rose up, and Long Chen's eyes narrowed. Within the cloud of dust and sand, he saw a slender and delicate figure walking out from within. A murderous aura surged towards him. Long Chen's intuition told him that this wasn't Yang Lingqing. However, when the lady walked out of the clouds and appeared clearly in front of Long Chen, although her aura had changed a lot compared to 8 years ago, she was undoubtedly the little girl from back then. This young lady was different from Lingxi and Li Xuanji. She wore a white military uniform that showed off its edge. It was like an unsheathed sword. The uniform was very tight and outlined her perfect figure. Her skin was whiter than snow and gave off an explosive visual impact. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail behind her. She looked neat and tidy. Her lips were a little green and very thin. Her eyes seemed to hide a sharp sword. With a casual glance, it gave off a chilling vibe. This was the young Ling Qing that Long Chen saw. He opened his mouth slightly and didn't know what to say. In Yang Ling Qing, there was a more majestic and overbearing power than that of Li Xuanji. Only cultivators at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm could have this kind of power. Of course, Li Xuanji's power was restrained. However, the lady in front of him seemed to be standing at the peak, the kind of person who made countless subjects surrender to her. Whenever he met her, he would feel a kind of overbearing king's aura. She was decisive in killing and looked down on all living things. Speaking of it, her temperament was somewhat similar to that of Long Chen. However, she was a woman. Generally, few women could have this kind of temperament. Long Chen was stunned for a while. The current Yang Ling Qing was too different from when she first entered the divine martial arts realm. Back then, she could only be regarded as a girl next door. Although she was tough, she was gentle and considerate. However, the girl in front of him, Long Chen couldn't see any emotion in her eyes. There was only a desire to control and kill. Indifference. Ruthlessness. This strange aura unexpectedly appeared from his sister, who he had been familiar with for more than 10 years. Long Chen felt indescribably uncomfortable in his heart. This girl walked over from the Guiyin Mountains step by step. Every step she took, there was a kind of aura coming toward them. Almost all the people present unconsciously showed an expression of surrender. Even Yang Dingtian seemed to have lowered his head. But Long Chen didn't. The gentleness in his eyes gradually disappeared. When Yang Ling Qing walked in front of him, the gentleness had turned into coldness. Don't worry too much. She is not your sister. She is just an enemy who has occupied her body. Li Xuanji reminded him. She knew how much Long Chen valued the people he cared about. She also understood this man. She knew how he struggled and felt when he saw his loved ones being occupied by others and he couldn't do anything about it. Long Chen understood her kindness. Li Xuanji's promotion made Long Chen's eyes firmer again. He stared at the strange but familiar person in front of him without the slightest fear. He smiled bitterly in his heart. If the real Yang Ling Qing saw him, she would definitely be very surprised. Maybe she would jump over directly. How could she look at Long Chen with such a strange gaze? Chapter 1209. This sharp woman was definitely not Yang Ling Qing. At this moment, she looked coldly at Long Chen and suddenly said, "Brother, long time no see." It was exactly the same as what Li Xuanji had said previously, but the meaning was worlds apart. These words made Long Chen's heart surge with rage once again. He looked at the so-called Yang Ling Qing with a similarly cold gaze. If it wasn't for Li Xuanji's repeated reminders, Long Chen would have been tempted to pull that fellow out of Yang Ling Qing's body. Especially since she had actually used Yang Ling Qing's mouth to impersonate Yang Ling Qing's and said something completely inappropriate. That's right, long time no see. In the blink of an eye, a dog has taken over your body. Long Chen sneered. No one expected Long Chen to suddenly say such words. Yang Dingtian and the rest already knew that with the existence of Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai, Long Chen could already guess the Yang clan's conspiracy. Because it was related to the rebirth of the Yang clan's strongest ancestor, the Yang clan didn't hesitate to pay a huge price to destroy the Li clan. Since Long Chen already knew, there was no need to be courteous. The heaven ancestor who had taken over Yang Lingqing's body was actually called a dog by Long Chen. With her prestige, it was hard for her to accept such words. However, before she became the New World Emperor, she still tolerated Long Chen. At this moment, she looked coldly at Long Chen and said, "I don't understand what you mean. Enough is enough. You will never be able to surpass me. Didn't you want to see me? Now that you have seen me, get out of the Yang clan and go back to your true martial emperor palace. I, Yang Ling Qing, don't need a brother like you." Long Chen glared at her and clenched his fists. His heart was boiling. Billions of divine dragons were roaring and his eyes turned blood red. No matter what Long Chen said, the Yang family would just deny it. Long Chen kept causing trouble at the Yang family, so the Yang family told Yang Lingqing to tell him to piss off so they could focus on the MOU festival 15 days later. Let's go, leave the Yang family first. On MOU festival, I will take you to where the Realm Emperor stage will descend. There's no point in staying in the Yang family. Li Xuanji whispered to Long Chen. When Long Chen was agitated and angry, she used her gentle voice to calm him down. He took another look at Yang Lingqing. Even if he did not look at her eyes, this woman was still his younger sister. She also had a familiar scent, but it was a pity. 15 days later, I will get you out of this predicament. I swear. Long Chen silently muttered in his heart. At this moment, he resolutely turned around and left, decisive and confident. Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing glanced at each other and quickly followed. Their faces were bad. They knew Long Chen. Even in very dangerous times, Long Chen's face had never changed. This was probably the first time they saw Long Chen unable to control his emotions. This younger sister had accompanied Long Chen for almost all of his childhood, so it was easy to imagine how important she was to him. That cold and callous woman who had snatched her body, that look of disdain and silence, had already destroyed Long Chen's self-esteem, and also ignited his killing intent and rage. He walked away from a Yang family, seemingly calm, but in reality, there was a huge volcano hidden in his heart, and at this time, a terrifying explosion was brewing. The Yang family raised their heads and watched the proud and stubborn figure leave. Then they looked at each other. They did not expect that they would succeed so easily. Yang Lingqing also watched Long Chen leave. Her eyes suddenly flickered and tears filled her eyes. But soon, that cold feeling appeared again. She quickly wiped away her tears as if they were shameful things. The next time such a person comes to disturb me, I will kill all of you. I will not be at ease if I do not kill this stinky person first. Are you sure that all the people in the Li family who know the soul-devouring technique are dead? The cold woman glanced at everyone and said. Yang Dingtian nodded quickly and said, Heavenly Ancestor, they have all been killed. Don't worry. Even if there are, under the protection of Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo, no one can stop you from obtaining the World Emperor's deity throne again. Yang Lingqing looked at him coldly and nodded in satisfaction. Then, she returned to the Gu'ayin mountain. When the bronze gate closed again, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but they were already drenched in cold sweat. Yang Batian looked at the direction where Long Chen left and said, Big brother, that troublesome brat is finally gone. Now, the Yang family can be at peace. That brat is full of tricks. If he continues to stay in the Yang family, it will be troublesome if he angers Heavenly Ancestor. Let's go. He already knows about Heavenly Ancestor's matter. With his personality, I don't think it will be easy for him to leave. I originally thought that he didn't know about Heavenly Ancestor's matter, so I asked Heavenly Ancestor to chase him away. I didn't expect him to know. But it doesn't matter, the three of them can't stop him. We just need to chase them out and ignore them. Yang Dingtian analyzed. So troublesome. Isn't he just a dragon martial artist? How awesome is he? Look at that brat's arrogant face. I can't wait to kill him. Yang Batian said angrily. Don't mess around. If you kill him, you will attract the experts of the Imperial Palace and cause trouble for Heavenly Ancestor. Heavenly Ancestor will kill you first. Yang Dingtian glared at him fiercely. Yes. Yang Batian was frightened. Yang Dingtian looked at the direction where Long Chen disappeared. He didn't know why, but he felt that the young man's eyes were a little scary when he left. Or is there a loophole that I haven't considered? Yang Dingtian thought for a long time, but still came up with nothing. I'm thinking too much. The two old ancestors are still here. They can turn the situation around no matter what. What is the divine sense of a Nirvana tribulation expert? After leaving the Yang family, Long Chen ran all the way, using the strong wind to calm himself down and then asked, 10,000 years of life and 100,000 divine senses are the limits of all martial artists. Therefore, the divine sense of a Nirvana tribulation expert is similar to a 9th level of the divine martial realm, but it is more detailed. Han Yunxing said, I'm now 10,000 miles away from the Yang family. This meant that Long Chen was already out of the Yang family's range of surveillance. He was surrounded by a vast desert, and the dark green moonlight poured down. The Realm Imperial stage is in that direction. Let's continue on our way, Long Chen said after a moment of silence. The three of them didn't say much. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai could feel that Long Chen was depressed. The two men didn't know what to say to comfort him, so they set off again. After half a day, they had long left the Yang family and were almost at the place where the Realm Imperial stage would appear. After half a day of rushing, Long Chen was a little tired and needed to rest. At this place, there were no more members of the Yang family. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai's divine senses ensured that there were no members of the Yang family within 10,000 miles. Only then did Li Xuanji come out of the great void realm. The wind surged, and her dress fluttered. This woman stood quietly in front of him. Perhaps it was only when he looked into her deep eyes that Long Chen realized that his heart had calmed down. Seeing them standing together, Nangong Lai chuckled and led his brother, Han Yunxing, to stand guard far away. They couldn't let Long Chen calm down, but Li Xuanji could. The wilderness was filled with weeds. The weeds were dyed in the dark green moonlight, looking eerie and creepy. As they moved wildly, it was as if countless ghosts were screaming again and again, making one's heart flutter. Beautiful, right? Li Xuanji suddenly said. Long Chen was originally looking at the soil under his feet. After hearing her words, he was startled and looked up at Li Xuanji. Following her finger, he looked at her chest. Under the deep cleavage of her snow-white skin hung a blue heart-shaped jade pendant. At this moment, the jade pendant emitted a gentle blue light in the dark night, beautiful and enchanting. Very beautiful. Long Chen nodded. The heart of the eternal guardian. Li Xuanji was very satisfied with his answer. She put the heart of the eternal guardian into her clothes. The blue jade pendant had probably pierced into the cleavage of her chest. The blue light disappeared. In the night wind, she smiled faintly and said, "Since it's beautiful, I'll take it as a gift from you." Long Chen felt at peace. The irritation in his heart slowly disappeared. He took a deep breath, and his gaze was firm again. This is an unlucky thing. Why bring it with you? Just throw it away. He suddenly said. No. Li Xuanji shook her head, her gaze firm. Long Chen couldn't say anything more. He turned back to look in the direction of the Yang family, and hatred and anger grew in his heart again. Don't think too much. The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Nothing will be too difficult for you. Besides, it's not like we don't have a way to deal with it. No matter what, Li Xuanji was still full of confidence in Long Chen. Long Chen also knew that he had to put his life on the line. However, there was a layer of worry in his heart. This was a rare occasion, and he was a little afraid of failure. He couldn't afford to lose this time. If he lost, he would lose his sister's life. In his heart, no matter what, the little girl couldn't die. Li Xuanji seemed to know what he was thinking. She opened her arms, facing the wind. The wind swept her long hair, and it danced in the air like a black rose blooming. When you saved me, did you also worry about the gains and losses? She suddenly asked. No. At that time, I only thought about doing my best. Long Chen answered honestly. He didn't have a deep relationship with Li Xuanji. Even if Li Xuanji died in the end, he wouldn't blame himself too much. After all, he did his best. Li Xuanji didn't mind at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Then she died. There's no use thinking too much. You can only do your best. Your sister won't blame you. I know her. She's much stronger than you think." Is that so? Long Chen knew that he needed to adjust his mentality. In the wind, Li Xuanji's gaze was much firmer than Long Chen's. She suddenly said in a daze, "It doesn't matter if you give up everything for the people you care about. You are such a person, but at this point," she paused, then smiled and said, "Thank you for letting me learn this. You let me understand that the most important thing in the world is feelings. You are an emotional creature, but my life is too boring. I seem to have just come into contact with this world. However, my learning ability is very strong." Long Chen was a little confused. From Li Xuanji's relaxed and happy smile, he didn't understand what she was saying. I can still hold on at night. There should be 2 more chapters. I've already paid back 2 of the 4 chapters 1-0. My promise is as strong as Long Chen's character. Chapter 12:10. The plan was more or less clear. Long Chen told them that he knew spirit breath technique. Spirit breath technique was a good thing. He would let the 3 hide in the great void realm. Long Chen would use spirit breath technique to sneak into the World Emperor Mountain where the World Emperor stage would descend and hide there. On the day of the MOU festival, the World Emperor Mountain would definitely be filled with people. Long Chen would hide among so many people. Even the two Nirvana state ancestors of the Yang family wouldn't be able to find him. Then, he could wait for that opportunity. When Yang Lingqing appeared and fought with the prodigies of the abstruse Yin demon realm to get onto the World Emperor stage, Long Chen would take the opportunity to go up. He was within 1,000 years old. If he joined the fight, people might not be able to find him for a while. He could quickly get close to Yang Lingqing and let Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai subdue her before handing her to Li Xuanji. At that time, Long Chen would use the Soul Turnover Saint Jade to gather Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai's power together. They would need to hold on until Li Xuanji succeeded. Li Xuanji and the Soul Turnover Saint Jade were two things that the Yang family wouldn't be able to think of no matter how hard they thought. So, Long Chen still had a good chance of success. At least, it wouldn't be a problem for Li Xuanji to subdue Yang Lingqing. The only problem was how to stop the two ancestors of the Yang family. This was related to the rebirth of the Yang family's last world emperor. These two world king-level martial artists would definitely appear. It could be said that this time was much more dangerous than the last trip to the Nine Abyss Demon Mountain. Life or death was up to fate. Anyway, Long Chen's life was in his hands. After confirming the plan, everyone continued to move in the direction of the World Emperor Mountain. At this time, in order to prevent any accidents, Long Chen had already used the Divine Breath technique and was moving in the forest, while Li Xuanji, Han Yunxing, Nan Gonglai, and the others were in the Great Virtual Realm. No one expected that Long Chen, who had not reached the 8th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm, would have such a place to hide people. From here to the Realm Monarch Mountain, there were still roughly 2 days of journey. There were less than 10 days until MOU Festival. These days, because of Yang Lingqing's matter, Long Chen was sometimes angry, sometimes depressed. It was Li Xuanji's words that calmed him down again and again. Because of this, the two of them chatted a lot. By the way, are you interested in the position of World Emperor? Long Chen suddenly asked. World Emperor was related to a lot of things. The biggest root of the enmity between the Yang and Li family was the position of World Emperor. Now that the Li family was annihilated, perhaps only the position of World Emperor could allow the Li family to rise again. Li Xuanji thought about it and said, "It's impossible to say I'm interested. After all, this represents the power and status of being below one and above tens of thousands of people. However, perhaps this isn't the life I want." If it's not what you want, what do you want? Long Chen dazed. I don't know, he. Li Xuanji didn't really want to talk about this, but Long Chen knew that she had made up her mind. If she could solve Yang Lingqing's crisis, then where would she go? He would ask her these questions after solving it. She had no home now. There was no point asking these questions. The closer they got to the World Emperor Mountain, the more people Long Chen found. In the Shenin demon realm, besides the Yang family and the remaining 3 sects, there were still many people interested in the position of World Emperor. After all, it meant a transcendent status. Of course, the mysterious realm lord of the demon realm would not let an unqualified person become World Emperor because only those above the 8th LV of the Divine Martial Arts realm had the opportunity to compete. Therefore, most people just came to join in the fun or to try their luck. The Li family was gone, so the only one left was the super genius of the Yang family, Yang Lingqing. The girl with the demon body of extreme Yin had reached a very terrifying level, the 9th LV of the Divine Martial Arts realm. Few people in the entire Shadow Devil world could match up to such a person. The new World Emperor had to be younger than 1,000 years old, and within 1,000 years except for Yang Lingqing, the strongest person was only at the 8th LV of the Divine Martial Arts realm, which was 2 levels lower than Yang Lingqing. How could anyone be a match for her? This was a battle without any suspense. More people came to witness this grand event. The distance from the Yang family Great Yin City to the Realm Emperor Mountain wasn't far. Long Chen walked casually. The Realm Emperor Mountain was right before him. The MOU festival would probably arrive in 8 days. Long Chen had 8 days to prepare for his final counterattack. The MOU festival was his only chance. Long Chen, who had experienced many struggles, became extremely calm at this moment. Only calmness and hot-bloodedness could save her. Long Chen had failed the oath he made before. This time, he came to redeem himself. The Realm Emperor Mountain was an ordinary small mountain range. It wasn't tall or long, but it was famous because the Realm Emperor platform would descend here. Although the MOU festival hadn't started yet, those small faction martial artists or those who didn't belong to any faction had already occupied good spots at the top of the mountain waiting for that day to come. 4 martial artists, 1 cultivation session would probably take 8 days. Apart from people like Long Chen, he didn't relax at all. Over the past few days, he had not relaxed at all. He had pondered over the 4th layer of the 9 Dragons scripture several times. It was impossible for others to successfully cultivate this battle skill, but he had made tremendous progress. The 4th layer was not a problem for him, mainly because the 9 Dragon scripture was completely designed for dragon warriors, and Long Chen was the most powerful type of dragon warrior. Since ancient times, no one had been able to get ancestral dragon essence blood. There were also many soul stones in the World Royal Mountain, but the highest level was only a level 8 soul stone. It wasn't as airtight as the Yang clan. If one wasn't careful, they might still be discovered. After Long Chen left the Yang family, one of the Yang family's branch families, Yang Matian, had already led some of the Yang family's experts to clear the place. The Yang family had destroyed the Li family, so their reputation had reached an unprecedented level. They were now the overlord of the Xueqi demon realm, and no one could rival them. Even the 3 major sects had to give them face. When the last realm emperor was reborn, the 3 big sects would probably declare their loyalty to the Yang family. The Yang family's power had almost reached its peak in history. With the arrival of the Yang family, the lone cultivators who occupied the best places all retreated, giving the Yang family the best places to set up camp. They built the Yang family's temporary imperial residence in the World Emperor Mountain for the experts of the Yang family to live in. Looking at the Yang family masters, many martial artists had deep respect in their eyes. Long Chen used spirit breath technique and hid in this group of people. He could even see Yang Matian showing off in the crowd, but Yang Matian couldn't see him. The Yang family occupied almost half of the Realm Emperor Mountain, and didn't allow other martial artists to enter. The martial artists of the other 3 big sects also built their bases in the Realm Emperor Mountain. Many small forces also occupied the mountains one after another. Looking at Yang Matian and the various elders of the Yang family shouting at the others, Long Chen, who was in the crowd, revealed a bloodthirsty expression. Although he had suppressed his temper a lot, when he saw the Yang family people, he found that he couldn't control himself. Now is not the time to fight, Li Xuanji said softly. Yes. Long Chen nodded slightly and hid in the crowd, no longer looking at the arrogant martial artists of the Yang family. The surrounding people were also discussing the Yang family's affairs. The Realm Emperor stage hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to participate in this once-in-10,000 years event. But this time, the situation is completely different from the last time I heard. Yes, I heard that last time the 3 sects were just small characters. The Yang family and the Li family were evenly matched. The battle for the position of World Emperor was very interesting. The Heaven Ancestor of the Yang family had to fight to the death before he finally defeated the genius of the Li family and obtained the position of World Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven Ancestor passed away and the Li family was destroyed. Yes, now the Yang family is the strongest. The 3 big sects are just under their command. When the Yang family's Yang Lingqing gets the position of Realm Emperor, there is no suspense in the battle for the position of Realm Emperor this time. Among the young martial artists under 1,000 years old, not a single one can take one move from Yang Lingqing. What a pity. An old man shook his head and said, if the Li family wasn't destroyed, the Li family still has Li Xuanji. With her strength, it should be easy for her to defeat Yang Lingqing. These 2 families are really mysterious. They didn't show themselves at first, but when the Heaven Ancestor wasn't here, 2 young experts suddenly appeared. Let's talk less. The Li family is no longer here. I don't want my family to end up like the Li family. Old Dong, save it. Your family isn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of the Yang family. I dare say that this Yang Lingqing is still so young. In the next 10,000 years, the Xueqi demon region will be dominated by the Yang family. The Yang family is really getting more and more terrifying. Along the way, listening to these words, Long Chen was a little impatient. However, he had to admit that the current Yang clan was not something he could fight head-on against. Of course, in Long Chen's mind, he didn't think that he had the slightest blood relation with the Yang family. In fact, the Yang family was his enemy. Finding a place where he could meditate, Long Chen hid in the middle of the mountain waiting for the MOU festival. Chapter 12:11. At the very top were the two largest and tallest seats. They should be for the two great world kings of the Yang family, Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo. This meant that the two of them had to be present. As time went on, more and more people came. The small world Emperor Mountain had at least 100,000 people in a few days. Among them, at least 50,000 were martial artists. Of course, there were only a handful of people who could reach level 8 of the God Martial State within 1,000 years. To be able to come to such a grand event like this, they could brag to others for a while in the future. The World Emperor Mountain was packed with people, and all kinds of opinions were spread everywhere. Each of the three sects had a warrior who had reached the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm before the age of 1,000, and all of them had high prestige. However, even they had to admit that the deity throne of the World Emperor this time could only belong to Yang Lingqing. They were all here to watch the fun. Many powerful people from the three great sects also came. Finally, on the day before the MOU festival, the true powerful people of the Yang family had arrived. Long Chen could only watch from a corner. Almost all the powerful people of the Yang family had arrived. Yang Dingtian and the other two sat at the very top. Only the two great world kings' seats were empty. Although they were empty, Long Chen knew that they must have come. They were just hiding somewhere. Because of this, Long Chen had to be very careful. In the Yang family crowd, Long Chen saw Yang Lingqing again. She was surrounded by the crowd as she came in majestically. Even Yang Dingtian, the Yang family leader, lost some of his brilliance standing next to her. Such a beautiful and arrogant person. She wasn't simple. It was the first time for many people to see Yang Lingqing, but they were already deeply impressed by her domineering and coldness. She stood in the air and looked down at the people below. A majestic aura appeared out of nowhere. Looking at this unfamiliar face, Long Chen could only close his eyes. Otherwise, even he would be impulsive. No one could relax after seeing their sister's body being taken over. Damn old woman, you should die but you don't. I will make you die miserably. Being devoured by the soul-devouring technique was definitely tragic. Long Chen could not wait any longer. Win by remaining calm, Li Xuanji said softly. Her words always made Long Chen calm down. Long Chen was originally very calm, but when he met Yang Lingqing, it was too important to him, and there were too many risks, so he couldn't control his emotions. Yang Lingqing was the last to be seated in the Yang family. After she was seated, the Yang family invited the sect masters and elders of the three major sects to join the banquet. It was as if they were celebrating Yang Lingqing's return as the world emperor. During the banquet, many people tried to strike up a conversation with Yang Lingqing, but they were all blocked by Yang Dingtian. In this lively scene, she seemed to be very lonely, looking at the sky alone. Only when she saw the world would her originally sharp eyes reveal an expression of awe and fear. She must have been frightened by the Nirvana tribulation. Long Chen sneered as he looked at Yang Lingqing, who was several li away. This wasn't his sister but the Yang family heaven ancestor who escaped from the Nirvana divine damnation. As time passed, everyone became more and more nervous. MOU festival is almost here. Everyone look at the changes in MOU. With this exclamation, everyone looked up. MOU was already in the sky. This MOU that looked like a lush forest was shaking and changing shape. The sky became like the surface of a lake. MOU rippled in the ripples. The entire Great Een Demon realm was shaking. This was the prelude to MOU splitting into three. Such an amazing thing could only happen in the Great Een Demon realm. A suffocating Een Chi came from all directions. MOU festival was indeed the last moment of the Een Chi in such a short time. The Een Chi had increased a few layers. The sky was covered in clouds and large patches of clouds gathered together, covering the entire sky. Only MOU was left. After shaking for a long time, the inky moon finally split into two and condensed into something similar to the inky moon. There were three inky moons in the sky, forming a triangle. They rotated in front of each other. Immediately, an earth-shattering suction force formed. The entire Tai Een demon realm shook even more violently as though it was going to be devoured by the inky moon. This caused countless earthquakes, floods and volcanoes to erupt in the Great Een demon realm. Despite this, every MOU festival was a grand symbol of the Great Een demon realm. When MOU festival came, the world changed and it was time for the realm emperor to descend. This realm emperor hadn't descended for tens of thousands of years. Just when everyone was excited, Long Chen looked up calmly at the sky that was surrounded by countless clouds. At the center of the clouds were three fast-spinning MOU. At the same time, a wave of Yin Qi sprayed out from Mou and gathered in the entire Great Yin Demon Realm. The Yin Qi in the Great Yin Demon Realm gradually rose. When it reached the peak, it would be the best time for Li Xuanji to use soul-devouring technique. At the same time, waves of Yin Qi sprayed out of Mou and gathered in the entire Great Yin Demon Realm. The Yin Qi gradually rose, and when it reached its peak, it would be the best time for Li Xuanji to use soul-devouring. We only have one chance. The final moment was about to come, but Long Chen was calm. Rumble. The mountains and rivers cracked. The ground beneath his feet kept trembling. In the distance, the Yang family members were still sitting on their golden seats. They were all as stable as Mt. Tai as they looked excitedly at the sky, waiting for the Realm Emperor stage to descend. Among them, Yang Lingqing's face was especially hot. Long Chen's eyes never left her body. That proud and arrogant look made Long Chen very uncomfortable. But even she was very excited when the Realm Emperor stage was about to descend. This was her chance to be reborn. After getting the Realm Emperor God position, she would be able to control this body more easily. Long Chen stared at her with rage burning in his chest. Suddenly, the cold and gloomy Yang Lingqing froze. The look in her eyes changed rapidly in a short period of time, turning into the look that Long Chen was familiar with. Gentle and moving, young and tough. This was the Yang Lingqing in Long Chen's mind. At this moment, her eyes were wet. She looked around helplessly and miserably. There was a huge commotion around her and she didn't know anyone. This made her extremely flustered. She was like an injured deer, hiding in a hurry. Long Chen was like a bolt from the blue. He knew that at this moment, Yang Lingqing had definitely returned. She was in control of her body. This was the sister that Long Chen was familiar with. Seeing her helpless and pitiful look, Long Chen's heart exploded with rage. He was about to rush out recklessly when Li Xuanji pulled him back. Don't move. This is not the time. Li Xuanji obviously knew that Yang Lingqing had taken over her body, but she was more rational than Long Chen. She needs me, my little sister needs me. Long Chen felt as if his chest was blocked, and he couldn't even breathe. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and his eyes turned completely blood red. He couldn't bear to see Yang Lingqing's helpless look. These people had already touched Long Chen's bottom line. Impulsiveness will destroy your sister, Li Xuanji said coldly. Yes. Long Chen closed his eyes. He knew it too. He just couldn't help it. In the blink of an eye, Yang Lingqing disappeared. In her place was still the heavenly ancestor of the Yang family. Because Yang Lingqing had been out for a while, she seemed a little angry. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with Yang Lingqing suddenly taking control of her body. What she needed was a perfect Yin demonic body that was always under her control. She suddenly looked up. In the sky, there was a loud explosion. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky above the Realm Emperor mountain. With a flash of light, an ancient stone slab the size of a palm appeared in the distant sky. The Realm Emperor platform. The Realm Emperor platform has appeared. Look, it's the Realm Emperor platform. Heavens, I can actually see the Realm Emperor platform. For a moment, countless people screamed. The reason why it was the size of a palm was because it was still very far away from here. At this moment, the Realm Emperor platform was slowly descending until it looked like it was 1 meter long and 1 meter wide. On this ancient stone slab, there was a golden shield, on which there were countless dark green runes flashing. An ancient aura swept over from the sky. This small stone slab made Long Chen's soul palpitate. This so-called Realm Emperor platform must be a very ancient thing. Quiet. No one knew which expert shouted, but everyone shut their mouths. They knew that the real competition was about to begin. The 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm belongs to the Xueqi Demon region. Young disciples under 1,000 years old are qualified to compete for the Realm Emperor's divine position. I, Yang Dingtian, declare that the competition for the Realm Emperor's divine position begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of cheers. In the midst of the cheers, less than 5 figures soared into the sky. Those who could meet the 3 conditions were all peerless geniuses. In the entire Xueqi Demon region, there were 2 from the Yang family and 1 each from the other 3 sections. The 2 from the Yang family were the 2 warriors who were above Yang Ding. They did not participate in the battle between Long Chen and Yang Ding. If they appeared, Long Chen would definitely not be able to escape. These 5 people rushed towards the Realm Emperor platform at first, and then they engaged in a fierce battle. Each of them was a warrior who had just established a divine kingdom in their body, so they had vast power. Of course, their battle was just a performance. The real person who could obtain the Realm Emperor's divine position could only be Yang Lingqing. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Yang Lingqing stood up. The moment she stood up, it was as though the entire world had lost its color. Those guys who were still fighting in the sky looked like clowns as well. When he saw Yang Lingqing make a move, Long Chen held his breath. This was the opportunity. Chapter 12:12. MOU was divided into 3. Yin Qi descended between heaven and earth, and a gloomy atmosphere surrounded the surroundings. The cold wind was piercingly cold. Under the excited gazes of the crowd, Yang Lingqing stood at the core of the Yang family. She was dressed in a tight outfit, looking cold and domineering. Her eyes were cold and filled with contempt towards the crowd. At this moment, she looked up at the sky and smiled coldly. With a light step, she had already rushed up to the sky. In the air, several young warriors who had just entered the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm were having a good time fighting. They were very clear that their fights were just to liven up the atmosphere a little bit, and that was all. None of them thought that they could get the deity throne of the world emperor. In order to get this divine throne, the Yang family had destroyed the Li family. They were determined to get it. When Yang Lingqing rose into the air, the others stopped what they were doing. They glanced at each other and consciously made way for Yang Lingqing. Yang Lingqing didn't need to do anything, and could easily get onto the World Emperor platform. This was what everyone had agreed on. If they were really asked to fight with Yang Lingqing, they wouldn't dare to do so. After all, their elders had strictly forbidden it. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't be willing to admit defeat with their youthful temperament and vigor. After making way for them, everyone had put on a show. Just when they were about to leave, Yang Lingqing's cold and arrogant figure flashed and appeared in front of them. Her frighteningly sharp eyes scanned through the warriors one by one. She then said in a cold and arrogant voice, "The battle hasn't even begun, and you're already retreating. Are you still men?" The crowd was in an uproar. The people of the 3 sects were a bit dissatisfied. They had already agreed with the Yang family that after the World Emperor platform appeared, the disciples of the 3 sects wouldn't do anything. They would let Yang Lingqing get the World Emperor platform directly. For this reason, the families had wasted a lot of effort to persuade the #1 disciple of the young generation. But now, Yang Lingqing didn't want them to leave. What did this mean? Among the 3 major sects, only the people with the highest ranks knew about Yang Lingqing's identity. This was also the reason why they decided to be loyal to the Yang family. As long as the heavenly ancestor was reborn, the profound Yin Devil realm would definitely be completely under the control of the Yang family. Although the Yang family had already discussed it, heavenly ancestor suddenly had the mood to fight, so the people from the 3 sects could only sigh helplessly, hoping that heavenly ancestor would not go too far. How do you know that you're not my match without fighting? High up in the sky, Yang Lingqing pressed forward step by step. In the blink of an eye, she broke into the encirclement of the 5 young warriors and instantly launched an attack. Even the 2 genius warriors of the Yang family were no exception. Under the terrifying strength of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm, in less than a quarter of an hour, the 5 figures spat out blood and fell from the sky. They were caught by their elders. Within a short period of time, Yang Lingqing was the only one who could still hover in the air and look down at the crowd with disdain. After looking down for a while, she burst into laughter and said, "Now, I'm qualified to go to the Realm Imperial Altar." Only the strongest warriors of the young generation were qualified to go to the Realm Imperial Altar. No matter whether Yang Lingqing had fought with others or not, she deserved to be in this position. Unless Li Xuanji, who had been exterminated and then disappeared, reappeared. But this was basically impossible. Looking at the woman in the sky, everyone showed a look of envy and worship. Even some warriors who were no longer young were frightened by Yang Lingqing. Everyone realized that this decisive and merciless Yang Lingqing would become the #1 figure in the profound Yin Devil realm in the future. As for whether the profound Yin Devil realm could become stronger and stronger, it would depend on the ability of Yang Lingqing. After getting rid of the others, Yang Lingqing did not stay any longer. She looked up at the Realm Imperial Altar in the sky with blazing eyes, and with a leap, she quickly flew in the direction of the Realm Imperial Altar. She enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped by all. It had been a long time since she appeared. She was really a genius to be able to come up with such a way to pass the 1,000-year time limit. However, until now, she had not completely occupied the little guy's lunar devil body, which made her a little anxious. She had to be quick. Otherwise, for example, when she was doing something important and the poor little guy suddenly appeared, all her previous efforts would be in vain. The bestowal of the Realm Emperor's deity position was a great opportunity to completely occupy the body. Although Yang Lingqing looked indifferent on the outside, she was very excited. Below the stage, all the Yang family members were also very excited when they saw that their ancestor was about to fulfill her wish. They had been preparing for this day for a long time, and the Yang family had lost too much. Although the Li family was destroyed, it had to be said that the Yang family had also suffered a great loss. Almost half of the 100 elders had been lost. Moreover, they had united with the 3 major sects to completely destroy the Li family. If it had been the Yang family alone, it would not have been possible to achieve this. Finally, the time had come. Even Yang Dingtian, who had been very calm, was excited at this time. Under the leadership of the Tian ancestor, the Yang family would certainly have further great development, and he, Yang Dingtian, as the current patriarch, would be recorded in the history books. It was an exciting moment. For Long Chen, it was the moment when he made his move. He, who was hiding in the belly of the mountain, gritted his teeth and made his move after Yang Lingqing had wiped out the opponents. He grasped the timing very well. This was the only chance. Long Chen had thought about it. If he had used the soul-revolving sacred jade at the beginning and used his super strength to chase after Yang Lingqing in the sky, he might have been stopped by the 2 patriarchs of the Yang family before he arrived. Therefore, he needed to be high-profile and attract the attention of others. When they found out that the troublemaker was a small character like him, they would let down their guard. For the Yang family, Long Chen's strength could only defeat Yang Ding, so he was not a threat at all. The ones who could really mess things up were Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. At this time they were not there. At least, no one could see them, so the chances of Long Chen getting close to Yang Lingqing at the beginning were higher. Wait! When Yang Lingqing was about to go up to the Realm Emperor's platform, a roar made everyone dizzy, especially those who were not far from Long Chen. They all looked at this young man in surprise. Long Chen's appearance was very unfamiliar, and only the Yang clan would be able to recognize him immediately. Upon seeing Long Chen, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, and he became very nervous. Just as he was about to call out to the others to make a move, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Long Chen was alone. Yang Batian and the others who were about to make a move also stopped in their tracks, and they looked at the unwilling Long Chen with playful expressions. Long Chen knew their plan, but so what? At this point, nothing could be reversed. Long Chen's weight also made Yang Lingqing stop rising. When she looked down, she found that Long Chen had already jumped up and was rushing toward Yang Lingqing. Everyone, I am also a disciple of the Yang family and can be considered as half a member of the Shenin demon territory. I am also qualified to compete for the deity throne of the World Emperor. In the process of rushing up to the sky, Long Chen roared. After hearing this, everyone was stunned at first, and then tens of thousands of people burst into laughter. Even 5 warriors at the 8th LV of the divine martial arts realm were killed by Yang Lingqing like cutting melons and vegetables. Long Chen, who came out of nowhere, actually said that he wanted to compete for the deity throne of the World Emperor. The Yang family was familiar with Long Chen, and they also thought that what Long Chen said was funny. Yang Dingtian was also amused. He carefully looked around with his divine sense, and found that Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were not within a radius of 10 miles. In addition, the 2 great ancestors did not make any movements. He was much more relieved about this accident. In his eyes, Long Chen was just a slightly talented junior, not at the level of Yang Lingqing and Li Xuanji, so he did not take it seriously. However, at this solemn moment, and also considering the mood of Heaven Ancestor, he could not allow Long Chen to continue making trouble. Yang Dingtian raised his head and said in a clear voice, "Yang Chen, stop making trouble. Only disciples at the 8th LV of the divine martial arts realm are qualified to compete. You are far from enough. Batian, go and catch this guy for me." Yang Dingtian's voice spread throughout the Realm Emperor Mountain. Only then did everyone realize that this arrogant young man was Yang Chen, who had caused a stir in the Yang family recently. It was said that he was from the true Martial Emperor Palace, and his strength was very mysterious. In 10 days, He had defeated more than 70 warriors who had just entered the 7th LV of the divine martial arts realm. In the end, he even defeated Yang Ding, who had almost entered the 8th LV of the divine martial arts realm. His strength was very close to the 8th LV of the divine martial arts realm. He was a figure who had recently risen to fame because of his arrogance. It was said that he was Yang Lingqing's elder brother. Such a person's future was indeed limitless, but he was too arrogant. The Realm Emperor platform was not a place for him to behave atrociously, and he still dared to be arrogant here. Everyone could not help but feel sorry for his fate. Since the Yang family was the Yang family, then it was the internal affairs of the Yang family. The others watched this little farce with the mood of watching a play. They found it strange that if Long Chen was Yang Lingqing's elder brother, and his sister had such achievements and was about to become the new world emperor, why would he disturb her at the last moment? Could it be that he was out of his mind, or that the relationship between them was not good? Under Yang Dingtian's order, Yang Batian nodded. He sensed that Nan Gonglai and Han Yunxing were not around, and he immediately felt relieved. He had long wanted to teach this arrogant boy, Long Chen, a lesson. This was a great opportunity. Without saying a word, he flew up into the sky. Unexpectedly at this time, Yang Lingqing waved her hand at him and said, "Let me handle it." Although Tian ancestor had not been completely reborn, he was still a Tian ancestor. Yang Batian shuddered and quickly returned to his position, looking at Yang Dingtian. Chapter 12-13. I don't think so. After all, it's very likely to be a dragon martialist from True Martial Emperor Palace. Heavenly Ancestor hasn't recovered yet, so he probably doesn't want to cause any trouble. However, he will definitely teach this kid an unforgettable lesson. Yang Batian nodded. Heavenly Ancestor flew into a rage again. He couldn't wait to see what would happen. Everything was going according to Long Chen's plan. Even Li Xuanji and the other two in the Great Void Realm couldn't help but admire Long Chen's intelligence. He was very nervous and angry before, but at the critical moment, he was terrifyingly calm. If he had fused his power from the beginning and attacked aggressively, he wouldn't have gotten the chance to face Yang Lingqing alone. Even if I haven't reached the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, I still want to try. There is no battle that I don't dare to try. Long Chen roared insolently. He was like a moth flying into a flame, pouncing towards Yang Lingqing. Everyone was baffled. They couldn't tell that these two were brother and sister. Only the Yang clan knew that Long Chen knew that the one in his sister's body wasn't his real sister, which was why he was so angry. Everything was within reason. Long Chen and Yang Lingqing met in the sky. The distance between the two was only 10 meters. Yang Lingqing didn't move at all. Her gloomy eyes scanned Long Chen's body. She knew that this young genius from the True Martial Emperor Palace was the elder brother of the other soul in her body. It was normal for him to be angry at her. Martial Dragon. Ah, Martial Dragon. If you weren't a Martial Dragon, I would have torn you apart a long time ago if you dared to behave atrociously in front of me. The Sky Ancestor's voice was so thin that only Long Chen could hear it. You finally admit that you're a wild dog that has taken over someone else's body. Long Chen grinned. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had finally come. This guy in front of him definitely wouldn't have thought that Long Chen came with killing intent. His performance was too realistic. Even the two people that Long Chen feared the most, Patriarch Luan and Patriarch Mo of the Yang family, could not tell. Perhaps the Li family had already been destroyed, or perhaps the Shenin demon territory was already their world, so the World Emperor's deity position didn't matter to them at all. The appearance of this youth was just an interlude. In front of absolute power, how could an ant jump around? In their eyes, it was all a joke. You're the first person to insult me and still live. It seems like I've been silent for too long. No one knows me. Heavenly Ancestor, who was hiding in Yang Lingqing's body, sneered. Long Chen was furious. Looking at this young girl in front of him, it was obvious that she wasn't his sister. Thinking of too many things, he couldn't let it go. Before he made his move, Long Chen sneered again. You stinky brat, why are you acting cool in front of me? Damn it, you dare to touch my sister? It won't be that easy. I think you should reincarnate earlier and resume your old job in your next life. I hate people like you the most. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit for 3 days and 3 nights. Speaking until here, Long Chen's face was full of mockery. You. The so-called heavenly ancestor had already fainted from anger because of Long Chen's rare insult. She didn't expect Long Chen to challenge her limits. Even a clay figurine had a temper, not to mention a super existence like her who could shake the demon world. Those who were many times higher than Long Chen would bow before her. Even the Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators in the Martial God Palace would not dare to offend her like this. However, Long Chen had touched her bottom line. She already had the intention to kill this youth from the beginning. However, she didn't want to cause trouble because of his background. But now, when she was so angry that she was about to explode and lose her rationality, all her concerns were cast aside. The only thought in her mind was to quickly tear this brat to pieces. Haha, I was right. So you're angry out of shame, old witch. Go to hell quickly. Don't stay here and embarrass yourself. Don't you feel ashamed? Long Chen put on a playful expression and scolded her word by word. If it was in the past, his vocabulary would definitely be richer, and he would definitely scold the heavenly ancestor to death. At this time, Long Chen's heart was also full of anger. At this time, he only used insults to calm himself down a little. This insult had a huge advantage. It made the heavenly ancestor, who had occupied Yang Lingqing's body, lose her rationality. When she lost her rationality, her ability to control her body and other abilities would fluctuate. At that time, it would be the most important time for Li Xuanji to make a move. Therefore, Long Chen wasn't just talking fast. They hadn't seen each other for more than 7 years. He didn't expect to meet his sister again. Although he could see her body, he couldn't feel her existence. The girl in front of him was completely the same as the girl in Long Chen's memories. When Long Chen thought of that little girl, she could only sleep pitifully and let others occupy her body, or even be completely devoured in the end. This kind of hatred couldn't be resolved by a wave of insults. The Yang family. This was a great hatred. This kind of hatred could only be avenged by killing. There was no other way but to kill. However, to Long Chen, the Yang family was a colossus. Now he could only use schemes and endure. The longer he endured, the more he would kill. Under Long Chen's continuous insults, the Yang family's heavenly ancestor completely lost her sense of propriety. Her mind went blank. Go to hell. Since he dared to insult her like this, even if he was a successor disciple of great Emperor Zhenwu, she would probably kill him. The power of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm instantly surrounded Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen really experienced the strength of his opponent. This was the kind of expert who could kill him at will. However, in the face of hatred, he wasn't afraid. At this time, Long Chen's eyes were also bloodshot. The passion and anger in his heart even surpassed that of the heavenly ancestor. This old guy absolutely didn't expect that this moment would come. Finally, it was time to take action. Under the coat of anger, Long Chen was extremely calm. On his chest, the soul rotation sacred jade was filled with white light. The heavenly ancestor was too powerful. Although she had not been reborn, she was still an ancestor in the Yang family. She had already said that she would personally kill Long Chen. Therefore, before this, no matter what happened, Yang Dingtian and the others thought of stopping it. In their minds, the heavenly ancestor was an omnipotent legend. They couldn't hear the conversation between Long Chen and the heavenly ancestor. They could only see that the heavenly ancestor was extremely angry and decisive. Yang Dingtian lowered his head and looked at Yang Batian and the other two. The heavenly ancestor is. While the three were discussing, there was an earth-shattering noise in the crowd. The real shocking change began. The others quickly raised their heads, and then they saw that at this time, Long Chen had begun to change unexpectedly. Power. The first time he activated the soul rotation sacred jade, Long Chen felt like he was about to cry. From the soul rotation sacred jade, he could feel the aura that belonged to Long Qinglan. That's right, even though his father was no longer around, he seemed to be surrounded at all times. The warm power of the soul rotation sacred jade completely surrounded Long Chen. It was as if he was bathing in the sun. Extremely comfortable. The pure white power quickly surged into Long Chen's body. The circular jade pendant rotated on Long Chen's chest. In the next moment, 2 rays of light burst out from the great void realm. One was a golden sun, and the other was a bright blue star. These 2 powers were the incarnations of Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. Under the absorption of the soul rotation sacred jade, their bodies actually merged into the soul rotation sacred jade. It's really magical. The only feeling that Long Chen had now was that he was dreaming. In the Great Void Realm, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai had already disappeared. They had entered the Soul Rotation's sacred jade. Then, the Soul Rotation's sacred jade began to flicker with golden and blue light. The golden side was a raging fire, while the blue side was a bright starlight. This was the power that belonged to Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing. As the two rays of light rose, the entire Soul Rotation's sacred jade began to merge into Long Chen's body. At that moment, Long Chen found that his body had undergone a magical change. The Soul Rotation's sacred jade instantly turned into billions of tiny particles and merged into Long Chen's body. Each particle contained endless power, including the power of Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, as well as the power of the Soul Rotation's sacred jade itself. These powers did not go through Long Chen's meridians because Long Chen's body and meridians could not withstand such a terrifying power. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were both very close to the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, and the strange power of the soul-revolving Saint Jade had combined their powers together, forming a new sublimation. This combined power had completely surpassed the scope of the God Martial Arts Realm, advancing towards the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. How could Long Chen's current body and meridians withstand such power? If this power really entered his body, the only result would be his body exploding and he would die without a burial. However, the magic of the Soul Rotation Sacred Jade was in this place. The billions of particles in Long Chen's body reconstructed a frame that did not belong to Long Chen's body. There were meridians, muscles, and everything else. This new frame circulated a terrifying power in a very short period of time. The power of flames and stars whistled and flowed within it. What was even more terrifying was that Long Chen found that he could use the power in this new frame freely. It was as if this new frame was also a part of his body. The power that belonged to Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai seemed to be a part of his body. As for the power of his body itself, it seemed insignificant and almost negligible in front of the power of the Soul Rotation Sacred Jade. Father! Long Chen was excited. Chapter 12:14. This magical thing could be called a relic. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why there would be such a magical effect. The power of 3 people could be gathered together, and it was for a weak person to use such a terrifying power. Moreover, this was only a part of it. Next, Long Chen realized that his dragon blood divine energy had also started to fuse with the newly established framework. In an instant, all the dragon blood divine energy and the new power combined. What surprised Long Chen was that compared to the power of the stars and flames, the dragon blood divine energy was negligible. However, during the fusion, it occupied the dominant position. With just a little bit of dragon blood divine energy, the aura of the flames and stars were gradually suppressed, and the suppressed flames and stars were assimilated into red. However, the red enchanting flames and the red cold stars were even more terrifying than before. Long Chen then understood that the soul-revolving sacred jade might be a good item that could be compared to the Void Dragon Talisman. Only with Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, Long Chen could surpass a huge level and exert such terrifying power. Of course, such a relic could not be used by Long Chen every time. Han Yunxing had mentioned this earlier that there were limits to its usage. However, for now, this was a great thing that Long Chen could rely on to solve his problems. Even he himself did not know to what extent the power he could control had reached. He had a shocking idea. Perhaps, a single punch of mine is enough to overturn a 9 serene demon mountain. In his mind, the scene of the terrifying wolf claws reaching down from the clouds in the 9 secluded demon territory appeared. Phew! He let out a long breath. The effect of the soul-revolving sacred jade seemed to be slow, but it actually happened in an instant. In just an instant, Long Chen, who was in the sky, had changed completely. A red light film circulated around his body. This was the fusion power. Within the light film, flames burned and stars rotated. It was filled with all kinds of earth-shattering and shocking power. This power! Yang Dingtian and the others were dumbfounded. They simply could not believe their eyes because they realized that even they themselves were unable to detect this power. Even if they racked their brains, they would never have imagined that Long Chen's father would leave him something as strange as the sacred soul-revolving jade. For a person to suddenly possess such power and multiply it by countless times, it didn't make sense to this world. It would have a huge impact on one's worldview. At that moment, Yang Dingtian and the others couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, after being the head of the family for so many years, he still had the ability to deal with sudden changes. Although he didn't know why Long Chen suddenly had such power, he definitely had to deal with Yang Lingqing. If Yang Lingqing was kidnapped today, the Yang family's plan would be ruined. They had prepared for so many years, and if it was ruined, they could only apologize with their lives. Do it. Under Yang Dingtian's order, Yang Batian, Yang Matian, Yang Kuei, and Yin Mei, the 5 experts of the Yang family at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm, instantly set off. As for the people of the other 3 sects, it was none of their business, so they naturally didn't care. 5 rays of light came at an amazing speed. At this moment, Long Chen, who had incredible power, immediately started his own action after the soul-revolving sacred jade's power was successful. He didn't have much time, and this was the most dangerous moment. A slight hesitation could cause all his previous efforts to be in vain. Before he used the soul-revolving sacred jade, the Yang family's sky ancestor was attacking him angrily. Long Chen's change made her stop. She looked at Long Chen in shock and exclaimed, "What is this?" After saying this, Long Chen had completed the transformation of the soul-revolving sacred jade. "Something that will kill you." At this time, Long Chen's eyes were so red that they were about to drip blood. In a flash, he knew that the 5 experts of the Yang family had already taken action. And in the newly built temporary imperial residence of the Yang family, the 2 hidden ancestors were also extremely shocked because of Long Chen's change. It was estimated that in the next moment, they would take action. Time waits for no man. After saying this, Long Chen had already arrived at Yang Lingqing's side. The sky ancestor, who had frightened him before, was now like a helpless little girl. "You're courting death." The sky ancestor punched, and the space was torn apart, spreading towards Long Chen. At this time, in the newly built frame of Long Chen's body, a terrifying power was flowing, and the space was trembling. He casually moved behind the sky ancestor, and then pressed her head with one hand. His whole body's power, like a starry red shield, completely imprisoned the sky ancestor in his hand. He punched down. That terrifying power directly made the previously arrogant woman twitch. What Long Chen now had was already beyond the divine essence of the god martial arts realm. Although it was not the nirvana power of the nirvana tribulation realm, it actually had the same power as that of the nirvana realm. Everything that the god martial arts realm had comprehended was in this power. Although she had the supreme golden body, the sky ancestor still could not bear such an attack. Sometimes, it was not completely destroying the opponent's body, but the damage caused was the greatest. The peak of Long Chen's punch had already surpassed the power of the god martial arts realm. It directly made the sky ancestor's whole body twitch, and she basically lost the ability to fight. In other words, this kind of transcendental power directly acted on her god martial spirit. "How is it possible? Who the hell are you?" The sky ancestor roared, her face ferocious, but under the control of Long Chen, she had no power to resist. This turn of events left the 100,000 people below dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their eyes. At this moment, Yang Dingtian and the others had already arrived in front of Long Chen. The sky ancestor was actually being held hostage by Long Chen. Everyone was extremely nervous. They knew that this kind of thing could only be handled by Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo. However, before they arrived, the 5 great experts could not just stand by and watch. They knew that an incredible change had happened to Long Chen, but they would never have imagined that the power that Long Chen possessed had already exceeded the level that they could resist. It was a power that could shake mountains and rivers with a wave of his hand. Only a mysterious person like Long Qinglan could bestow such a power that could destroy the norm to Long Chen. Time waited for no man. After subduing the sky ancestor, the most crucial moment had arrived. Li Xuanji had finally waited for the time to come out of the great void realm. Although she also knew that the soul-revolving sacred jade was magical, she still could not believe it when she saw it with her own eyes. Yang Dingtian and the others' faces turned even uglier when they saw the beautiful lady in a fluttering long dress emerge. Long Chen had definitely given them a huge surprise today. First, he possessed the power that should not have been there. Then, the already dead Li Xuanji actually appeared. This shocking turn of events made everyone below even more dumbfounded. Under the control of Long Chen, the sky ancestor no longer had the power to resist. She could recognize the aura of the Li family at a glance, because it was her nightmare. "You're an evil creature from the Li family." The sky ancestor's voice was hoarse. She would never have thought that everything that she had planned to do, to become the world emperor again, should have been simple. However, because of the appearance of this brat, Long Chen, everything had changed. It was as if she was living in a dream. Li Xuanji sneered. The person before her was the culprit behind the destruction of the Li family. Killing her would be half her revenge. I'm the one who came to take your life. At this time, Long Chen handed the sky ancestor over to Li Xuanji. The two of them looked at each other. One look was enough. There was no need for words. They both understood each other. What was coming next would not be easy. It would be a real battle of life and death. Li Xuanji would use the soul-devouring technique to fight against the sky ancestor, while Long Chen would have to protect them and block the two supreme experts of the Yang family. As for Yang Dingtian and the others, they were just ants in front of Long Chen. Since the appearance of Li Xuanji, Yang Dingtian's face had become deathly pale. He knew that he had been tricked by Long Chen. He really thought that Li Xuanji was dead. He had never thought that not only was she still alive, but she had also completely recovered from the 100,000 devil Dao. A bolt of lightning flashed through Yang Dingtian's mind. He finally understood how terrifying Long Chen's descendant was. Previously, he had thought that everything was under his control. However, to the current Long Chen, it was a joke. However, Yang Dingtian knew that the more critical the situation was, the more he couldn't lose control. What was there to be afraid of? Although Long Chen had become strange, the Yang family didn't only have the 5 great experts. Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo were also present. Although the Li family could use the soul-devouring technique, it didn't come without a price. Ancestor Tian had such a powerful god martial spirit, and this young girl who had just entered the 9th level of the divine martial realm dared to use the soul-devouring technique on her. Even if she didn't die, she would have to pay a disastrous price. Li Xuanji didn't tell Long Chen about this. Today, I won't rest until one of you is dead. You two must die. Yang Dingtian roared furiously. At this time, Li Xuanji was behind Long Chen, using the soul-devouring technique on Tianzu. It was a large-scale soul-devouring technique. A dark green translucent halo enveloped the two of them, isolating them from the outside world. Be careful. Before using the technique, Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen affectionately, without a trace of regret in her eyes. Don't worry, before I die, nobody will be able to touch you. Long Chen took a deep breath. The two women behind him were probably very important to him. At this moment, he couldn't retreat even if he had to die. Yang clan, it's time to settle the score between us. Long Chen's cold gaze swept across the 5 experts of the Yang clan. Chapter 12-15. Who would have thought that the situation would develop to this point? The inconspicuous Long Chen suddenly had an extraordinary power and easily defeated Yang Lingqing, who had just entered the 9th LV of the divine martial arts realm. Then, Li Xuanji, who had been rumored to have disappeared, suddenly appeared. But even so, everyone still did not know what had happened. Most people thought that Yang Lingqing was Yang Lingqing, not Tianzu. However, when the senior members of the Yang family saw that Li Xuanji had used the soul-devouring technique on Yang Lingqing, they were anxious. Because the two ancestors had to prepare for the nirvana tribulation that would come after 1,000 years, they were always in a tense state of cultivation. Even at this moment, they did not slack off. It took a little time to wake up from the state of cultivation, so Long Chen could succeed. There was an essential difference between the warriors of the nirvana tribulation realm and the warriors of the peak of the divine martial arts realm. Long Chen had never seen a warrior of this level, but he knew that his current strength was close to this level. It was the soul-revolving sacred jade that gave Long Chen his current strength, which was beyond his original strength. Now he had achieved this level, which shocked the warriors of the nirvana tribulation realm. At this moment, Long Chen's heart was full of heroic spirit. There was nothing more exciting than trampling on the experts who were originally impossible to deal with. At this moment, the 5 experts of the Yang family were all furious. They did not know what was going on with Long Chen. His strength had increased beyond common sense, which was obviously impossible. Even if it was a general cultivation method that increased divine spirit, not to mention the side effects, it could not reach such a terrifying level. The nature of the power in Long Chen was somewhat similar to the nirvana power of the nirvana tribulation realm. Kill him first. Yang Dingtian calmed down. If he needed the two ancestors to deal with this kind of trivial matter, then he, the family master, would become a decoration. So at this time, he could not hesitate at all. Although Long Chen seemed to be very strong now, how long could he last? Even if Li Xuanji wanted to use the soul-devouring technique, an hour would not be enough. During this hour, Long Chen was alone. How could he protect Li Xuanji from being disturbed? For Yang Dingtian, it was impossible for Long Chen to do that. At this time, Li Xuanji took Yang Lingqing and gradually rose. They had almost reached the position of the Realm Emperor stage, and they were suspended high in the air. 100 meters below her, Long Chen alone blocked the 5 experts of the Yang family. The 5 experts were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the first moment, each of them launched a terrifying attack. 5 warriors at the 9th LV of the divine martial arts realm had joined hands to deal with him. Long Chen had never thought that he would be able to reach such a heaven-defying level one day. Of course, the power in his body did not belong to him. Part of it came from Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai, and the other part came from the soul-revolving sacred jade. The combination of the 3 produced a wonderful change. Under the control of Long Chen's will, an incomparably vast power appeared. Now, Long Chen was the real leader. Not only had his strength increased, but he could also feel the martial arts domains of Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai. At this moment, it was as if the 3 of them had fused together. Long Chen was not fighting alone, but all 3 of them were fighting. 3 against 5. The Yang family was Long Chen's enemy. Finally, he had the power to take revenge. Naturally, he would not miss this great opportunity. If you want to get past me, I will at least take half of your lives. Long Chen roared. His eyes were blood-red. His crazy look made Yang Dingtian and the others hesitate. But after all, they had seen the world and would not be frightened by Long Chen. For Long Chen, he was now in a relatively high position, not only in terms of power but also in comprehension. He found that the seemingly mysterious martial arts and movements of Yang Dingtian and the others were very simple and could be seen through at a glance. As for those complicated moves, Long Chen could easily find the key to break them. Under Yang Dingtian's command, the 4 warriors at the peak of the 9th divine martial arts realm surrounded Long Chen. Yang Dingtian pretended to attack alone, but from the other side, he went in the direction of Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji was the biggest variable and crisis. As long as he dealt with Li Xuanji, it would not be too late to let Tianzu accept the deity position of the World Emperor and then deal with Long Chen slowly. Below, 2 pairs of cold eyes were also scrutinizing Long Chen doubtfully. For these 2 warriors in the Nirvana Tribulation realm, there were very few things in this world that they did not know. And the changes in Long Chen's body had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. Anyway, the soul-devouring technique would not succeed in less than an hour, so they were not in a hurry. First, they would let the younger generation of their clan test out Long Chen's strength. Who would have thought that after trying it out for a bit, everyone would be shocked? It was too shocking. In the eyes of 100,000 people, Long Chen was completely a madman. His whole body was surging with murderous intent, and blood-red energy was rolling on his body. The 4 warriors attacked him with all kinds of fatal attacks, but at this time, Long Chen was not afraid at all. He directly fought against the 4 of them. At this level, moving for a short period of time was almost the same as teleportation. The people below couldn't even see where they were or how fast they were. This was especially true for Long Chen. As soon as he moved, his figure had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Be careful. No one expected Long Chen's strength to be so terrifying at this time. He easily defeated Yang Lingqing and showed the strength equivalent to the peak of the 9th LV of the divine martial arts realm. And at this time, he even showed the real power of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Everyone was stunned, including the few people who were fighting against Long Chen. In a short moment, Yang Batian and Yang Matian, who were the first to approach Long Chen, were both punched in the chest by Long Chen. Their chests immediately caved in, and they spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then, their bodies were almost penetrated by the terrifying power, and they fell down to the World King Mountain below. In an instant, the earth shook, and Yang Batian and Yang Matian created a more than 10 meters deep pit. They were directly punched into the ground. This punch contained that strange energy. After being hit, they wouldn't be able to get up in less than an hour. How is this possible? Oh my God, did I see it wrong? In an instant, thousands of people were completely stunned. They looked at Long Chen with their mouths wide open. Seeing this unbelievable scene, they knew that what happened today would shake the entire Shadow Devil world. Even the other forces in the 3 regions and 9 realms might know about Long Chen's fame, because what he had done today was really earth-shattering. Two warriors at the peak of the 9th LV of the divine martial arts realm were defeated with one move, and they were even beaten half to death. However, this was just the beginning. Yang Dingtian wanted to disturb Li Xuanji, who was the real person Long Chen wanted to deal with. As for the other two, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, they had lived for too long. Although Long Chen was enraged, he knew who he could kill and who he couldn't. Among the 5 of them, Yang Dingtian and the other 2 brothers. If he killed them, the Yang family wouldn't rest until they were dead. It would be enough if they were seriously injured. However, the 2 guys in front of him weren't that old. If he didn't kill them, he wouldn't be able to intimidate others. Then I'll send you to hell. After defeating the 2 experts, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei surrounded Long Chen and attacked madly. However, they were too fast and couldn't even touch the hem of Long Chen's clothes. If Long Chen didn't have the sacred soul reversal jade, he probably wouldn't even be qualified to fight with them. While using this power that didn't belong to him, Long Chen knew very well that Long Qinglan had given him this thing to help him solve an unsolvable crisis. For a true expert, he had to be respectful no matter what. Long Qinglan didn't want Long Chen to rely on the sacred soul reversal jade. At the same time, Long Chen knew very well that he was far from being a match for them, so he didn't become arrogant. When he truly possessed this power, that would be the time when he would be the most arrogant. For now, he just had to fight. In his left hand, a blood-red flame burned. In his right hand, a blood-red starlight was hidden. With that, Long Chen vanished. In the blink of an eye, the flames on his left and right pierced through Yang Kuei's head, burning his god-martial soul. At the same time, the stars in his right hand transformed into sharp sword qi that pierced through the sinister man's body. In the midst of despair, the corpses of the 2 old heroes of the Yang clan slowly fell from the sky. Compared to the injuries of Yang Batian and Yin Mei, the deaths of these 2 were even more impactful. 2 people who had lived for nearly 10,000 years had actually died to a junior who wasn't even 100 years old. The enmity between Long Chen and the Yang clan had been magnified to the point where one side would not rest until the other was dead. The entire realm Emperor Mountain was in an uproar. This is the result of attacking my family, Long Chen. These words were directed at Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo, who were about to make a move. As he said this, Long Chen turned around and caught up with Yang Dingtian in a flash, blocking his path. From the moment Yang Dingtian announced the attack to the moment Long Chen finished off the 4 super experts, only a short period of time had passed. Yang Dingtian had seen all of this. He was afraid of death, so his eyes were filled with panic. Before Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo had arrived, Long Chen had easily subdued him and grasped his life in his hands. Yang Dingtian and the other 2 had an extraordinary significance to the Yang clan. The 2 old ancestors of the Yang clan clearly weren't people who could survive 1,000 years and advance to a higher level of existence. Once the 1,000 years were up, the Nirvana tribulation would turn them to ashes. In the future, to become the new world king and protect the Yang clan, only Yang Dingtian and the other 2 could do so. A clan without a world king overseeing it didn't have the qualifications to become a great clan. Chapter 12:16. Even the 2 old ancestors couldn't disregard Yang Dingtian's life. Long Chen was extremely intelligent, so he had taken advantage of this opportunity to capture Yang Dingtian. This supreme expert who could cause the heavens to collapse, the earth to split, the seas to dry up, and the rocks to crumble was currently being imprisoned by Long Chen like a little chick. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help feeling like they were dreaming. Such an impossible scene could only appear in one's dreams. In the blink of an eye, the 2 old ancestors stood in front of Long Chen. Their speed also shocked Long Chen. If it weren't for the soul-revolving Saint Jade, Long Chen might not even have the qualifications to speak in front of these 2 seniors. With a glance, Long Chen memorized the appearances of these 2 old men in his mind. One of them was tall and thin, wearing dark green clothes. His long beard fluttered in the wind and his face was thin like dry firewood. This should be the Ancestor Luan they were talking about. As for the other one, he was thin and short, wearing black clothes. He was also old and his face was dark like charcoal. This should be the Ancestor Mo that the Yang family was talking about. These 2 were Nirvana Tribulation Realm characters and were famous powerhouses of the Yang family thousands of years ago. Compared to Yang Dingtian and the others, they were much older. As for the heavenly ancestor in Li Xuanji's hands, He was even older than them. Don't move, I won't be polite. Immediately, Long Chen used Yang Dingtian's safety to threaten them. I mean what I say. Every time you move, I will tear off one of his hands. Long Chen calmly said. His voice was also clearly heard by the more than 100,000 people below. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. To even dare to threaten the highest-level world king of the profound Een demon region, this Long Chen's courage was simply made of steel. If he was made of flesh, it would be impossible for him to be so bold. Of course, such a character could kill them with a single breath, but now he couldn't. Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo were more curious about the existence of Long Chen. To them, since Long Chen had Yang Dingtian under his control, this was indeed a troublesome matter. They looked at each other in dismay. Their movements were a little too big. Long Chen's eyes were cold, but he put his hand on Yang Dingtian's arm. No. After taking a few punches from Long Chen, Yang Dingtian was already struggling at death's door. However, he still knew that Long Chen was about to attack him. Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted, but Long Chen didn't hesitate at all. With a ripping sound, Yang Dingtian's arm was cut off. Immediately, a miserable shriek rang out. Everyone was speechless. They had never imagined that Yang Dingtian would have a day where he would scream in pain like this. I said, stand still. Long Chen said coldly. At his age, to be able to reach this step and confront all the higher-ups of the Yang family, this was simply a legend. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe what happened today. That blood-stained arm fell from the sky. Although the arm could regrow, the deterrence caused was great enough. With Yang Dingtian as a threat, the two old ancestors' hearts tightened. They also realized that this young man wasn't easy to deal with, so they didn't move for the time being. In the sky, Li Xuanji began to use the soul-devouring technique without any regard for her life. Long Chen couldn't see her situation. He only knew that his mission was to protect them for 2 hours. That was enough. The two Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists gave Long Chen a great deal of pressure. Long Chen's attention was on the two Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists. After years of sitting and cultivating, their bodies had an aura of decay, and they looked like dried corpses. However, their cold eyes were very terrifying, and they gave off the feeling of that heavenly ancestor. Just stand there and don't move. When the time is up, I'll return this old man to you. After all, I'm also half a member of the Yang clan, right? Suddenly give me some face and accommodate me. Just treat it as a small conflict within the clan. Long Chen grinned and said with a mocking smile. His sloppy attitude was even more hateful to the two old ancestors. They couldn't help but admit that Long Chen was the only person who had angered them in so many years. The two old ancestors knew that this couldn't go on. Even if Long Chen was very strong now, they still had the power to surpass Long Chen. It wouldn't be good to delay the final important matter because of Yang Dingtian. At the crucial moment, they could sacrifice Yang Dingtian. This was something Long Chen could see from their eyes. The two old patriarchs looked at Yang Dingtian in silence. However, one of the two old ancestors, Ancestor Mo, thought of another matter. Judging from the youth's expression, he could probably fool him. Ancestor Mo suddenly said, "You are so at ease with letting this girl use the soul-devouring art on our heavenly ancestor. You probably don't know that, given her spirit, even if she succeeds, she will die at worst, or at least become a cripple for the rest of her life." Long Chen was dumbfounded by her words. Li Xuanji had never mentioned this to him. She had only said that she could guarantee that she would succeed, but she had never thought about the price. These words made Long Chen feel somewhat vexed. He didn't completely believe her words, but he knew that Li Xuanji was indeed such a person. It was very difficult for her to say what was on her mind. Silently paying the price was the style she preferred. Just like now. Let the dead die. Cherish the living. You're really heartless to use your woman's life in exchange for your sister's. Ancestor Mo seemed to have grasped the opportunity and was trying to break through Long Chen's mental defenses. Although Li Xuanji wasn't his woman, Long Chen was naturally unwilling to use her life in exchange for his sister's. Thus he struggled internally. If that was really the case, he would probably blame himself for the rest of his life. However, these were only Ancestor Mo's words, and he had said them at this time. His motive was very clear. He definitely wasn't concerned about Li Xuanji. I can't be fooled by him. She will be fine. Long Chen believed that she wouldn't lie to him about something so important. She wouldn't do something so meaningless. If he was fooled by Ancestor Mo now, all his previous efforts would go to waste. He would truly regret it for the rest of his life. Ancestor Mo saw that he had softened and continued. How about we make a deal? You return Tianzhu and Yang Dingtian to us, and you can leave unscathed. I'll pretend that nothing happened. He could also use Li Xuanji's life to disturb Long Chen. This was a very fair deal. Long Chen had caused such a huge commotion, injuring 3 of the Yang family's 5 experts and killing 2. If the Yang family could still let him leave, it would already be giving him face. But Long Chen wasn't someone who would give up so easily. Don't listen to his nonsense. In his days, he heard Li Xuanji's voice. Long Chen felt a lot more at ease. He had messed up because he was too concerned. He had gone through so much trouble to save Li Xuanji. He thought that she would cherish her current life. In the face of Ancestor Mo's deal, Long Chen coldly smiled. Your deal isn't bad, but I have another condition. What condition? Speak freely, said Ancestor Luan. Long Chen said, get that Tianzhu dog of yours to get out of my sister's body. That's all. The 2 old ancestors' gazes immediately turned sinister. It was clear that Long Chen was playing with them. This was unbearable. Since Long Chen refused to agree, they had no other choice. A world king was far more important than a world king. Since Yang Dingtian had been captured, he could only blame his own bad luck. From the 2 old ancestors' eyes, Long Chen knew that they were going to give up on Yang Dingtian and personally take action. Finally, a truly difficult battle had arrived. Long Chen narrowed his eyes, a sharp blood-red light bursting from them. A blood-red mist roiled around his body. His hand was already grasping the crown of Yang Dingtian's head. To kill or not to kill? To Long Chen, this was a problem. At this point, there was no longer any fear in his heart. Whether to kill Yang Dingtian or not, he only had one problem to consider, and that was that no matter what, Yang Dingtian was still his direct ancestor, and there was a bloodline inheritance between them. To kill him like this didn't seem to conform to the rules. After thinking for a moment, Long Chen shattered the meridians in his limbs. He wouldn't be able to use force for at least a few months before throwing him down. Then, he faced the 2 old ancestors again. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, his battle spirit surged. Come on! An angry roar shook the surrounding area. Only he would dare to say such provocative words to 2 Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists. The 2 old ancestors glanced at each other. They had already decided that one would hold back Long Chen, and the other would get Tianzhu out. To them, Li Xuanji could easily deal with him. Shua! The 2 of them moved separately. Long Chen had already expected this. When the other party moved, he moved even faster. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ancestor Mo. He said coldly, do the 2 of you not have confidence in me? If you have the guts, come and fight me. Such arrogant words made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Arrogant. Really too arrogant. Ancestor Mo said coldly, you don't have the qualifications for us to work together. When Long Chen blocked Ancestor Mo, Luanzi saw an opportunity and also moved towards Li Xuanji. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. He used both hands at the same time. In his left hand, a blazing blood-red flame instantly expanded and covered the sky. In his right hand, a blood-red star pattern appeared. It was strange and full of killing intent. With a flick of this double attack, it turned into a huge barrier with a diameter of several thousand meters. Flames and stars circulated within it. It was extremely terrifying. Ancestor Luan was startled. This kind of power also made his heart palpitate, which was why he didn't immediately rush forward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long Chen instantly appeared in front of Ancestor Luan and unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks on this old fellow. Even though his opponent was strong, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Chapter 12:17. Long Chen knew nothing about the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. He had only heard that Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists had already transformed the divine energy within their bodies into Nirvana energy. Nirvana also meant rebirth, shedding one's mortal body and changing one's bones, and this Nirvana energy had fused with the Nirvana Tribulation Realm and Xiantian energy, becoming an extremely powerful and primitive energy. The nature of Nirvana power was naturally far superior to divine Yuan. However, after using the revolving soul sacred jade, Long Chen condensed the power of 3 sides and the power of the revolving soul sacred jade itself. The power in his body was already infinitely close to the revolving soul sacred jade. As for the specifics, it would depend on the battle. A true Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert was much more difficult to deal with than Long Chen had imagined. The magical and terrifying power in Long Chen's body swept across his body. As Long Chen punched out, Long Chen was no match for Luan Zhu. After exchanging a few blows, Long Chen saw the gap between him and his opponent. Therefore, at this time, he resolutely took out the scarlet blood firmament. His body transformed into a halberd. With the sharpness of the scarlet blood firmament, even the 2 old ancestors did not dare to take it lightly. This kid has such a strange transformation. What is it that allows a young man to have such power? In fact, the 2 patriarchs were also complaining in their hearts. The more treasures Long Chen had, the more changes he had, which meant that his status was higher. Could it be that this boy really had a relationship with someone like Zhenwu Great Emperor? If that was the case, and the Yang family killed him, even if Tianzhu became the world emperor again, it would still bring about a disaster. After all, the supreme Yin Devil world was not comparable to the true martial emperor palace. However, as long as they did not kill him, there should be no problem. Li Xuanji was using the soul-devouring technique. The 2 old ancestors were also anxious. At this time, they looked at each other and decided to deal with this troublesome Long Chen first. Otherwise, if they let him go all out, the 2 old ancestors might accidentally take his life. Sometimes, one's status was more of a deterrent to others. Let's restrain him first. They had to admit that they might not be able to take down Long Chen alone, especially when Long Chen was wielding the Scarlet Blood Eternal Desolation. Dang! At this moment, the 24 War Spear, which he was most familiar with, was displayed along with the blood-red desolation. The mysteries of the 24 War Spear were endless. When it was displayed in coordination with Long Chen's current cultivation, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. The aura of the spear tip burst out and beams of red light pierced through the air, heading in the direction of the Yang family. Many warriors at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm were directly pierced to death before they could escape. Back then, Yi Wushang, who was at the 8th level of the divine martial realm, was able to shake the entire nether mansion. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. At this time, Long Chen could basically kill someone like Yi Wushang. Of course, this power did not belong to him. Tempest style. Heart-piercing stance. Lightning style. One fatal attack after another swept out in front of the 2 powerhouses. The sharp tip of the spear contained Long Chen's power that could almost resist the power of Nirvana. The 2 powerhouses did not dare to rashly receive Long Chen's attack. This young man was excellent in every aspect, especially his crazy energy, which was terrifying to look at. However, in the face of absolute power, everything was empty. Ancestor Mo and Ancestor Luan dodged Long Chen's attack. A dark green airflow wrapped around their hands. This kind of energy had a suffocating feeling, as if it came from the ancient times when the world was created. At the same time, it also contained the power of heaven and earth like the Nirvana Tribulation. A little bit of it was enough to shock people. Move! The 2 progenitors surrounded Long Chen from 2 different directions. Long Chen squinted his eyes. He knew that it was the power of Nirvana, which was extremely terrifying. At this time, the only thing he could use was the 9 Dragon scripture. As long as I can hold on, she will succeed. The longer I can drag it out, the better. In Long Chen's heart, there was only one word, and that was war. Only by fighting could he let the people he cared about live well. This made his blood boil. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was in front of Chu Tiange. At that time, in order to see Lingxi, Long Chen had risked his life. In the end, he had made the right bet and succeeded. The 4th level of the 9 Dragon scripture, Long Chen could barely use it. Behind him, the mysterious Sky Emerald Fire Dragon, the Ice-Armored Azure Sea Dragon, and the 9 Heavens Wind-Riding Dragon appeared one after another. Finally, the ancient Azure Wood Dragon was conjured by him. Given his current strength, if he used the 4th tier of the 9 Dragon scripture, he would definitely be able to unleash 200% of its power. Roar! 4 dragons of different colors swirled wildly behind Long Chen, roaring at the sky. The majesty of the dragons caused the crowd below to fall into a dormant state. The Scarlet Blood Desolation spun, and Long Chen used the power of the 9 Dragon scripture. With a roar, The tip of the Scarlet Blood Desolation's halberd pierced towards Ancestor Mo. As for Ancestor Luan, Long Chen couldn't care less. Although he was many times stronger now, he could only save one person. The 4 divine dragons roared crazily, condensing in the Scarlet Blood Eternity, colliding with the other party's destructive Nirvana force. Immediately, there was a deafening sound, and a huge sound wave swept downwards. Most of the people were directly shaken to the ground. The World King Mountain, which was not tall to begin with, was directly pressed at least 3 meters into the ground. The ground of the entire World King Mountain sank. Long Chen felt like the power of the entire world was crashing down on him. The Nirvana force coiled around the Scarlet Blood Desolation, and his weapon almost flew out of his hand. He gritted his teeth, and the blood in his body surged. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and the terrifying power in his body was also greatly shaken. However, Long Chen also knew that Ancestor Mo wouldn't fare much better than him under the full power of the 9 Dragons scripture. However, Ancestor Mo's power belonged to him, while Long Chen's power was borrowed. There was still a difference. More importantly, in the blink of an eye, Ancestor Luan was unstoppable. He approached Long Chen and punched at Long Chen. Long Chen retreated while using the undying sword body to resist. However, he ultimately couldn't beat the other party, and the Nirvana force directly hit his body. This time, he realized that the power in his body was on the verge of collapsing. Perhaps Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were already injured. However, there was still some time before Li Xuanji succeeded. And Long Chen couldn't hold on any longer. The 2 ancestors coldly stood in front of him, looking at Long Chen, whose face was pale and whose energy was collapsing. The skinny Ancestor Mo laughed and said, "In the end, this is not your own strength. Little fellow, there are many things in this world that you cannot stop. Before he becomes strong, no matter how talented you are still a weakling. Our will is not something you can change no matter how much you try. That's right. You better go back obediently. Don't worry, our Yang clan's heavenly ancestor will cherish your sister's body. After all, it's a rare extreme devil physique. She is a descendant of our Yang clan. Without us, she wouldn't exist. Her body was given to her by us elders, so it's only right that we take it back today. Your stubborn resistance is meaningless. I'll send you back to your true martial emperor palace. As for the Li clan's young lady, her clan is already gone. I think it's painful for her to live on, so I'll send her to reunite with her family." Ancestor Mo stepped forward and prepared to take Long Chen away. As for killing Long Chen, he didn't dare to do so. Who knew what kind of terrifying background this brat had in the true martial emperor palace? In reality, they thought they were smart. If they knew that Long Chen was just an unremarkable brat from the evil dragon palace, they would probably vomit blood from anger. However, they had underestimated Long Chen. Ancestor Luan's fist that contained nirvanic energy had indeed nearly killed Long Chen. However, surrendering like this wasn't Long Chen's style. At this moment, he suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Two old fools, are your brains caught in the door? Do you think I've lost just like this? Let me tell you, as long as I don't drag that bullshit heavenly ancestor out of my sister's body, your Yang clan won't have a good time. If my sister is gone, I swear that the generations of your Yang clan will be buried with her. Don't doubt me. I, Long Chen, really have the strength to bury your entire clan with her. Even if he didn't have it now, he would have it in the future." Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo knew that Long Chen was bluffing. However, they didn't know why, but this Long Chen was indeed very troublesome to deal with. They were worried that he would really drag the backing of the true martial emperor palace into this. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace treated Wang Chen like a treasure. It wasn't easy for the true martial emperor palace to have someone of the same level as them. One could imagine how much effort they would put into this youth. This was a huge problem. But no matter what, the heavenly ancestor had to be resurrected today. I'll send him away first. You killed that little girl from the Li clan. Ancestor Luan snorted coldly and walked towards Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen quietened down. Indeed, he discovered that even so, he could only temporarily block one ancestor. He couldn't deal with 2 ancestors. After all, the other party was a Nirvana realm expert. This realm was the peak of the 3 great emperor domains and also the peak of this world. There was a suffocating aura coming from his body. Little Qing. Looking up, the blood-colored flames and stars formed a curtain, blocking Long Chen's line of sight. However, he could still vaguely see the two girls in the sky. That was Long Chen's hope. Thinking back to when they were young, he had stood in front of her time and time again. This time, she had suffered enough crying. As her brother, Long Chen couldn't let her suffer anymore. Long Chen couldn't bear it. Then let's fight. We can return to our current realm. Today, I can fight against the Yang clan's two ancestors. What can I, Long Chen, not do in the future? A terrifying dragon roar sounded. Different from Nangong Lai's flames, Long Chen's body was burning with the blood sacrifice fire. Chapter 12:18. The first stage of the blood sacrifice. This was also Long Chen's first attempt. Although the dragon blood divine essence in his body wasn't the most abundant, it occupied the leading role. When the leading dragon blood divine essence multiplied, the power of the flames and the stars would also increase. In a short period of time, Long Chen's cultivation had undergone an astonishing transformation in front of the two Nirvana Tribulation martialists. This terrifying transformation shocked the two patriarchs. At this moment, they felt a power that could threaten them from Long Chen's body. Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo glanced at each other. They had cooperated for many years, so they could understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. There were too many variables in Long Chen. If they didn't subdue him soon, the girl in the sky would be ruthless and the soul-devouring technique would succeed. At that time, their heavenly ancestor would be finished. The Yang family had already prepared to this extent, so they definitely couldn't afford to lose. Long Chen's blood sacrifice was completed in a very short period of time. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by the blazing red blood sacrificial fire. A terrifying aura, a power that was infinitely close to the Nirvana force, was being emitted from his body. His eyes were bloodshot, revealing endless murderous intent. It could be said that his murderous intent was monstrous. Those illusory blood-red dragon shadows were swimming around him, brandishing their claws and fangs. Seeing so many dragon shadows, the two patriarchs were even more certain that Long Chen was a dragon warrior. Only a dragon martial artist could have such a terrifying talent. After all, he was a person who had received the primordial divine dragon's inheritance essence blood. The blood sacrifice fire was completed in a very short period of time. Long Chen's body was already at its limit. Although the power had its own circulation channel, it would still more or less affect Long Chen's body. After another stage of the blood sacrifice, Long Chen had already reached the limit of his limits. He could collapse at any time, and then the three of them would die together. Such a vast power was unfamiliar yet familiar. They simply couldn't adapt to it in a short period of time. Scarlet blood Tianhuang was still in his hands. Long Chen placed the halberd in front of them. He didn't care about anything else. He coldly stared at them and said, "If you want to pass by me, you'll have to ask the halberd in my hand first." Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo didn't want to waste any more time. It was true that Long Chen looked very strong, but at the same time, they could see Long Chen's weakness. This power didn't belong to him, so he couldn't unleash it to its fullest. At the same time, he would face the problem of his power collapsing. Phew! The two forefathers attacked Long Chen at the same time. When Long Chen could no longer maintain his body's strength, he would fail. It all depended on his own perseverance. Whether he would collapse and die, or truly succeed, it all depended on his own will. After the blood sacrifice, his power became extremely unstable. The ancient blood spirit dragon's bloodthirst caused Long Chen to go crazy for a while. But even in this situation, Long Chen still maintained a trace of clarity, paying attention to Li Xuanji and Yang Lingqing's movements. In high school, Li Xuanji was truly focused on using the soul-devouring art on Yang Lingqing. The soul-devouring art had already been activated for some time. Because Yang Lingqing had been subdued by Long Chen at the start, the actual time of success might be shorter than Li Xuanji had estimated. Damned girl, let go of me. You're courting death. Don't forget that I'm far stronger than you. Even if you suck me out, I can still take your life. In the face of the heavenly ancestor's threat and resistance, Li Xuanji's expression did not change. Her eyes were like dark green whirlpools, spinning in front of Yang Lingqing. Don't doubt my strength. I can really take your life. The heavenly ancestor roared fiercely. She did not expect that she, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, would actually have to use threats to deal with a little girl. If you wanted to kill me, I would have done so long ago. There's no need to be so noisy, Li Xuanji replied indifferently. Good, good. The heavenly ancestor's eyes were cold. Even if I can't let you die, I will make you pay a heavy price. If you continue, your fate will be quite miserable. Also, that young man of yours can't hold on for much longer. The heavenly ancestor did not think that Long Chen could succeed. What a joke. They were nirvana tribulation experts, existences at the peak of the world. A mere Long Chen wanting to stop them was definitely wishful thinking. Unexpectedly, Long Chen really stopped them. He clenched his teeth and let the divine origin in his body go berserk. He used the 24 war spear again and again, enveloping the two ancestors in the range of his spear shadows, making it impossible for them to escape. If they tried to escape, Long Chen would definitely poke a hole in their bodies. They had experienced the first nirvana tribulation and had the nirvana rebirth body. They did not want to be stabbed by Long Chen. They did not even dare to be injured, because once they were injured, it meant that they needed to recuperate, which meant that it would take time. The two of them only had time to cultivate. If they recuperated, who knew when the time limit of 1,000 years was up, it would be a tragedy for them. In fact, it was rare for someone to pass the second nirvana tribulation. After the blood sacrifice, Long Chen was much more powerful than the two ancestors had imagined. His own strength was on the verge of collapse, and he could only maintain his stability by constantly pouring out energy. The two ancestors just happened to be the unlucky ones. The two ancestors felt very sullen. They had great power, but they were suppressed by a nobody like Long Chen. They couldn't use their full strength. Long Chen's speed was very fast, and the speed of his spear was even faster. Ordinary weapons could not break the body of a nirvana tribulation expert, but Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation could. This gave Long Chen enough conditions to restrain the other party. Traces of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs had been injured, but his hands did not stop moving. Instead, they became even more frantic. The two nirvana tribulation experts used the power of nirvana to fight against him. Every time they attacked, they brought a terrifying blow to Long Chen, but Long Chen still withstood every attack. Rip. The scarlet blood desolation tore through Ancestor Mo's clothes. Seeing the instant of fear in his eyes, Long Chen suddenly understood something. This nirvana tribulation expert seemed to be very afraid of being injured. After thinking about it carefully, Long Chen understood. They were cultivating at all times because they were worried that the nirvana tribulation that descended within 1,000 years would turn them into ashes. If they were injured, then they would have to spend a lot of effort to recover, and the more serious the injury, the longer it would take for them to recover, and the longer they would be left behind. No wonder they were so restrained in battle. So this was the reason. To Long Chen, this was a great thing. His gaze was sharp, and the 24 war spears battle line stretched even further. He didn't defend at all, and only attacked fiercely. The best defense was offense. A young junior at this time was relying on strange transformations to beat the two young family patriarchs to the point of fleeing like rats. The eyeballs of the people below almost fell out. Although they could not see the situation above, it was clear that the two ancestors had not taken down Long Chen yet. What the hell happened to this kid? This time, the other three sects knew that it was just a ceremony to come to the World Emperor Mountain. The World Emperor deity throne must be obtained by Yongling Qing, so the only World King of their sect was not present. Except for the Nirvana tribulation experts, the others could not help much. Basically, if they went up, they would be killed by the current Long Chen. Even the ordinary warriors who had just entered the 9th level of the divine martial realm could not clearly see the dazzling battle above them. Who won and who lost? Time passed little by little, and the battle in the sky was still going on. It could be said that Long Chen could not do anything to them, but they were also bound by Long Chen and could not escape. After the blood sacrifice, Long Chen was several times stronger than before when he was in the state of soul-revolving sacred jade. This power had gathered a variety of magical powers and could no longer be judged by common sense. The less time passed, the more danger Sky Ancestor was in. Obviously, even Li Xuanji's soul-devouring technique had reached the final juncture. The two ancestors knew that at this time, if they still cared about their own life and death, Sky Ancestor would definitely die. The Li family's soul-devouring technique was not just for show. Otherwise, Sky Ancestor would not be so anxious to destroy the Li family. For the two ancestors, Long Chen was more difficult to deal with than a Nirvana tribulation expert. The two glanced at each other and attacked fiercely. Once they attacked, their defensive means were reduced. Long Chen had finally waited for this opportunity, so he naturally would not let it go. Behind him, four divine dragons suddenly appeared. At the last moment, Long Chen almost poured all his strength into the blood-red saber in his hand. The power of the fourth level of the nine-dragon scripture swept towards the two ancestors. If he could practice the ninth level of the nine-dragon scripture at this time, he would be able to exert the full power of the nine-dragon scripture. Naturally, these two ancestors would not be a match for him. Although it was only the fourth level, it was still extremely terrifying. Compared to the last time, the nine-dragon scripture was even more powerful. The two ancestors had no choice but to face the blood-red saber in Long Chen's hand that was almost exploding. A rumbling sound rang out. Another explosion rang out. Two silhouettes retreated from the sky. When the smoke dissipated, a youth covered in blood could be seen standing in the air. He held a blood-red halberd in his hand. That mighty aura he exuded was simply unstoppable. This was Long Chen. As for the two ancestors of the Yang family, they were successfully repelled by the nine-dragon scripture. They crashed into the mountains in the distance. This time, the two ancestors definitely did not feel good. However, Long Chen was in an even worse state. He was the first to be defeated by this blow. All the meridians in his body had collapsed, and he was covered in blood. Only he knew how serious his injuries were at this time. However, he still stood in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The blood that sprayed out was swallowed back by him. The primordial blood spirit dragon would not let its blood go so easily. Looking at the domineering young man standing in the air, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their faces were pale. Today, they seemed to have seen the birth of a legend. This shocking event would definitely shock the entire Shadow Devil world. Chapter 12-19. An unknown young martial artist had actually forced back two famous World King powerhouses of the Shadow Demon world. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it to be true. There was an uproar from below. In truth, Long Chen's consciousness was already fuzzy. In his mind, there was only the conviction that he absolutely had to protect them. It was this conviction that had allowed Long Chen to last until now. But he knew that it was still not enough. In that one move just now, he had suffered heavier injuries than his opponents. The two old ancestors hadn't been heavily injured and were now angrily returning. Without a word, Long Chen used the nine-dragon scripture and sent his opponents flying away once more. Although he was dripping with blood and his flesh was torn by his own strength, and although the two old ancestors had been forced back from the outside, they were only covered in dirt. Hiss! Loud roars rang out. Wherever the halberd went, the two old ancestors would tremble in fear. During the battle, there were some early 9th level divine martial realm martial artists of the Yang family who wanted to sneak up and destroy Li Xuanji. But they were discovered by Long Chen and subdued in a single move. Under the halberd, there was basically no one left alive. The Yang family members were finally afraid. They understood that this Long Chen was simply a crazy demon. The two patriarchs were also frightened by this young man. They had never seen someone who was more heavily injured than them, but was still able to kill more ruthlessly than them. In this world, there was only one Long Chen. If they didn't kill this young man today, he would definitely become a hero in the future. However, the two of them didn't even have the courage to kill him. This was because Long Chen was likely related to someone like the true martial great emperor. What do we do? Ancestor Luan asked in panic after being forced back by Long Chen once more. What else can we do? Fight him to the death. I don't believe that he's the only one who can be so crazy. Ancestor Mo roared. His body was thin but his speed was fast. In a flash, he arrived in front of Long Chen. But unfortunately, Long Chen was faster than him. Go die! Long Chen wildly laughed. The scarlet blood firmament swept out. The attack of the nine-dragon scripture struck Ancestor Mo down into the mountains below, causing the royal mountain to tremble. It's your turn. Long Chen's head was covered in blood, as well as torn flesh and blood. He grinned, his flesh and blood spilling out. It was a hideous sight that caused Patriarch Luan's scalp to go numb. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Watch me. Before he could finish speaking, Long Chen had already performed the nine-dragon scripture in a frenzy, and at the same time, struck him at the same spot. This repeated over and over again. Even Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo were on the verge of collapse. They were numb, but the youth in the sky didn't seem to know fatigue, didn't know death. He continued to stand there. Even though he was injured, his back was still straight. The spectating martial artists were all numb to this scene. At the beginning, they had all loathed Long Chen, but now that things had progressed to this point, a trace of admiration involuntarily appeared in their hearts. This was a true hero, one who didn't fear death. The reason he was able to persist to such a degree, leaving everyone speechless, was because of the two women behind him. He was a true man. Such a person was a true man. There was no lack of women among the martial artists present. Seeing such an undefeatable youth bleeding all over but not retreating a single step, they couldn't help but feel their hearts ache. Tears welled up in their eyes. Long Chen knew that the two girls above him were also looking at him in the same way. Yang Lingqing must have known what was happening outside. She only knew that her master Li Xuanji was helping her destroy the soul occupying her body. She knew that her big brother, who had crawled all the way here from the myriad lands domains Baiyang village, was protecting them and fighting against the highest existences of the supreme Yin Devil world. Yang Lingqing had already succeeded in occupying half of her body. One of her eyes was filled with rage and madness, while the other was sparkling with tears. Big brother. This soft cry contained too many emotions. But only Li Xuanji could hear it. Li Xuanji's body trembled. Then she regained her cold demeanor. If she wasn't using the soul-devouring art, perhaps even she would be crying. She knew where this man's perseverance lay. In his heart, the word protect was more important than anything else. This was also the reason why he was fighting this bloody battle. The two ancestors of the Yang family had been driven to the brink of collapse by Long Chen. They thought that Long Chen's strength would dissipate sooner or later. They thought that Long Chen wouldn't be able to last much longer. But Long Chen had surpassed their imaginations time and time again. From the blood sacrifice until now, he would be injured almost every time he attacked. But every time, he still stood firmly in the air. His blood-red eyes were filled with a domineering arrogance. He was like a bloodthirsty king of slaughter. No one dared to look him in the eye. Evil beast. Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo's final attack was once again swept away by the frenzied Long Chen. This time, Long Chen's scarlet blood heaven desolation slashed directly at Ancestor Luan's waist. This tall and thin old man screamed miserably as he was almost cut in half. Rip. Long Chen laughed maniacally as he knocked Ancestor Mo to the ground. His strength had already been completely depleted by now. However, no one could tell that Long Chen was causing them to feel nothing but fear and dread. Ancestor Luan would need at least a month or two to recover from his injuries. Only Ancestor Mo still had the strength to fight. But they weren't Long Chen. They couldn't fight even after being injured. Ancestor Mo stood where he was and helped Ancestor Luan up. Their eyes were filled with helplessness. This was the first time they had been forced to this extent by a single person. It could be said that they were living in a dream. The youth in the sky was still there. He held the halberd in his hand and looked down sharply. His body was dyed red with blood, but it was precisely this blood that made him look especially terrifying and powerless. We've lost. Ancestor Luan closed his eyes helplessly. They accepted their defeat at the hands of Long Chen. What kind of person was Long Chen in their hearts? He was a rare dragon martialist that only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. He was the descendant of a powerful figure in the martial emperor palace. These 2 points were enough to scare people to death. But what they admired the most was Long Chen. He didn't fear death. He was loyal to his friends, tenacious, and indestructible. Such a person's future was unpredictable, no matter what his identity was. They felt that Tianzu had been wrong from the start when he had searched for Yang Lingqing's body. She had been wrong because she had an elder brother. Even if Tianzu succeeded and this youth became a supreme martialist in the future, the Yang family would still be destroyed. It might even be worse than it was now. But they didn't dare to kill Long Chen. They guessed that Long Chen's status in the martial god palace wasn't something the Yang family could afford to offend. Ancestor Mo lowered his head and pondered silently. Should he continue fighting with this youth and wait for him to exhaust himself? Or should he give up? If he gave up, Tianzu might die. But it was clear that the Yang family could avoid a disaster. Originally, Tianzu had chosen this method of rebirth without the approval of the realm lord of the Shadow Demon realm. It wasn't the right thing to do. It was a crazy move. Ancestor Mo looked up at the proud youth in the sky. His cold and murderous eyes made people feel helpless. Ancestor Mo finally chose to give up. Mo, as stubborn as you are, you also gave up, Ancestor Luan said helplessly. There are some people in this world who are destined to reach the pinnacle. Stopping him is bringing disaster to the Yang family. Tianzu is old. This isn't her era anymore. Yes, it isn't her era anymore. Our Yang family is fine as it is now. Ancestor Luan smiled helplessly. They were afraid of being beaten by Long Chen. Seeing that Ancestor Mo and Ancestor Luan didn't move, the crowd fell silent. They knew what this meant. He actually managed to scare the two old ancestors. Such a person could only be described as a monster. Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew he had succeeded. He couldn't help but burst into tears. But he didn't retreat. If he relaxed now, he would still give his opponent a chance. So he continued to hover in the sky, waiting for Li Xuanji to succeed. He believed that Li Xuanji wouldn't let him down. In the sky, Li Xuanji thought the same. She could clearly sense what was happening below. She didn't know why, but she felt proud of this man. Perhaps there were some feelings in her heart, but they didn't belong to her. She could only erase them. Yang Lingqing was completely controlled by the soul-devouring technique. Tianzu's soul was still struggling. Give up. Your man has already given up. He is undefeatable. Li Xuanji's words became the final attack that defeated Tianzu. No, impossible. I personally taught these two bastards. How can they be like this? These two unscrupulous fellows. I treated them so well. Tianzu was a woman after all. She let out a heart-wrenching cry. You're old. It's time to die. This isn't your era, Li Xuanji said coldly. It's no longer my era. No, I won't die, but all of you will die. And no matter what, you have to be under my control. I am the true emperor, and all of you are my slaves. The heavenly ancestor howled in a frenzy. Go to hell. Li Xuanji didn't want to talk to her anymore. Tianzu laughed. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. I'll let you two be a couple. Let's see how you two can be so loving after you die. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. You're not who you used to be. What ability do you have to take my life? Li Xuanji wasn't scared by her. But she understood that she was also facing a battle. Sky Ancestor was such a terrifying god martial arts realm expert. She might not be able to devour him. In the end, whether she would destroy herself, or she would digest her and obtain her martial arts memories, it all depended on fate. But, thinking of the man below, Li Xuanji smiled. She knew that she would be like him. Even though she was young, she could become a nightmare for these old guys. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.